Act 1, Scene 1 of Faust Part II by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. Translated by Bayard Taylor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Second part of the tragedy in 5 acts. Act 1, Scene 1, A pleasant landscape. Twilight. Faust, bedded on flowery turf, fatigued, restless, endeavoring to sleep. Circle of hovering spirits in motion, graceful diminutive figures. Ariel. Chant, accompanied by Aeolian harps.
When the spring returns serener, raining blossoms over all, when the fields with blessing greener on the earth-born children call, then the craft of elves propitious hastes to help where help it can. Be he holy, be he vicious, pity they the luckless man. Who round this head in airy circles hover, yourselves in guise of noble elves discover. The fierce convulsions of his heart compose, remove the burning barbs of his remorses, and cleanse his being from the suffered woes. 4 pauses make the night upon her courses, and now, delay not, let them kindly close. First on the coolest pillow let him slumber, then sprinkle him with Lethe's drowsy spray. His limbs no more shall cramps and chills encumber, when sleep has made him strong to meet the day. Perform, ye elves, your fairest rite, restore him to the holy light.
Chorus, singly, by 2 or more, alternately and collectively.
When around the green-girt meadow balm the tepid winds exhale, then in fragrance and in shadow twilight spreads her misty veil, whispers peace in accents cheery, rocks the heart in childhood's play, and upon these eyelids weary shuts the golden gates of day. Now the night already darkles, holy star succeeds to star, dazzling lights and fainter sparkles glimmer near and gleam afar, glimmer here the lake reflecting, gleam in cloudless dark aboon, while the bliss of rest protecting reigns in pomp the perfect moon. Now the hours are cancelled for thee, pain and bliss have fled away. Thou art whole, let faith restore thee, trust anew the rising day. Vales grow green, and hills are lifting through the shadow rest of morn, and in waves of silver drifting on to harvest rolls the corn. Wouldst thou win desires unbounded, yonder see the glory burn. Lightly is thy life surrounded, sleeps a shell to break and spurn. When the crowd sways unbelieving, show the daring will that warms. He is crowned with all achieving who perceives and then performs.
A tremendous tumult announces the approach of the sun.
Hearken, hark! The hours careering, sounding loud to spirit hearing, see the new-born day appearing. Rocky portals jarring shatter, Phoebus' wheels in rolling clatter. With a crash the light draws near, pealing rays and trumpet blazes. Eye is blinded, ear amazes, the unheard can no one hear. Slip within each blossom bell, deeper, deeper there to dwell. In the rocks, beneath the leaf, if it strikes you, you are deaf.
Faust.
Life's pulses now with fresher force awaken, to greet the mild ethereal twilight o'er me. This night, thou earth, hast also stood unshaken, and now thou breathest new refreshed before me. And now beginnest, all thy gladness granting, a vigorous resolution to restore me, to seek that highest life which I am panting. The world unfolded lies in twilight glimmer, 1,000 voices in the grove are chanting. Veil in, veil out, the misty streaks grow dimmer. The deeps with heavenly light are penetrated. The boughs refreshed lift up their leafy shimmer from gulfs of air where sleepily they waited. Colour on colour from the background cleareth, where flower and leaf with trembling pearls are freighted. And all around a paradise appeareth. Look up! The mountain summits, grand, supernal, herald in now the solemn hour that neareth. They earliest enjoy the light eternal that later sinks, till here below we find it. Now to the alpine meadows, sloping, vernal, a newer beam descends ere we divined it, and step by step unto the base hath bounded. The sun comes forth. Alas, already blinded, I turn away, with eyesight pierced and wounded. 'Tis thus, when, unto yearning hope's endeavour, its highest wish on sweet attainment grounded, the portals of fulfilment widely sever. But if there burst from those eternal spaces a flood of flame, we stand confounded ever. For life's pure torch we sought the shining traces, and seas of fire, and what a fire, surprise us. Is't love, is't hate, that burningly embraces, and that with pain and joy alternate tries us? So that, our glances once more earthward throwing, we seek in youthful drapery to disguise us. Behind me, therefore, let the sun be glowing, the cataract between the crags deep riven. I thus behold with rapture ever growing, from plunge to plunge in thousand streams 'tis given, and yet 1,000 to the valleys shaded, while foam and spray in air are whirled and driven. Yet how superb, across the tumult braided, the painted rainbow's changeful life is bending, now clearly drawn, dissolving now and faded, and evermore the showers of dew descending. Of human striving there's no symbol fuller. Consider, and 'tis easy comprehending. Life is not light, but the refracted colour.
End of Act 1, Scene 1. Act 1, Scene 2 of Faust Part 2 by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. Translated by Bayard Taylor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Act 1, Scene 2 The Emperor's Castle. Hall of the Throne. Council of State awaiting the Emperor. Trumpets. Enter court retainers of all kinds, splendidly dressed. The Emperor advances to the throne, the astrologer on his right hand.
I greet you, well-beloved and trusty, assembled here from far and wide. I see the wise man at my side, but where's the fool, his rival lusty?
Squire.
Behind thy mantle's flowing swell, suddenly on the stairs he fell. They bore away the weight of fat, if dead or drunk, none knoweth that.
Second Squire.
As quick as thought, through all the pother, him to replace there came another, adorned and prinked with wondrous art, yet so grotesque that all men start. The guards their halberds crosswise hold to bar him, them he thrusts apart. Lo! here he comes, the fool so bold.
Mephistopheles, kneeling before the throne.
What's cursed and warmly expected? What is desired yet always chaste? What evermore with care protected? What is accursed, condemned, disgraced? To whom darest thou not give a hearing? Whose name hears each man willingly? What is't, before thy throne appearing, what keeps itself away from thee?
Spare us thy words. The time is pressing. This is no place for riddle guessing. These gentlemen such things explain. Solve it thyself. To hear I'm fain. My old fool went, I fear, an endless distance. Take thou his place. Come here and lend assistance.
Mephistopheles goes up and stations himself on the Emperor's left hand.
Murmurs of the crowd.
Another fool.
For worries new.
Whence came he?
How did he get through?
The old one fell.
He's walked his path.
He was a barrel.
This a laugh.
So now, my well-beloved and loyal, be welcome all from near and far. You meet beneath a fortunate star. Welfare and luck are now the aspects royal. But tell me why, in days so fair, when we've withdrawn ourselves from care, and beards of beauty masquerading wear, when gay delights for us are waiting, why should we plague ourselves, deliberating? Yet since the task you think we cannot shun, 'tis settled then, so be it done.
Chancellor.
The highest virtue, like a halo zone, circles the emperor's head, and he alone is worthy validly to exercise it. 'Tis justice. All men love and prize it. None can forego, but all require and want it. The people look to him that he should grant it. But what help can human wit impart, or readiness of hand, or kindly heart, when lies the state as if in fever fretting, and brooded evil is begetting? Who looks abroad from off this height supreme? Throughout the realm 'tis like a wearied dream, where one deformity another mouldeth, where lawlessness itself by upholdeth, and 'tis an age of error that unfoldeth. One plunders flocks, a woman one, cup, cross, and candlestick from altar, and then to boast it does not palter, of limb or life no wise undone. To court, behold the plaintiff's urging, where puffs the judge on cushions warm, and swells meanwhile with fury surging rebellion's fast increasing storm. His easy way through crime is broken, who his accomplices selects, and guilty hears one only spoken, where innocence itself protects. They all pull down what they should care for, destroy their weal in self-despite. How can the sense develop, therefore, which only leads us to the right? At last the man of good intent to flatterer and briber bendeth. The judge, debarred from punishment, mates with the felon ere he endeth. I've painted black, but denser screen I'd rather draw before the scene.
Pause.
Here measures cannot be evaded. When all offend, and none are aided, his Majesty a victim stands.
General-in-Chief.
In these wild days how discords thicken! Each strikes, and in return is stricken, and they are deaf to all commands. The burgher in his fortifications, the knight upon his rocky nest, have sworn to worry out our patience, and keep their strength with stubborn crest. The mercenaries, no whit better, impatiently demand their pay, and if we were not still their debtor, they'd start forthwith and march away. Let one forbid what all would practice, and in a hornet's nest he stands. The realm which they should guard, the fact is, 'tis devastated by their hands. They give the rein to wild disorder, and half the world is wasted now. There still are kings beyond our border, but none thinks it concerns him anyhow.
Treasurer.
Trust allies, and we soon shall rue us. The subsidies they promised to us, like water in leaky pipes, don't come. Then, sire, in all thy states extended, to whom hath now the rule descended? Where'er one goes, a new lord is at home, and hopes to live in independence. He takes his course, and we look on. Such rights we've given to our attendants, that all our right to anything is gone. On parties, too, whatever the name be, our trust to-day is far from great. Though loud their praise, or fierce their blame be, indifferent is their love and hate. The Ghibellines and Guelphs from labour are resting, both laid on the shelf. Who therefore now will help his neighbour? Each has enough to help himself. The gate of gold no more unlatches, and each one gathers, digs and scratches, while our strong box is void indeed.
Lord High Steward.
What evil I as well am having, we're always trying to be saving, and ever greater is our need. Thus daily grows this task of mine. The cooks have all they want at present, wild boar and deer and hare and pheasant, duck, peacock, turkey, goose, and chicken. These, paid in kind, are certain picking, and do not seriously decline. Yet after all we're short of wine, where casks on casks were once our cellars filling, rare vintages of flavours finely thrilling. The noble lord's eternal swilling has drained them off, till not a drop appears. The city council too must tap their liquor. They drink from mug and jug and beaker, till no one longer sees or hears. 'Tis I must pay for all the dances. The Jew will have me, past all chances. His notes of hand and his advances will soon eat up the coming years. Before they're fat, the swine are taken. Pawned is the pillow ere one waken. The bread is eaten ere the board it sees.
Emperor, after some reflection, to Mephistopheles.
Say, fool, canst thou not add a want to these?
I? Not at all. I see the circling splendour, thyself and thine. Should one his trust surrender, where majesty thus unopposed commands? Where ready power the hostile force disbands? Where loyal wills through understanding strong, and mixed activities around thee throng? What powers for evil could one see combining, for darkness where such brilliant stars are shining?
Murmurs.
He is a scamp.
Who comprehends.
He lies his way until it ends.
I know it now.
What's in his mind?
What then? A project lurks behind.
Where in this world doth not some lack appear? Here this, there that. But money's lacking here. True, from the floor you can't at once collect it, but deepliest hidden, wisdom may detect it. In veins of mountains, under building bases, coined and uncoined, there's gold in many places. And ask you who shall bring it to the light? A man endowed with mind's and nature's might.
Nature and mind, to Christians we don't speak so. Thence to bum atheists we seek so. For such discourses very dangerous be. Nature is sin, and mind is devil. Doubt they beget in shameless revel. They're hybrid in deformity. Not so with us. Two only races have in the empire kept their places, and prop the throne with worthy weight. The saints and knights are they, together they breast each spell of thunder weather, and take for pay the church and state. The vulgar minds that breed confusion are met with an opposing hand. They're wizards, heretics, delusion through them will ruin town and land. And these will you, with brazen juggle, within this high assembly smuggle. For hearts corrupt you scheme and struggle. The fools near kin are all the band.
By that I know the learned lord you are. What you don't touch is lying leagues afar. What you don't grasp is wholly lost to you. What you don't reckon, think you, can't be true. What you don't weigh, it has no weight, alas. What you don't coin, you're sure it will not pass.
Therewith to help our needs you not determine. What wilt thou hear with such a Lenten sermon? I'm tired of the eternal if and how. Money we want. Good, then procure it now.
I'll furnish what you wish, and more. 'Tis true, a light task, But light things are hard to do. The gold's on hand, yet skilfully to win it, that is the art. Who knows how to begin it? Consider only, in those days of blood, when o'er the empire poured a human flood, how many men, such deadly terror steeled them, took their best goods and there concealed them. 'Twas so beneath the mighty Roman sway, and so ever repeated till our day. All that was buried in the earth to save it, the emperor owns the earth, and he should have it.
Now, for a fool, his words are rather bright. That is indeed the old imperial right.
Satan has laid his golden snares to try us. Such things as these are neither right nor pious.
Let him but bring his gifts to court and share them, and if things were a little wrong, I'd bear them.
The fool is shrewd to promise each his needs. Whence it may come, the soldier never heeds.
And should you think, perchance, I overreach you, here's the astrologer, ask him to teach you. The spheres of hour and house are in his ken. What are the heavenly aspects? Tell us then.
2 rogues are they.
In league they've grown, dreamer and fool.
So near the throne. The song is old,
And flatly sung. The fool he prompts.
The wise man's tongue.
Astrologer speaks. Mephistopheles prompts.
The sun himself is gold of purest ray. The herald, Mercury. Sir, for love and pay. Dame Venus has bewitched you all, for she, early and late, looks on you lovingly. Chaste Luna has her whims, no two alike. Mars threatens you, although he may not strike, and Jupiter is still the splendid star. Saturn is great, though seeming small and far. As metal, him we don't much venerate, of value slight, though heavy in his weight. Now, when of Sol and Luna unions had, silver with gold, then this is the world made glad. All else, with them, is easy to attain. Palaces, gardens, cheeks of rosy stain. And these procures this highly learned man, who that can do which none of us ever can.
2 meanings in his words I find, and yet they don't convince my mind.
Why tell us that?
stuff stale and flat.
'Tis quackery.
'Tis chemistry.
I've heard the strain, and hoped in vain.
And though it come,
'Tis all a hum.
They stand around, amazed, unknowing. They do not trust the treasure spell. One dreams of mandrake nightly growing, the other of the dog of hell. Why then should one suspect bewitching, and why the other jest and prate? When in their feet they too shall feel the itching, when they shall walk with tottering gait. All feel a secret operation of nature's ever-ruling might, and from the bases of creation a living track winds up to light. In every limb when something twitches, in any place uncanny, old, decide at once and dig for riches. There lies a fiddler, there the gold.
It hangs like lead my feet about.
I've cramp i' the arm, but that is gout.
I have tickling in the greater toe. Down all my back it pains me so.
From signs like these 'tis very clear, the richest treasure ground is here.
Haste then, they'll not again make off. Test now thy frothy lying graces, and show at once the golden places. My sword and sceptre I will doff. Mine own imperial hands I'll lend thee. If thou liest not, therein befriend thee, but if thou liest, to hell will send thee.
I'd find in any case the pathway there, yet I cannot enough declare what, ownerless, awaits everywhere. The farmer, following his share, turns out a gold crock with the mould. He seeks saltpetre where the clay walls stand, and findest rolls of goldenest gold, with joyful fright, in his impoverished hand. What vaults there are to be exploded, along what shafts and mines corroded the gold diviner's steps are goaded, until the underworld is night. In cellars vast he sees the precious cups, beakers, vases, plates, and dishes, row after row resplendent lie. Rich goblets cut from rubies stand there, and, would he use them, lo! at hand there is ancient juice of strength divine. Yet trust to him whose knowledge's gotten, the wood o' the staves has long been rotten. A cask of tartar holds the wine. Not only gold and gems are hiding, but a proud wine's the heart abiding. In terror and in night profound, herein assiduously explore the wise. It is a farce, by day to recognize, but mysteries are with darkness circled round.
See thou to them, what profits the obscure? Whatever has value comes to daylight, sure. At dead of night, who can the rogue betray? Then all the cows are black, the cats are grey. If pots are down there, full of heavy gold, drive on thy plough and turn them from the mould.
Take hoe and spade thyself, I pray thee, thou shalt be great through peasant toil. A herd of golden calves to pay thee will loose their bodies from the soil, and then at once canst thou, with rapture, gems for thyself and for thy mistress capture. Their tints and sparkles heighten the degree of beauty as of majesty.
Then quick, at once, how long will it require?
Astrologer, prompted by Mephistopheles.
Sir, moderate such urgence of desire. Let first the gay, the motley pastime end. Not to the gold doth such distraction tend. First self-command must quiet and assure us. The upper things the lower will procure us. Who seeks for good, must first be good. Who seeks for joy, must moderate his blood. Who wine desires, let him the ripe grapes tread. Who miracles, by stronger faith be led.
Let us the time in merriment efface, and to our wish Ash Wednesday comes apace. Meanwhile we'll surely celebrate withal more jovially the maddening carnival.
Trumpets. Exeunt.
How closely linked are luck and merit, doth never to these fools occur. Had they the philosopher's stone, I swear it, the stone would lack the philosopher.
End of Act 1, Scene 2. 1, Scene 3 of Faust Part 2 by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. Translated by Bayard Taylor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Act 1, Scene 3. Spacious hall with adjoining apartments, arranged and decorated for the carnival masquerade.
Herald.
Think not, as in our German bounds, your chance is of deaths or fools or devils' dances. Here cheerful revels you await. Our ruler on his Roman expedition hath for his profit your fruition, crossed o'er the Alpine high partition, and won himself a gayer state. He to the holy slipper bowed him, and first the right of power besought. Then, as he went to get the crown allowed him, for us the fool's cap he has also brought. Now are we all new born to wear it, each tactful and experienced man, drawn cosily o'er head and ears doth bear it. A fool he seems, yet he must share it, and be thereby as sober as he can. These crowding come I see already, close coupling or withdrawn unsteady, the choruses like youth from school. Come in or out, bring on your ranks, before or after, 'tis the rule. With all its 100,000 pranks, the world is one enormous fool.
Garden Girls. Song accompanied with mandolins.
That we win your praises tender, we are decked in festal gear. At the German court of splendor, girls of Florence we appear. appear. On our locks of chestnut glosses wear we many a flowery bell. Silken threads and silken flosses here must play their parts as well. Our desert, not overrated, seems to us assured and clear, for by art we've fabricated flowers that blossom all the year. Every sort of colored snipping wants its own symmetric right, though your wit on each be tripping, in the whole you take delight. We are fair to see and blooming, garden girls and gay of heart, for the natural way of woman is so near akin to art.
Let us see the wealth of blossoms, basket-crowning heads that bear them, garlanding your arms and bosoms, each select and lightly wear them. Haste, and bosky arbours dressing, let a garden here enring us, worthy they of closer pressing, hucksters and the wares they bring us.
Now in cheerful places chaffer, but no marketing be ours. Briefly, clearly, let each laugher know the meaning of his flowers.
Olive branch with fruit.
Flowers' praise I do not covet, strife I shun or branch above it, foe of conflict I remain. Yet I am the marrow of nations, pledge of happy consummations, sign of peace on every plain. Be today my lucky fate, worthy head to decorate.
Wreath of ears, golden.
You to crown the gifts of Ceres, here thy kindly grace have sent. Unto use what chiefly dear is, be your fairest ornament.
Fancy wreath.
Gayest blossoms like to mallows, from the moss a marvel grew. Fashion calls to light and hollows that which nature never knew.
Fancy nosegay.
What our name is, Theophrastus would not dare to say, contrast us. Yet we hope to please you purely, if not all, yet many, surely. Such as fain we'd have possess us, braiding us in shining tresses, or a fairer fate deciding, on the heart and rest abiding.
Challenge.
Motley fancies blossom may, for the fashion of the day, whimsical and strangely moulded, such as nature ne'er unfolded. Bells of gold and stems of green in the plenteous locks be seen.
Rosebuds.
Yet we lie concealed behind, lucky who shall freshly find, when the summer time returneth, and the rosebud bursting burneth, who such blisses would surrender, promise sweet and yielding tender, they in Flora's realm control, swiftly eyes and sense and soul.
On the green leafy arcades the garden girls adorn and gracefully exhibit their wares. Gardeners. Song accompanied with theorbos.
Blossoms there that sprout in quiet, round your heads their charms are weaving, but the fruits are not deceiving, one may try the mellow diet. Sunburned faces tempt with glowing, cherries, peaches, plums your vision, by for vain the eye's decision to the tongues and palate showing. Ripest fruit from sunniest closes, eat with taste and pleasure smitten. Poems one may write on roses, but the apple must be bitten. Then permit that we be mated with your youth so flowery fair. Thus is all so decorated, neighbor-like a riper ware. Under wreaths of flowery tether, as a leafy arbor suit, all may then be found together, buds and leaves and flower and fruit.
With alternating songs, accompanied with mandolines and theorbos, both choruses continue to set forth their wares upon steps rising aloft, and to offer them to the spectators. Mother and Daughter.
Maiden, when thou cam'st to light, tiny caps I wrought thee, body tender, soft, and white, lovely face I brought thee. As a bride I thought thee, led, to the richest, wooed and wed, as a wife I thought thee. Ah, already many a year profitless is over, none of all the wooers here now around thee hover. Though with one wast wont to dance, gav'st another nudge and glance, hast not found thy lover. I, to feast and revel thee, vainly took to match one. Pons, and hindmost man of three, would not help thee snatch one. Every fool now wears his cap. Sweetheart, open thou thy lap, still perchance mayest catch one.
Other maiden playmates, young and beautiful, join the garden girls. The sound of familiar gossip is heard. Fishers and bird catchers, with nests, fishing rods, limed twigs, and other implements, appear, and disperse themselves among the maidens. Reciprocal attempts to win, to catch, to escape, and to hold fast, give opportunity for the most agreeable dialogues. Woodcutters. Enter boisterously and boorishly.
Room! Make a clearing! Room in your revel! The trees we level that tumble cracking. Where we're appearing, look out for whacking. Our praise adjudging, make clear this fable. Save course were drudging within your borders, would fine be able to build their orders, howe'er they fretted. Be taught in season, for you'd be freezing had we not sweated.
Pulcinelli, uncouth, almost idiotic.
You fools are trooping, since birth so stooping. The wise ones we are, from burdens freer. Our caps, though sleazy, and jackets breezy to wear are easy. It gives us pleasure to go with leisure, with slippered shuffles through market scuffles, to gape at the pother, croak at each other. Through crowded places you always trace us, eel-like gliding, skipping and hiding, storming together. Moreover, whether you praise, reprove us, it doesn't move us.
Parasites. Fawningly lustful.
Ye woodland bandsmen, and they your clansmen, the charcoal burners, to you we turn us. For all such plodding, affirmative nodding, torturous phrases, blowing both ways, is warming or chilling, just as you're feeling. What profit from it? There might fall fire, enormous dire, from heaven's summit. Were there not billets and coal in wagons to boil your skillets and warm your flagons? It roasts and frizzles, it boils and sizzles. The taster and picker, the platter liquor. He sniffs the roasting, suspects the fishes, and clears with boasting his patron's dishes.
Drunken man, unconsciously.
Not today bring melancholy, since I feel so frank and free. Fresh delights and songs so jolly, and I brought them both with me. Thus I'm drinking, drinking, drinking. Clink your glasses, clinking, clinking. You behind there join the rout. Clink them stout, and then it's out. Though my wife assailed me loudly, rumpled me through thin and thick, and howe'er I staggered proudly, called me masquerading stick. Yet I'm drinking, drinking, drinking. Clink your glasses, clinking, clinking. Masking sticks, another bout. When you've clinked them, drink them out. Say not mine a silly boast is, I am here in clover laid. Trusts the host not trust the hostess. She refusing, trusts the maid. Still I'm drinking, drinking, drinking. Come ye others, clinking, clinking, each to each, keep up the rout. While I'm thinking, drink them out. How and where my fun is spying, let me have it as I planned. Let me lie where I am lying, for I cannot longer stand.
Chorus.
Every chum be drinking, drinking, toast afresh with clinking, clinking. Bravely keep your seats and shout, under the table he's drunk out.
The herald announces various poets, poets of nature, courtly and knightly minstrels, sentimentalists as well as enthusiasts. In the crowd of competitors of all kinds, no one allows another to commence his declamation. One slips past with a few words.
Satirist.
Know ye what myself, the poet, would the most rejoice and cheer? If I dared to sing and utter that which no one wants to hear.
The night and churchyard poets excuse themselves, because they have just become engaged in a most interesting conversation with a newly arisen vampire, and therefrom a new school of poetry may possibly be developed. The herald is obliged to accept their excuses, and meanwhile calls forth the Grecian mythology, which, even in modern masks, loses neither its character nor its power to charm. The Graces.
Aglaia.
Life we bless with graces living, so be graceful in your giving.
Hegemony.
Graceful be in your receival, wish attained is sweet retrieval.
Euphrosyne.
And in day serene and spacious, in your thanks be chiefly gracious.
The Parcae. Atropos.
I, the eldest, to the spinning, have received the invitation. When the thread of life's beginning, there is need of meditation. Finest flax I winnow featly, that your thread be softly given. Draw it through my fingers neatly, make it thin and smooth and even. If too wanton your endeavor, grasping here of joy each token, think the thread won't stretch forever. Have a care, it might be broken.
Clotho.
Know that, given to me for wearing, lately were the shears supplied, since men were not by the bearing of our eldest edified. Useless webs she long untangled, dragging them to air and light. Dreams of fortunes, hope bespangled, clipped and buried out of sight. Also I, in ignorance idle, made mistakes in younger years. But to-day, myself to bridle, in their sheath I stick the shears. Thus restrained in proper measure favour I this cheerful place. You these hours of liberal pleasure use at will, and run your race.
Lachesis.
In my hands, the only skilful, was the order twisting placed. Active are my ways, not wilful, erring not through over haste. Threads are coming, threads are reeling, in its course I each restrain. None, from off the circle wheeling, fails to let within the skein. If I once regardless gathered, for the world my hopes were vain. Hours are counted, years are added, and the weaver takes the chain.
You would not recognize who now appear, though ne'er so learned you were in ancient writing. To look at them, in evil so delighting, you'd call them worthy guests, and welcome here. They are the Furies, no one will believe us. Fair, well proportioned, friendly, young in years, but make acquaintance, and straightway appears how snake-like are such doves to wound, deceive us. Though they are spiteful, yet on this occasion, when every fool exults in all his blame, they also do not crave angelic fame, but own themselves the torments of the nation.
Allucto.
What good of that, for you will trust us still, each of us young and fair a wheedling kitten. Hath one of you a girl with whom he's smitten, we'll rub and softly stroke his ears until 'tis safe to tell him, spite of all his loathing, that she has also this and the other flame. A blockhead he, or humpbacked, squintin' lame, and if betrothed to him, she's good for nothing. We're skilled as well the bride to vex and sever. Why, scarce a week ago, her very lover contemptuous things to her was saying of her. Though they make up, there's something rankles ever.
Megaera.
That's a mere jest. For, let them once be married, I go to work, and can, in every case, the fairest bliss by wilful whim displace. Man has his various moods, the hours are varied, and, holding the desired at once, did charm him. Each for the more desired, the yearning fool leaves the best fortune, use is rendered cool. He flies the sun, and seeks the frost to warm him. Of ills for all, I understand the brewing, and here, as Modi, as my follower lead, to scatter mischief at a proper need, and send the human race, in pairs, to ruin.
Tisiphone.
Steal and poison I, not malice. Mix and sharpen for the traitor. Lov'st thou others soon or later, ruin pours for thee the chalice. Through the moment's sweet libation see the gall and worm wood stealing. Here no bargaining, no dealing, like the act in retaliation. No one babble of forgiving. To the rocks I cry, revenge is echo's answer. He who changes shall be missed among the living.
Do me the favor now to stand aside, for that which comes is not to you allied. You see a mountain pressing through the throng, the flanks with brilliant housings grandly hung, a head with tusks, a snaky trunk below, a mystery, yet I the key will show. A delicate woman sits upon his neck, and with a wand persuades him to her beck. The other, throned aloft, superb to see, stands in a glory dazzling, blinding me. Beside him walk two dames in chains, one fearful and sore depressed, the other glad and cheerful. One longs for freedom, and one feels she's free. Let each declare us who she be.
Fear.
Smoky torches, lamps are gleaming through the festal's wildering train. Ah, amid these faces scheming, I am fastened by my chain. Off, ridiculously merry, I mistrust your grinning spite. Each relentless adversary presses nearer in the night. Friend would here as foe waylay me, but I know the masking shapes. Yonder's one that wished to slay me, now discovered he escapes. From the world I fain would wander, through whatever gate I find, but perdition threatens yonder, and the horror holds my mind.
Hope.
Good my sisters, I salute you, though today already suit you. Masquerading thus demurely, yet I know your purpose surely, to reveal yourselves tomorrow. And if we, by torches lighted, fail to feel a special pleasure, yet in days of cheerful leisure, at our will delight we'll borrow, or alone or disunited, free through fairest pastures ranging, rests in action, interchanging, and in life no cares that fetter, not forego, but strive for better. Welcome guests are all around us, let us mingle with the rest. Surely what is best hath found us, or will somewhere find the best.
Prudence.
Two of human foes the greatest fear and hope I bind the faster, thus to save you at the latest, clear the way for me, their master. I conduct the live Colossus, turret crowned with weighty masses, and unweariedly he crosses, step by step, the steepest passes. But aloft the goddess planted, with her broad and ready pinions, turns to spy where gain is granted, everywhere in man's dominions. Round her all is bright and glorious, splendor streams on all her courses, victory is she, the victorious goddess of all active forces.
Zoilothersites.
Ho, ho, I've hit the time of day. You're altogether bad, I say. But what appeared my goal to me is she up there, Dame Victory. She with her snowy wings spread out thinks she's an eagle past a doubt, and wheresoever she may stir, that land and folk belong to her. But when a famous thing is done, I straightway put my harness on, to lift the low, the high upset, the bent to straighten, bend the straight. That only gives my heart a glow, and on this earth I'll have it so.
Then take, thou beggar cur, the blow, this magic baton's stroke of skill. So twist and wriggle at thy will, I see how the double dwarfish ape rolls to a hideous ball in shape. A marvel! 'Tis an egg we view. It puffs itself and cracks in two. A pair of twins come forth to-day. The adder and the bat are they. Forth in the dust one winds and creeps, one darkly round the ceiling sweeps. They haste to join in company. The third therein I would not be.
Murmurs.
Come, the dance is yonder gay.
No, I would I were away.
Feelest thou how the phantom race flits about us in this place?
Something whizzes past my hair. Round my feet I saw it fare.
None of us are injured, though.
But we all are frightened so.
Wholly spoiled is now the fun,
which the vermin wanted done.
Since as herald I am aiding at your merry masquerading, at the gate I'm watching, fearful lest within your revels cheerful something slips of evil savour, and I neither shrink nor waver. Yet I fear the airy spectres enter, baffling all detectors, and from goblins that deceive you I'm unable to relieve you. First the dwarf became suspicious, now a mightier pageant issues yonder, and it is my duty to explain those forms of beauty, but the thing I comprehend not. How can I its meaning mention? Help me to its comprehension. Through the crowd you see it wend not? Lo, a 4-horse chariot wondrous. Hither drawn, the tumult sunders, yet the crowd seems not to share in't. Nowhere is a crush apparent. Coloured lights in distance dimmer, motley stars around it shimmer, magic lantern-like they glimmer. On it storms as to assault. Clear the way, I shudder.
Boy charioteer.
Halt! Steeds, restrain the eager pinions. Own the bridle's old dominion. Check yourselves as I desire you. Sweep away when I inspire you. Honor we these festal spaces. See the fast increasing faces, circles full of admiration. Herald, come, and in thy fashion, ere we take from here our glories, name us, and describe, and show us, for we're not but allegories. Therefore 'tis thy place to know us.
No, thy name from me is hidden. Could describe thee were I bidden.
Try it.
Granted at the start. Young and beautiful thou art, a half-grown boy, and yet the woman nature would rather see thee in completed stature. To me thou seem'st a future fickle wooer, changing the old betrayed love for a newer.
Go on, so far 'tis very fine. Make the enigma's gay solution thine.
Black lightning of the eyes, the dark locks glowing, yet bright with jewelled anadem, and light thy robe as flower on stem, from shoulder unto buskin flowing, with tinsel braid and purple hem. One for a maiden might surmise thee, yet good or ill as it might be. The maids e'en now would take and prize thee, they'd teach thee soon thy ABC.
And he who like a splendid vision is proudly on the chariot's throne.
He seems a king of mean Elysian, blessed those who may his favour own. No more has he to earn or capture, his glance detects where aught's amiss, and to bestow his perfect rapture is more than ownership and bliss.
Thou darest not at this point desist. Describe him fully, I insist.
But undescribed is dignity. The healthy full moon face I see, the ample mouth, the cheeks that fresher shine out beneath his turban's pressure. Rich comfort in the robe he's wearing. What shall I say of such a bearing? He seems as ruler known to me.
Plutus, the god of wealth, is he. He hither comes in proud attire. Much doth the emperor him desire.
Of thee the what and how declare to me.
I am profusion, I am poesy, the poet I, whose perfect crown is sent when he his own best goods hath freely spent, yet rich in mine unmeasured pelf. Like Plutus, I esteem myself. I prank and cheer his festal show, and whatsoe'er he lacks bestow.
Fresh charm to thee thy brag imparts, but let us now behold thine axial.
Just see me fillip with my fingers what brilliance round the chariot lingers, and there a string of pearls appear.
Continuing to fillip and snap his fingers in all directions.
Take golden spangles for neck and ears, combs and diadems free of flaw, and jeweled rings as ne'er ye saw. I also scatter flamelets bright, awaiting where they may ignite.
How strives the crowd with eager longing, almost upon the giver thronging. As in a dream he snaps the toys, all catch and snatch with crush and noise. But now new tricks have I detected. What each has zealously collected, his trouble doth but poorly pay. The gifts take wings and fly away. The pearls are loosened from their band, and beetles crawl within his hand. He shakes them off, and then instead, poor dolt, they hum around his head. The others find their solid things are butterflies with gaudy wings. How much the scamp to promise seems, and only gives what golden gleams.
Masks to announce, I grant thou art worthy, but 'neath the shell of being to bestir thee is not a herald's courtly task. A sharper sight for that we ask. Yet every quarrel I evade, to thee my chief be speech and question made.
Turning to Plutus.
Didst thou not unto me confide the tempest of the steeds I guide? Canst thou not on my guidance reckon? Am I not there when thou dost beckon? And have I not, on pinions boldest, conquered for thee the palm thou boldest? When in thy battles I have aided, I ever have been fortunate. Thy brow when laurels decorate, have I not them with hand and fancy braided?
If there be need that I bear witness now, I'm glad to say, soul of my soul art thou. Thine acts are always to my mind, and thou the richer art I find. Thy service to reward I hold, be green bough higher than my crowns of gold. To all a true word spoken be, dear son, I much delight in thee.
Boy charioteer to the crowd.
The greatest gift my hand flings out. See, I have scattered round about. On divers heads there glows the tongue of flames which I upon them flung. Leaps back and forth among the shapes. On this remains, from that escapes. But very seldom upward streams in transient flesh of mellow beams. And unto many ere they mark, it is extinct and leaves them dark.
Chatter of women.
Upon the chariot that man is certainly a charlatan.
There perched behind the clown is seen,
from thirst and hunger grown so lean.
As one ne'er saw him, if you'd pinch.
He hasn't flesh to feel and flinch.
The starveling.
Disgusting women, off! I know that when I come, you'd have me go. When woman fed her own heart flame, then Availle was my name. Then drove the household fresh and green, for naught went out, and much came in. To chest and press I gave good heed, and that you'd call a vice indeed. But since in later years the fact is, economy the wife won't practice, and like the host of spendthrift scholars, has more desires than she has dollars. The husband much discomfort brooks, for there are depths wherever he looks. She spends what spoils she may recover upon her body or her lover. In luxury eats, and to excess drinks with the floods that round her breasts. For me, that raises money's price, male is my gender, avarice.
Leader of the Women.
With dragons, mean may be the dragon. It's all at best but lying stuff. He comes the men to spur and egg on, and now they're troublesome enough.
Crowd of Women.
The scarecrow, knock him from the wagon. What means the fag to threaten here, as if his ugly face we'd fear? Of wood and pasteboard is each dragon. Come on, his words shall cost him dear.
Now, by my wand, be still, let none stir, yet for my help there's scarcely need. See how each grim and grisly monster, clearing the space around with speed, unfolds his fourfold wings of dread. The dragons shake themselves in anger, with flaming throats and scaly clangor. The place is clear, the crowd has fled.
Plutus descends from the chariot.
How kingly comes he from above! He beckons, and the dragons move. Then from the chariot bring the chest with gold, and avarice thereon. See, at his feet the load they rest. A marvel 'tis how it was done.
Plutus to the charioteer.
Now thou hast left the onerous burden here. Thou art wholly free, away to thine own sphere. Here it is not. Confused and wild, today, distorted pictures press around our way. Where clear thy gaze in sweet serenity, owning thyself, confiding but in thee. Thither where good and beauty are unfurled, to solitude, and there create thy world.
Thus as an envoy am I worthy of thee, thus as my next of kindred do I love thee. Where thou art is abundance, where I go each sees a splendid profit round him grow. In inconsistent life each often wavers, whether to seek from thee or me the favors. Thy followers may be indolent, 'tis true. Who follows me has always work to do. My deeds are never secret and concealed, I only breathe, and I'm at once revealed. Farewell then, though the bliss hast granted me, but whisper low, and I return to thee.
Exit as he came.
'Tis time now to unchain the precious metals. The padlocks with the herald's wand I smite. The chest is opened. Look! From iron kettles it pours like golden blood before your sight. It boils and threatens to devour as fuel, melting them, crown and ring and chain and jewel.
Crowd, alternate cries.
See here and there, they boil and swim.
The chest is filling to the brim.
Vessels of gold are burning there.
And minted rolls are turning there.
And ducats jingle as they jump.
Oh, how my heart begins to thump! All my desire I see, and more.
They're rolling now along the floor.
'Tis offered you, don't be a dunce.
Stoop only, and be rich at once.
Then quick as lightning, we, the rest, will take possession of the chest.
What ails ye, fools? What mean ye all? 'Tis but a joke of carnival. To-night be your desires controlled. Think you we'd give you goods and gold? Why, in this game there come to view too many counters even for you. A pleasant cheat, ye dolts. Forsooth, you'd take it once for naked truth. What's truth to you? Illusion bare surrounds and rules you everywhere. Thou Plutus mask, chief unrevealed, drive thou this people from the field.
Thy wand thereto is fit and free. Lend it a little while to me. I dip it in the fiery brew. Look out, ye maskers, all of you! It shines and snaps and sparkles throws. The burning wand already glows. Who crowdeth on too near to me is burned and scorched relentlessly. And now my circuit I'll commence.
Crowd, alternate cries.
Woe's me! We're lost.
There's no defence.
Let each one fly, if fly he can.
Back, clear the way, you hindmost man.
It sparkles fiercely in mine eyes.
The burning wand upon me lies.
We all are lost. We all are lost.
Back, back, ye maskers, jammed and tossed.
Back, senseless crowd, away from there.
Oh, had I wings, I'd take the air.
Now is the circle crowded back, and none, I think, scorched very black. The throng retires, scared by the fires, as guarantee for ordered law, a ring invisible I draw.
A noble work is thine tonight. I thank thy wisdom and thy might.
Preserve thy patience, noble friend, for many tumults yet impend.
Avarice.
Thus, if one pleases pleasantly, may one survey this circle stately. For ever foremost crowd the woman greatly, if aught to stare at, or to taste there be. Not yet entirely rusty are my senses. A woman fair is always fair to me, and since today it makes me no expenses, we'll go a-courting confidently. But in a place so populate, all words to every ear don't penetrate. So wisely I attempt and hope success, myself by pantomime distinctly to express. Hand, foot, and gesture will not quite suffice, so I employ a jocular device. Like clay will I the gold manipulate. One may transform it into any state.
What will the lean fools do? Has he so dry a starveling humour? See, he kneads the gold as it were dough. Beneath his hands 'tis soft, yet though he roll and squeeze it, for his pains disfigured still the stuff remains. He turns to the women there, and they all scream and try to get away. With gestures of disgust and loathing, the ready rascal stops at nothing. I fear he takes delight to see he has offended decency. I dare not silently endure it. Give me my wand, that I may cure it.
The danger from without he does not see. Let him alone. His fool's hour fast is waning. There'll be no space for his mad pranks remaining. Mighty is law, mightier necessity.
Tumult and song.
The savage hosts with shout and hail, from mountain height and forest vale, come irresistibly as fate, their mighty pan they celebrate. They know, forsooth, what none can guess, and in the empty circle press.
I know you well, and your illustrious Pan. Boldly together you've performed your plan. Full well I know what everyone does not, and clear for you, as duty bids, the spot. Be fortune still her favour lending, the strangest things may here be bred. They know not whitherward they're wending, because they have not looked ahead.
Savage song.
Furbished people, tinsel stuff, they're coming rude, they're coming rough. In mighty leap, in wildest race, coarse and strong they take their place.
Fawns.
Fawns, pair on pair, come dancing down, with oaken crown on crispy hair. The fine and pointed ear is seen, leaf-like, the clustering curls between. A stubby nose, face broad and flat. The women don't object to that. For when his paw holds forth the fawn, the fairest to the dance is drawn.
Satire.
See now behind the satyr skip, with foot of goat, lean leg and hip. Lean and sinewy must they be, for chamois-like on mountains he loveth to stand or scamper free. Then strong in freedom of the skies, child, wife, and man doth he despise, who deep in the valleys smoke and steam, that they live also snugly dream, whilst pure and undisturbed, alone, the upper world is all his own.
Gnomes.
The little crowd comes tripping there. They don't associate pair by pair. In mossy garb with lantern bright, they move commingling, brisk and light. each working on his separate ground, like firefly emmets swarming round, and press and gather here and there, always industrious everywhere. With the good people kin we own, as surgeons of the rocks we've known, cupping the mountains, bleeding them, from fullest veins depleting them, of store of metals which we pile, and merrily greet good cheer the while. Well meant the words, believe us then, we are the friends of all good men. Yet we the stores of gold unseal, that men may pander, pimp, and steal. Nor iron shall fail his haughty hand, who universal murder planned. And who these 3 commandments breaks, but little heed of the others takes. For that we're not responsible, we're patient, be you too as well.
Giants.
The wild men of the woods they're named, and in the hearts are known and famed. In naked nature's ancient might, they come, each one a giant white. With fir-tree trunk and brawny hand, around the loins a puffy band, the merest apron of leaf and bough. Pope hath no such gods, I trow.
Nymphs in chorus. They surround the great Pan.
He comes. We scan the world's great all, whose heart doth fall to mighty Pan. Ye gayest ones, advance to him. Your maddest measures dance to him. Since serious and kind is he, he wills that we should joyous be. Under the blue or vaulting roof, ever he seemeth slumber-proof. Yet murmurs of the brooks he knows, and soft airs lull him to repose. At midday sleeping o'er his brow, the leaf is moveless on the bough. Of healthy buds the balsam there pervades the still, suspended air. The nymph no longer dares to leap, and where she stands she falls asleep. But when, all unexpected, he maketh his voice heard terribly, like rattling thunder, roar or wave, then each one seeks himself to save. The serried ranks disperse in fright, the hero trembles in the fight. Then honor to whom the honor is due, and hail to him who led us to you.
Deputation of Gnomes to the great Pan.
When the rich possession shining through the rocks in thread and vein, to the skilful wands divining, shows its labyrinthine chain. We in vaults and caverns spacious, troglodytes contented bide, while in purest daylight gracious, thou the treasures dost divide. Now we see, wilt thou believe us? Here a wondrous fountain run, promising with ease to give us what was hardly to be won. Lo, it waits for thy attaining, then be moved to break the spell. All the wealth which thou art gaining profits all the world as well.
Plutus to the herald.
We, in the highest sense, must be collected, and let what may come through unexpected. Thy courage has not yet been counted short. The fearful thing we now shall see will try it. The world and history will both deny it. So write it faithfully in thy report.
Herald, grasping the wand which Plutus holds in his hand.
The dwarfs conduct the great Pan nigher, yet gently to the font of fire. It bubbles from the throat profound, then sinks retreating to the ground, and dark the open crater shows. And then again it boils and glows. Great Pan in cheerful mood stands by, rejoiced the wondrous things to spy. And right and left the foam pearls fly. How can he in the cheat confide? He bends and stoops to look inside. But now, behold, his beard falls in. Whose is that smoothly shaven chin? His hand conceals it from our sight. What follows is a luckless plight. The beard on fire flies back to smite his wreathed head and breast with flame. To pain is turned the merry game. They haste to quench the fire, but none the swiftly kindling flames can shun, that flash and dart on others' heads, till wide the conflagration spreads. Wrapped in the element, in turn the masking groups take fire and burn. But hark! What news is bruited here from mouth to mouth, from ear to ear? O evermore ill-fated night, that brings to us such woe and blight! To-morrow will proclaim to all what no one wishes to befall, for everywhere the cry I hear, the Emperor suffers pain severe. O were the proclamation wrong! The Emperor burns, and all his throng Accursed be they who him misled, With resinous twigs on breast and bead, To rave and bellow hither so, To general fatal overthrow. Youth, O youth, wilt never thou Limit thy draught of joy in season? Majesty, wilt never thou, Omnipotent, direct with reason? The mimic woods enkindled are, The pointed tongues lick upward far, To where the rafters interlace. A fiery doom hangs o'er the place. Our cup of misery overflows, For who shall save us no one knows. The ash heap of a night shall hide To-morrow this imperial pride.
Terror is enough created, now be help inaugurated. Smite, thou hallowed wand, and make earth beneath thee peal and quake. Thou, the spacious breath of air, cooling vapours, breathe and bear. Hear the speed, around us growing, misty films and belts overflowing, and the fiery tumult tame. Trickle, whisper, clouds be crisper, roll in masses, softly drenching, mantling everywhere and quenching. Yea, the moist, the broadly brightening, change to harmless summer lightning. All this empty sport of flame, when by spirits were molested, then be magic manifested.
End of Act 1, Scene 3. Act 1, Scene 4 of Faust Part 2 by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. Translated by Bayard Taylor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Act 1, Scene 4. Pleasure Garden. The Morning Sun. The Emperor, his court, gentlemen and ladies. Faust Mephistopheles, becomingly, according to the mode, not showingly dressed. Both kneel.
Sire, pardon'st thou the jugglery of flame?
Emperor, beckoning him to rise.
I wish more exhibitions of the same. A sudden stood I in a glowing sphere. It almost seemed as if I Pluto were. There lay, like night with little fires besprent, a rocky bottom, out of many a vent. Whirling, 1,000 savage flames ascended, till in a single vault their streamers blended. The tongues even to their highest dome were shot. That ever was, and ever then was not. Through the far space of spiral shafts of flame, the long processions of people came, crowding till all the circle was o'errun. They did me homage as they've ever done. Some from my court I knew, to speak with candour, a prince I seemed o'er many a salamander.
That art thou, sire, because each element fully accepts thy majesty's intent. Obedient fire is tested now by thee, where wildest heaving leap into the sea, and scarce the pearly floor thy foot shall tread, a grand rotunda rises o'er thy head. Thou seest the green, translucent billows swelling With purple edge, for thy delightful dwelling. Round thee the central point. Walk thou at will, the liquid palaces go with thee still. The very walls rejoice in life, disporting In arrowy flight, in chasing and consorting. See marvels crowd around the glory new and fair, Shoot from all sides, yet none can enter there. There gorgeous dragons, golden armoured, float. There gapes the shark, thou laughest in his throat. However much this court thy pride may please, Yet hast thou never seen such throngs as these. Nor from the loveliest shalt thou long be parted. The curious Nereids come, the wild, shy-hearted, To thy bright dwelling in the endless waters, timid and sly as fish the youngest daughters, the elder cunning. Thetis hears the news, and will at once her second Peleus choose, the seat then on Olympus high and free.
The spaces of the air I leave to thee. One all too early must ascend that throne.
And earth, high prince, already is thine own.
What fortune brought thee here for our delights, directly from the 1,000 knights? If thou like Scheherazade art rich in stories, my favour shall ensure thee higher glories. Be ready always, when your world of day, as often haps, disgust me every way.
Lord High Steward enters hastily.
Highness serene, I never dared expect to trumpet forth a fortune so select, and this supremely blessing me, which I announce with joy to thee. Reckoning on reckonings balanced squarely, the usurer's claws are blunted rarely. I'm from my hellish worry free, things can't in heaven more cheerful be.
General in Chief follows hastily.
Arrears of pay are settled duly, the army is enlisted newly. The troopers' blood is all alive, the landlords and the wenches thrive.
How breathe your breasts in broader spaces, how cheerful are your furrowed faces, how ye advance with nimble speed.
Treasurer appearing.
Ask these, 'tis they have done the deed.
It is the Chancellor's place, the matter to present.
Chancellor, who comes forward slowly.
In my old days I'm blessed and most content. So hear and see the fortune-freighted leaf, which has transformed to happiness our grief.
He reads.
To all to whom this cometh, be it known, 1,000 crowns in worth this note doth own. It to secure, as certain pledge, shall stand all buried treasure in the Emperor's land. And 'tis decreed, perfecting thus the scheme, the treasure, soon as raised, shall this redeem.
A most enormous cheat, a crime, I fear. Who forged the Emperor's sign manual here? Has there not been a punishment condign?
Remember, thou the note didst undersign. Last night, indeed, thou stoodst as mighty Pan, and thus the Chancellor's speech before thee ran. Grant to thyself the festal pleasure, then the people's good, a few strokes of the pen. These didst thou give, they were, ere night retreated, by skilful conjurers thousandfold repeated. And that a like advantage all might claim, we stamped at once the series with thy name. 10s, 30s, 50s, hundreds are prepared. Thou canst not think how well the folk have fared. Behold thy town, half dead once, and decaying, how all alive, enjoying life, are straying. Although thy name long since the world made glad, such currency as now it never had. No longer needs the alphabet thy nation, for in this sign each findeth his salvation.
And with my people does it pass for gold, for pay in court and camp, the notes they hold? Then I must yield, although the thing's amazing.
'Twas scattered everywhere, like wildfire blazing, as currency, and none its course may stop. A crowd surrounds each money-changer's shop, and every note is there accepted duly, for gold and silver's worth, with discount truly. Thence is it spread to landlords, butchers, bakers. One half the people feast as pleasure-takers. In raiment new the others proudly go. The tradesmen cut their cloth, the tailors sew. The crowd the Emperor's health in cellars wishes, midst cooking, roasting, rattling of the dishes.
If one along the lonely terrace stray, he sees the lady in superb array, with brilliant peacock fan before one eye, a note she looks for as she simpers by, and readier than by wit or eloquence before love's favour falls the last defence. One is not plagued his purse or sack to carry, such notes one lightly in his bosom bears, or them with fond epistles neatly pairs. The priest devoutly in his breviary bears his, the soldier would more freely trip, and lightens thus the girdle round his hip. Your Majesty will pardon if my carriage seems as it might the lofty work disparage.
The overplus of wealth in torpor bound, which in thy lands lies buried in the ground, is all unused, nor boldest thought can measure the narrowest boundaries of such a treasure. Imagination, in its highest flight, exerts itself but cannot grasp it quite. Yet minds that dare explore this secret soundless, in boundless things possess a faith that's boundless.
Such paper, stead of gold and jewellery, so handy is. One knows one's property. One has no need of bargains or exchanges, but drinks of love or wine as fancy ranges. If one needs coin, the brokers ready stand, and if it fail one digs awhile the land. Goblet and chain one then at auction sells, and paper, liquidated thus, compels the shame of doubters and their scornful wit. The people wish nought else, they're used to it. From this time forth your borders far and wide with jewels, gold, and paper are supplied.
You've given our empire this prosperity, the pay then equal to the service be. The soil entrusted to your keeping shall you the best custodians be, to guard its value. You know the hoards well kept of all the land, and when men dig, 'tis you that must give command. Unite then now, ye masters of our treasure, this your new dignity to wear with pleasure, and bring the upper world erewhile asunder, in happiest conjunction with the under.
No further strife shall shake our joint position. I like to have as partner the magician.
Exit with Faust.
Man after man, the court I will endow. Let each confess for what he'll spend and how.
Page receiving.
I'll lead a jolly life, enjoy good cheer.
A second page, the same.
I'll buy at once some trinkets for my dear.
Chamberlain accepting.
Wine's twice as good shall down my throat go trickling.
A second Chamberlain, the same.
I feel the dice within my pockets tickling.
Knight Banneret reflectively.
My lands and castle shall be free of debt.
Second Knight Banneret, the same.
I'll add to other wealth the wealth I get.
I'd hoped the gifts to bolder deeds would beckon, but he who knows you knows whereupon to reckon. I see that in spite of all this treasure burst, you stay exactly as you were at first.
Fool approaching.
You scatter favours. Grant me also some.
Thou'rt come to life, it would go at once for rum.
The magic leaves I don't quite comprehend.
That I believe, for them thou wilt badly spend.
There others drop, I don't know what to do.
Just pick them up, they fall to thy share too.
Exit.
5,000 crowns are mine, how unexpected.
Two-legged wineskin, art thou resurrected?
Much luck I've had, but like this never yet.
Thou'lt so rejoiced it puts thee in a sweat.
But look at this, is't money's worth indeed?
'Twill bring thee what thy throat and belly need.
And cattle can I buy, and house, and land.
Of course. Just make an offer once, off-hand.
Castle and wood, and chase and fishing?
All. I'd like upon your worship then to call.
To-night as landed owner I shall sit.
Exit. Mephistopheles, solus.
Who now will doubt that this our fool has wit?
End of Act 1, Scene 4. Act 1, Scene 5 of Faust Part 2 by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. Translated by Bayard Taylor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Act I, Scene 5. A gloomy gallery. Faust, Mephistopheles.
What wilt thou with me in this gloomy gallery? Is there not still enough of sport there in the crowded motley court? Not chance for tricks and fun and raillery?
Don't tell me that. In our old days the fun of it didst thou wear out, and I'll have none of it. Thy wandering here and there is planned, just to evade what I demand. But I'm tormented something to obtain. The marshal drives me, and the chamberlain. The emperor orders he will instantly Helen and Paris here before him see. The model forms of man and woman wearing, distinctly shown, their ancient shape and bearings. Now to the work, I dare not break my word.
So thoughtlessly to promise was absurd.
Thou hast not, comrade, well reflected what comes of, having used thy powers. We've made him rich, 'tis now expected that we amuse his idle hours.
Thou deem'st the thing is quickly fixed. Here before steeple ways we're standing. With stranger spheres wouldst thou be mixed, and sinful, addest new debts to the old. Think'st Helen will respond to thy commanding as freely as the paper ghosts of gold? With witches' riches, and with spectre pictures, and changeling dwarfs, I'll give no cause for strictures. But devils' darlings, though you may not scold 'em, you cannot quite as heroines behold 'em.
The old hand organ still I hear thee play. From thee one always gets uncertain sense. The farther, thou, of all impediments, for every means thou askest added pay. A little muttering, and the thing takes place, ere one can turn, beside us, here her shade is.
I've no concern with the old heathen race, they house within their special Hades. Yet there's a way.
Speak, nor delay thy history.
Unwilling, I reveal a loftier mystery. In solitude are throned the goddesses, no space around them, place and time still less, only to speak of them embarrasses. They are the mothers.
Faust, terrified.
Mothers?
Hast thou dread?
The mothers! Mothers! A strange word is said.
It is so. Goddesses, unknown to ye, the mortals, named by us unwillingly. Delve in the deepest depths must thou to reach them. 'Tis thine own fault that we for help beseech them.
Where is the way?
No way. To the unreachable, ne'er to be trodden. A way to the unbeseechable, never to be besought. Art thou prepared? There are no locks, no latches to be lifted. Through endless solitudes shalt thou be drifted. Hast thou through solitudes and deserts fared?
I think 'twere best to spare such speeches. They smell too strongly of the witches, of cheats that long ago ensnared. Have I not known all earthly vanities, learned the inane and taught inanities, when as I felt I spake with sense as guide, the contradiction doubly shrill replied? Enforced by odious tricks have I not fled to solitudes and wilderness dread, and that I might not live alone unheeded, myself at last unto the devil deeded.
And hadst thou swum to farthest verge of ocean, and there the boundless space beheld, still hadst thou seen wave after wave in motion, even though impending doom they fear compelled. Thou hadst seen something. In the beryl dim of peace-lulled seas the sport of dolphins swim, hadst seen the flying clouds, sun, moon, and star. Nought shalt thou see in endless void afar. Not hear thy footstep fall, nor meet a stable spot to rest thy feet.
Thou speak'st as of all mystagogues the chief, who e'er brought faithful neophytes to grief. Only reversed, I to the void am sent, that art and power therein I may augment. To use me like the cat is thy desire, to scratch for thee the chestnuts from the fire. Come on then, well explore, whatever befall, in this thy nothing may I find my all.
I'll praise thee ere we separate. I see thou knowest the devil thoroughly. Here, take this key.
That little thing?
Take hold of it, not undervaluing.
It glows, it shines, increases in my hand.
How much 'tis worth thou shalt soon understand. The key will scent the true place from all others. Follow it down, 'twill lead thee to the mother's.
Faust, shuddering.
The mother's! Like a blow it strikes me still. What is the word, to hear which makes me chill?
Art thou so weak, disturbed by each new word? Wilt only hear what thou'st already heard? To wondrous things art thou so used already? Let naught, howe'er it sound, make thee unsteady.
Nathless in torpor lies no good for me. The chill of dread is man's best quality. Though from the feeling oft the world may fend us, deeply we feel, once smitten, the tremendous.
Descend then. I would also say, ascend. 'Twere all the same. Escape from the created to shapeless forms in liberated spaces. Enjoy what long ere this was dissipated. There whirls the press, like clouds on clouds unfolding. Then with stretched arm swing high the key thou'rt holding.
Faust, inspired.
Good! Grasping firmly, fresher strength I win. My breast expands. Let the great work begin.
At last the blazing tripod tells thee this, that there the utterly deepest bottom is. Its light to thee will then the mothers show. Some in their seats, the others stand or go, at their own will. Formation, transformation, the eternal mind's eternal recreation, forms of all creatures, there are floating free. They'll see thee not, for only wraiths they see. So pluck up heart, the danger then is great. Go to the tripod ere thou hesitate, and touch it with the key.
Faust, with the key, assumes a decidedly commanding attitude, Mephistopheles observing him.
So that is right. It will adhere and follow thee to light. Composedly mounting, by thy luck upborne, before they notice it shalt thou return, when thou the tripod hither hast conveyed. Then call the hero, heroine from the shade, the first that ever such a deed perfected. 'Tis done, and thou thereto hast been selected. For instantly, by magic process warmed, to gods the incense mist must be transformed.
What further now?
Downward thy being strain, stamp, and descend, stamping thou'lt rise again.
Faust stamps and sinks out of sight.
If only by the key he something learn, I'm curious to see if he return.
End of Act 1, Scene 5. Act 1, Scene 6 of Faust Part 2 by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. Translated by Bayard Taylor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Act 1, Scene 6. Brilliantly lighted halls. Emperor and Princess. The court in movement. Chamberlain to Mephistopheles.
The spirit scene you've promised, still you owe us. Our lord's impatient, come, the phantasm show us.
Lord High Steward.
Just now his gracious self did question me. Delay not, nor offend his majesty.
My comrade's gone to set the work in motion. How to begin he has the proper notion. In secret he the charms must cull, must labour with a fervour tragic. Who would that treasure lift, the beautiful, requires the highest art, the sage's magic.
What arts you need is all the same to me. The emperor wills that you should ready be.
A blonde to Mephistopheles.
One word, sir. Here you see a visage fair. In sorry summer I another wear. There sprout 100 brown and reddish freckles, and vex my lily skin with ugly speckles. A cure.
'Tis pity. shining fair, yet smitten, spotted when May comes like a panther kitten. Take frog-spawn, tongues of toads, which cohobate, under the full moon deftly distillate, and when it wanes apply the mixture. Next spring the spots will be no more a fixture.
A brunette.
To sponge upon you, what a crowd's advancing! I beg a remedy. A frozen foot annoys me much, in walking as in dancing, and awkwardly I manage to salute.
A gentle kick permit then from my foot.
Well, that might happen, when the two are lovers.
My kick a more important meaning covers. Similia similibus, when one is sick, the foot cures foot, each limb its hurt can palliate. Come near, take heed, and pray you don't retaliate.
The brunette, screaming.
Ow! Oh, it stings! That was a fearful kick, like hoof of horse.
But it has cured you, quick! To dance where'er you please, you now are able to press your lover's foot beneath the table.
Lady, pressing forwards.
Make room for me, too great is my affliction, my tortures worse than those described in fiction. His bliss till yesterday was in my glances, but how he turns his back and spins with her romances.
The matter's grave, but listen unto me. Draw near to him with gentle soft advances, then take this call and mark him stealthily on mantle, shoulder, sleeve. Though ne'er so slight, yet penitent at once his heart will be. The call thereafter you must straightway swallow, and let no sip of wine or water follow. He'll sigh before your door this very night.
It is not poison, sure?
Mephistopheles, offended.
Respect where it is due. To get such calls you'd travel many a mile. There from the embers of a funeral pile, the fires whereof we once more hotly blew.
Page.
I love, yet still am counted adolescent.
Mephistopheles, aside.
I know not whom to listen to at present.
To the page.
Let not the younger girls thy fancies fetter, those well in years know how to prize thee better.
Others crowd around him.
Already others? 'Tis a trial, sooth. I'll help myself at last, with naked truth, the worst device. So great my misery. Mothers, mothers, let but Faust go free.
Gazing around him.
The lights are burning dimly in the hall, the court is moving onward, one and all. I see them march, according to degrees, through long arcades and distant galleries. Now they assemble in the ample space of the knight's hall, yet hardly all find place. The breadth of walls is hung with arras rich, and armour gleams from every nook and niche. Here, I should think, there needs no magic word. The ghosts will come, and of their own accord.
End of Act 1, Scene 6. Act 1, Scene 7 of Faust Part 2 by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. Translated by Bayard Taylor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Act 1, Scene 7. Hall of the Knights, dimly lighted. The Emperor and court have entered.
Mine ancient office to proclaim the action is by the spirit's secret influence thwarted. One tries in vain. Such wildering distraction can't be explained or reasonably reported. The chairs are ranged, the seats are ready all. The emperor sits, fronting the lofty wall, whereon the tapestry the battles he of the great era may with comfort see. Here now are all, prince, court, and their belonging, benches on benches in the background thronging, and lovers too in these dim hours enchanted, beside their loved ones lovingly are planted. And now Since all have found convenient places, we're ready. Let the spirits show their faces.
Trumpets.
Astrologer.
Begin the drama. 'Tis the sire's command. Ye walls, be severed straightway, and expand. Naught hinders? Magic answers our desire. The arras flies are shrivelled up by fire. The walls are split, unfolded. In the gloom a theatre appears to be created. By mystic light are we illuminated, and I ascend to the proscenium.
Mephistopheles, rising to view in the prompter's box.
I hope to win as prompter general glory, for prompting is the devil's oratory.
To the astrologer.
Thou know'st the tune and time the stars that lead, thou wilt my whispers like master heed.
By power miraculous we here behold a massive temple of the days of old. Like Atlas, who erewhile the heavens upbore, the serried columns stand, an ample store. Well may they for the weight of stone suffice, since two might bear a mighty edifice.
Architect.
That the antique? As fine it can't be rated. I'd sooner style it awkward, overweighted. Coarse is called noble, and unwieldy grand. Give me the slender shafts that soar expand. To lift the mind, a pointed arch may boast. Such architecture edifies us most.
Receive with reverence the star-granted hours. Let magic words bind reason's restless powers, but in return unbind, to circle free, the wings of splendid, daring fantasy. What you have boldly wished, see now achieved. Impossible 'tis, therefore to be believed.
Faust rises to view on the other side of proscenium.
In priestly surplice, crowned, a marvellous man, he now fulfils what he in faith began. With him a tripod from the gulf comes up. I send the incense orders from the cup. He arms himself, the work to consecrate, and henceforth it can be but fortunate.
Faust sublimely.
Ye mothers, in your name, who set your throne in boundless space eternally alone, and yet companioned, all forms of being, in movement lifeless ye are round you seeing. Whate'er once was, there burns and brightens free, in splendour, for 'twould fain eternal be, and ye allot it, with all-potent might, to day's pavilions and the vaults of night. Life seizes some along his gracious course, others arrests the bold magician's force, and he, bestowing as his faith inspires, displays the marvellous that each desires.
The glowing key has scarcely touched the cup, and lo, through all the space a mist rolls up. It creeps about, and like a cloudy train, spreads, rounding, narrowing, parting, closed again. And now, behold a spirit masterpiece. Music is born from every wandering fleece. The tones of air, I know not how they flow, wherever they move all things melodies grow. The pillared shaft, the triglyph even rings, I think, indeed, the whole bright temple sings. The vapours settle as the light film clears, the beauteous youth, with rhythmic step, appears. Here ends my task, his name I need not tell. Who doth not know the gentle Paris well?
Lady.
Oh, what a youthful bloom and strength I see!
A second lady.
Fresh as a peach, and full of juice is he.
A third lady.
The finely drawn, the sweetly swelling lip.
A fourth lady.
From such a cup no doubt you'd like to sip.
A fifth lady.
He's handsome, if a little unrefined.
A sixth lady.
He might be somewhat gracefuller, to my mind.
Knight.
The shepherd I detect. I find him wearing no traces of the prince or courtly bearing.
Knight 2.
Oh yes, half naked is the youth, not bad, but
Let us see him first in armour clad.
He seats himself with such a gentle grace.
You'd find his lap, perchance, a pleasant place.
He lifts his arm so lightly over his head.
Tamburlaine.
'Tis not allowed. How thoroughly ill-bred.
Your lord find fault with all things evermore.
To stretch and yawn before the emperor?
He only acts. He think he's quite alone.
Even the play should be politely shown.
Now sleep falls on the graceful youth so sweetly.
Now will he snore. 'Tis natural, completely.
Young lady.
Mixed with the incense steam, what odour precious steals to my bosom and my heart refreshes.
Older lady. Forsooth, it penetrates and warms the feeling. It comes from him.
Oldest lady.
His flower of youth unsealing. It is youth's fine ambrosia ripe, unfading, the atmosphere around his form pervading.
Helena comes forward.
So, that is she? My sleep she would not waste. She's pretty, truly, but she's not my taste.
There is nothing more for me to do, I trow. As man of honour, I confess it now. The beauty comes, and add I tongues of fire. So many songs did beauty ever inspire. Who sees her, of his wits is dispossessed, and who possessed her was too highly blessed.
Have I still eyes? Deep in my being springs the fount of beauty, in a torrent pouring. Heavenly gain my path a terror brings. The world was void and shut to my exploring. And, since my priesthood, how hath it been graced! Enduring 'tis, desirable, firm based. And let my breath of being blow to waste, if I for thee unlearn my sacred duty. The form that long erewhile my fancy captured, that from the magic mirror so enraptured, was but a frothy phantom of such beauty. 'Tis thou, to whom the stir of all my forces, the essence of my passions courses, love, fancy, worship, madness, here I render.
Mephistopheles from the box.
Be calm. You'll lose your rôle to be so tender.
Tall and well formed, too small the head alone.
Just see her foot. A heavier never was shown.
Diplomatist.
Princess of her style I've often seen. From head to foot she's beautiful, I ween.
Courtier.
She near the sleeper steals, so soft and sly.
How ugly ne'er that youthful purity!
Poet.
Her beauty's light is on him like a dawn.
Endymion and Luna, as they're drawn.
Quite right. The yielding goddess seems to sink, and o'er him bend, his balmy breath to drink. Enviable fate! A kiss! The cup is full.
Duenna. Before all people. That is more than cool.
A fearful favour to the boy.
Be still. Suffer the shade to do whatever it will.
She slips away light-footed. He awakes.
Just as I thought. Another look she takes.
He stares. What haps to him a marvel is.
But none to her what she before her sees.
She turns around to him with dignity.
I see, she means to put him through his paces. All men in such a case act stupidly. Then too he thinks that first he's won her graces.
Majestically fine. She pleases me.
The courtesan! How very vulgar she!
Just where he is where I'd like to be.
Who would not fain be caught in such sweet meshes?
Through many a hand hath passed that jewel precious. The gilding, too, is for the most part gone.
She has been worthless from her 10th year on.
Each takes the best that chance for him obtains. I'd be contented with these fair remains.
A learned man.
I freely doubt
though I distinctly see 'tis doubtful if the genuine one she be. The present leads us to exaggeration, and I hold fast the written old relation. I read that, truly, ere her bloom was blighted, the Trojan greybeards greatly she delighted. And here, methinks, it tallies perfectly. I am not young, yet she delighteth me.
No more a boy, a bold, heroic form. He clasps her, who can scarce resist the storm. With arm grown strong he lifts her high and free. Means he to bear her off?
Rash fool, let be! Thou darst? Thou hurst not? Hold! I'll be obeyed.
The spectral drama thou thyself hast made.
A word more. After all we have seen today, I call the piece the rape of Helena.
What? Rape? Am I for nothing here? To stead me, is not this key still shining in my hand? Through realms of terror, wastes and waves it led me, through solitudes to where I firmly stand. Here foothold is, reality's here centre. The strife with spirits here the mind may venture, and on its grand its double lordship enter. How far she was, and nearer how divine! I'll rescue her and make her doubly mine. Ye mothers, mothers, crown this wild endeavour. Who knows her once must hold her, and for ever.
What art thou doing, Faust? Oh, look at him! He seizes her, the form is growing dim. He turns the key against the youth, and, lo, it touches him. Woe's me! Away now! Woe on woe!
Explosion. Faust lies upon the earth. The spirits dissolve in vapor. Mephistopheles, taking Faust upon his shoulders.
You have it now. Oneself with fools to hamper, at last even on the devil puts a damper.
Darkness. Tumult. End of Act 1, Scene 7. Act 2, Scene 1 of Faust Part 2 by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. Translated by Bayard Taylor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Act 2, Scene 1. A high-arched, narrow, Gothic chamber, formerly Faust's, unchanged. Mephistopheles, coming forth from behind a curtain. While he holds it up and looks behind him, Faust is seen lying stretched out upon an antiquated bed.
Lie there, ill-starred, seduced, unwise, to bonds that surely hold the lover, whom Helena shall paralyze, not soon his reason shall recover.
Looking around him.
I look about, and through the glimmer, unchanged, uninjured, all appears. The coloured window panes, methinks, are dimmer, the cobwebs have increased with years. The ink is dry, the paper old and brown, but each thing in its place I find. Even the quill is here laid down, wherewith his compact with the devil he signed. Yea, deeper in, the barrel's red with trace of blood I coaxed him then to shed. A thing so totally unique the great collectors would go far to seek. Half from its hook the old fur robe is falling, that ancient joke of mine recalling, how once I taught the boy such truth as still, it may be, nourishes the youth. The wish returns with zest acuter, aided by thee, thou rough disguise, once more to take on airs as college tutor, as one infallible in one's own eyes. The savants this assurance know, the devil lost it long ago.
He shakes the fur which he has taken down. Moths, crickets, and beetles fly out.
Welcome and hail to thee, patron, today. We're flying and humming, we hear and obey. Singly and silently us thou hast sown. Hither by thousands, Father, we've flown. The imp in the bosom is snugly concealed, but lice in the fur coat are sooner revealed.
What glad surprise I feel from this young life bestowed! One reaps in time if one has only sowed. Once more I'll shake the ancient fleeces out. Still here and there a chance one flies about. Off and around, aye, in 100,000 nooks Hasten to hide yourselves, among the books, there in the pasteboard's wormy holes, here in the smoky parchment scrolls, in dusty jars that broken lie, and yonder skull with empty eye. In all this trash and mould unmatched, crotchets for ever must be hatched.
He puts on the fur mantle.
Come, once again upon my shoulders fall. Once more am I the principal. But 'tis no good to ape the college, for where are those who will my claim acknowledge?
He pulls the bell, which gives out a shrill, penetrating sound, causing the halls to tremble and the doors to fly open. Famulus, tottering hither down the long, dark gallery.
What a sound! What dreadful quaking! Stairs are rocking, walls are shaking. Through the coloured windows brightening, I behold the sudden lightning. Floors above me crack and tremble, lime and lumber round me tumble, and the door, securely bolted, is by magic force unfolded. There, how terrible! A giant stands in Faust's old fur, defiant as he looks, and beckons thither. I could fall. My senses wither. Shall I fly or shall I wait? What, oh, what shall be my fate?
Mephistopheles, beckoning.
Come hither, friend. Your name is Nicodemus.
Most honoured sir, such is my name, Oremus.
Dispense with that.
Oh joy, you know me yet.
Old, and a student still? I don't forget, most mossy sir. Also a learned man continues study, since naught else he can. 'Tis thus one builds a moderate house of cards. The greatest minds ne'er end them afterwards. Your master is a skilful fellow, though. The noble Doctor Wagner all must know. The first in all the learned world is he, who now together holds it potently. Wisdom increasing, daily making clearer, how thirst for knowledge listener and hearer! A mighty crowd around him flocks, none for the rostrum e'er were meeter. The keys he holds as doth Saint Peter. The under and the upper he unlocks. His light above all others sparkles surer. No name or fame beside him lives. Even that of Faust has grown obscurer. 'Tis he alone invents and gives.
Pardon, most honoured sir, if I am daring to contradict you in declaring all that upon the subject has no bearing. For modesty he sees a lot apart. The incomprehensible disappearing of that great man to him is most uncheering. From his return he hopes new strength and joy of heart. As in the days of Dr. Faust, the room, since he's away, all things unchanged, waits for his master long estranged to venture in. I scarce presume what stars must govern now the sky. It seemed as if the basement quivered, the door-posts trembled, bolts were shivered. You had not entered otherwise.
Where may his present dwelling be? Lead me to him, bring him to me.
His prohibition is so keen, I do not dare to intervene. For months his time unto the great work giving, in most secluded silence he is living. The daintiest of distinguished learners, his face is like a charcoal burner's, from nose to ears, all black and deadened. His eyes from glowing flames are reddened. Thus he each moment pants and longs, and music make the clattering tongues.
At entrance why should he deny me? I'll expedite his luck, if he'll but try me.
The famulus goes off. Mephistopheles seats himself with gravity.
Scarce have I taken my position here, when there, behind, I see a guest appear. I know him. he is of the school new founded, and his presumption will be quite unbounded.
Baccalaureus storming along the corridor.
Doors and entrances are open. Well, at last there's grounds for hoping that no more in mouldy lumber death-like doth the living slumber, to himself privations giving, till he dies of very living. All this masonry, I'm thinking, to its overthrow is sinking, and unless at once we hurry, us will crash and ruin bury. Daring though I be, 'twere murther, should I dare to venture further. What is that I see before me? Here, what years have rolled o'er me? Shy and unsophisticated, I as honest freshman waited. Here I let the greybeards guide me, here their babble edified me. Out of dry old volumes preaching, what they knew they lied in teaching. What they knew themselves believed not, stealing life that years retrieve not. What in yonder cell benighted, one still sits, obscurely lighted. Nearer now I see astounded, sits he still, with furs surrounded. Truly as I saw him last, roughest fleeces round him cast. Then adroit he seemed to be, not yet understood by me, but today will not avail him. Oh, I'll neither fear nor fail him. If ancient sir, that bald head sideways bending, hath not been dipped in Letty's river cold, see hitherward your grateful scholar wending. Outgrown the academic rods of old, you're here as then when I began, but I am now another man.
I'm glad, my belle, your visit brought me. Your talents then I rated high. The worm, the chrysalid, soon taught me the future brilliant butterfly. Your curly locks and ruffle laces a childish pleasure gave. You wooed the graces. A queue, I think, you've never worn? But now your head is cropped and shorn. Quite bold and resolute you appear, but don't go, absolute, home from here.
Old master, in your old place leaning, think how the time is sped the while. Spare me your words of double meaning, we take them now in quite another style. You teased and vexed the honest youth, you found it easy then, in truth, to do what no one dares to-day.
If to the young the simple truth we say, the green ones find it nowise pleasant play. But afterwards, when years are over, and they the truth through their own hide discover, then they conceive themselves have found it out. The master was a fool, one hears them shout.
A rogue, perhaps, what teacher will declare the truth to us exactly fair and square. Each knows the way to lessen or exceed it. Now stem, now lively, as the children need it.
Beyond a doubt, there is a time to learn, but you are skilled to teach, I now discern. Since many a moon, some circles of the sun, the riches of experience you have won.
Experience mist and froth alone, nor with the mind at all co-equal. Confess what one has always known, it's not worth knowing in the sequel.
Mephistopheles, after a pause.
It's long seemed so to me. I was a fool, my shallowness I now must ridicule.
I'm glad of that, I hear some reason yet, the first old man of sense I've ever met.
I sought for hidden treasures grand and golden, and hideous coals and ashes were my share.
Confess that now your skull, though bald and olden, is worth no more than yon empty there.
Mephistopheles, amiably.
Know'st thou, my friend, how rude thou art to me?
One lies in German. Would one courteous be?
Mephistopheles, wheeling his chair still nearer to the proscenium, to the spectators.
Up here am I deprived of light and air. Shall I find shelter down among you there?
It is presumptuous that one will try still to be something when the time's gone by. Man's life lives in his blood, and where in sooth so stirs the blood as in the veins of youth, there living blood as freshest power pulsates, and newer life from its own life creates. Then something's done, then moves and works the man. The weak fall out, the sturdy take the van, while half the world beneath our yoke is brought. What then have you accomplished, noted, thought, dreamed and considered, plan and always plan? Age is an ague fever, it is clear, with chills of moody want and dread, when one has passed his 30th year. One then is just the same as dead. 'Twere best betimes to put you out o' the way.
The devil here has nothing more to say.
Save through my will, no devil can there be.
Mephistopheles, aside.
The devil, though, will trip thee presently.
This is use noblest calling and most fit. The world was not ere I created it. The sun drew from out the orient sea. The moon began her changeful course with me. The day put on his shining robes to greet me. The earth grew green and burst in flowers to meet me. And when I beckoned from the primal night, the stars unveiled their splendors to my sight. Who saved myself to you deliverance brought from commonplace of restricted thought. I, proud and free, even as dictates my mind, follow with joy the inward light I find, and speed along in mine own ecstasy, darkness behind, the glory leading me.
Exit.
Go hence, magnificent original. What grief on thee would insight cast? Who can think wise or stupid things at all, that were not thought already in the past? Yet even from him we're not in special peril. He will, ere long, to other thoughts incline. The must may foam absurdly in the barrel, nathless it turns at last to wine.
To the younger parterre, which does not applaud.
My words, I see, have left you cold. For you, my children, it may fall so. Consider now, the devil's old. To understand him, be old also.
End of Act 2, Scene 1. Act 2, Scene 2 of Faust Part 2 by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. Translated by Bayard Taylor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Act 2, Scene 2. Laboratory. After the manner of the Middle Ages, extensive, ponderous apparatus for fantastic purposes. Wagner at the furnace.
The loud bell chimes with fearful clangory. The sooty walls feel the vibration. Soon must the long suspense be ended of my most earnest expectation. It shines, the darknesses are rended. Within the file's inmost chamber it gleams as doth a living ember. Yea, a carbuncle, burning, brightening. It raised the darkness with its lightning. Now white and clear the lustres blend, that I hold nor lose it more. Ah, God, what rattles at the door?
Mephistopheles entering.
Welcome. I meant it as a friend.
Anxiously.
Be welcome to the planet of the hour.
Whispering.
Yet breath and speech suspend. A work of power, a splendid work will soon be here displayed.
What is it then?
A man is being made.
A man? And what enamoured pair have you within the chimney hidden?
Nay, God forbid. This procreation is most rare. Of the old senseless mode we are now well ridden, the tender point, whence life commenced its course, the outward stress of gracious inward force, which took and gave, itself delineating, first near, then foreign traits assimilating, we now of all its dignity divest. The beast therein may further find a zest, but man must learn, with his great gifts, to win henceforth a purer, loftier origin.
Turning towards the furnace.
It brightens, see! Sure now my hopes increase, that if from many hundred substances, through mixture, since on mixture all depends, the human substance gently be compounded, and by a closed retort surrounded, distilled and fed and slowly founded, then in success the secret labor ends.
Again turning towards the furnace.
'Twill be. The mass is working clearer. Conviction gathers, truer, nearer. The mystery which for man in nature lies, we dare to test, by knowledge led. And that which she was wont to organize, we crystallize instead.
Who lives, learns many secrets to unravel. For him upon this earth there's nothing new can be. I've seen already in my years of travel much crystallized humanity.
Wagner, up to this time continuously attentive to the phial.
It mounts, it lightens, grows. 'Tis won. A moment more and it is done. Insane at first appears a great intent. We yet shall laugh at chance in generation. A brain like this, for genuine thinking meant, will henceforth be a thinker's sure creation.
Rapturously inspecting the phial.
The glass vibrates with sweet and powerful tone. It darkens, clears. It must arrive at being. And now in delicate shape is shown a pretty mannequin, moving, living, seeing. What more can we, what more the world demand? The secret solved all men may reach. Hark! As the ringing tones expand, they form a voice, result in speech.
Homunculus, in the phial, to Wagner.
How goes it, Daddy? It was then no jest. Come, press me tenderly upon thy breast, but not too hard, for fear the glass might shatter. This is the quality of matter. For what is natural scarce the world has place. What's artificial needs restricted space.
To Mephistopheles.
Thou rogue, Sir cousin, here I find thee too. And at the proper time my thanks are due. Had lucky fortune led thee here to me, since I exist, then I must active be. I'd fain begin my work without delay. Thou art adroit in shortening my way.
But first a word. I'm shamed that answers fail me, for old and young with problems so assail me. Now, for example, none e'er comprehended how soul and body wedded are and blended. Hold fast, as if defying separation, yet never cease their mutual irritation. Therefore—
Desist! I'd rather ask him why the man and wife agree so wretchedly. To thee, my friend, the thing will ne'er be clear. There's work to do, for that the little fellow's here.
What's to be done?
Pointing to a side door.
Thy talents here employ.
Still gazing at the phial.
Forsooth, thou art the very loveliest boy.
The side door opens. Faust is seen stretched out upon a couch. Astonished.
Significant.
The phial slips out of Wagner's hands, hovers over Faust, and shines upon him.
Fair scenery. Waters moving in forest shadows. Women there undressing the loveliest forms. The picture is improving. One marked by beauty, splendidly expressing descent from gods or high heroic races. now dips her foot in the translucent shimmer. The living flame of her sweet form displaces the yielding crystal, cool around the swimmer. But now what a sound of wings, what rapid dashing across the glassy pool, what fluttering, splashing! The maidens fly, alarmed, but only she, the queen, looks on composed, and terror-free, and sees with proud and womanly delight the swan prince press her knee with plumage white. Importunately tame, he grows acquainted, but all at once floats up a vapour pale, and covers with its closely woven veil the loveliest picture ever dreamed or painted.
How much hast thou to tell? What stories merry! So small thou art, so great a visionary. Nothing see I.
Of course thou from the north, and in the age of mist brought forth in knighthood's and priestcraft's murky den. How should thy sight be clearer then? In gloom alone art thou at home.
Gazing around.
Brown masonry, repellent, crumbling slowly, arch-pointed finical, fantastic lowly. If this man wakes, another danger's nigh. At once upon the spot he'll die. Wood fountains, swans, and naked beauties, such was his dream of presage fair. How should these dark surroundings suit his desires, when them I scarce can bear? Away with him.
I hail the issue's chances.
Command the warriors to fight, conduct the maidens to the dances, and all is finished, as is right. Just now there breaks on me a light. 'Tis classical Walpurgis night. Whatever may come, it is the best event, so bring him to his proper element.
The like of that I never heard one mention.
How should it have attracted your attention? Only romantic ghosts are known to you. A genuine phantom must be classic too.
But whitherward shall then we travel? Tell me. Your antique cronies in advance repel me.
Northwestward Satan is thy park and pale, but we this time southeastward sail. Peneus, there the great plains wander through. By thickets, groves, and silent coves and meadow grasses, the level stretches to the mountain passes, and o'er it lies Pharsalus old and new.
Alas, have done! Bring not that fell collision of tyrant and of slave before my vision. I'm tired of that. For scarcely is it done than they the same thing have again begun. And no one marks that he's the puppet blind of sly Asmodi lurking there behind. They fight, we're told their freedom's right to save, but clearly is seen 'tis slave that fights with slave.
Leave on to me the fractiousness and clatter. Each must protect himself as best he can, from boyhood up, and thus becomes a man. How this one shall recover is our matter. Hast thou a method, let it be tested. But hast thou none, so leave the case to me.
There's many a brocken method I might try, but pagan bolts, I find, the way deny. The Grecian race was little worth alway. It dazzles with the senses' freer play. To cheerful sins the heart of man entices, while ours are ever counted gloomy vices. Now, what shall be?
Shyness was ne'er the blame, when I to thee Thessalian witches name. I've not said nothing that I know.
Lustfully.
Thessalian witches! Well, the persons those, whom I inquired for long ago. Night after night beside them to repose, I think would hardly suit. But so, a mere espial, trial.
Here, Castor, the knight your magic mantle, and enfold him. The rag will still, and heretofore, upon the airy course, and thine, uphold him. I'll light the way.
Anxiously.
And I?
You will stay at home, most weighty work to do. Unfold your ancient parchments and collect life's elements as your recipes direct. One to the other with due caution fitting, the what, consider more the how and why. Meanwhile about the world at random flitting, I may detect the dot upon the I. A lofty aim will then accomplished be. Such an endeavor merits such requital. Gold, honor, glory, healthy forces vital, and science too, and virtue, possibly. Farewell.
Sorrowfully.
Farewell, it doth depress my heart. I fear already we forever part.
Down to Peneus with his aid, Sir Cousin is a deft attendant.
Ad spectatores.
Upon the creatures we have made we are ourselves at last dependent.
End of Act 2, Scene 2. Act 2, Scene 3, of Faust Part II by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, translated by Bayard Taylor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Act 2, Scene 3, Classical Walpurgis Night. 1. The Pharsalian Fields. Darkness.
Erytho.
To this night's awful festival, as oft before, I entered here, Erytho, I, the gloomy one, not so atrocious as the evil poets draw, in most superfluous slander, for they never cease their blames or praises. Over whitened I behold the vale, with waves of tents that glimmer grey afar, the after vision of that fatal, fearful night. How oft is it repeated, will forever be, forever re-enacted. No one grants the realm unto another, unto him whose might achieved and rules it, none. For each, incompetent to rule his own internal self, is all too fain to sway his neighbour's will, even as his haughty mind inclines. But here a lesson grand was battle to the end, how force resists and grapples with the greater force. The lovely, thousand-bloomed breath of freedom rends, and bends the stubborn laurel round the ruler's brow. Here, of his days of early greatness Pompey dreamed, before the trembling balance Caesar yonder watched. It will be weighed, the world knows unto whom it turned. The watchfires flash and glow, spendthrift of ruddy flame, reflections of the squandered blood the earth exhales. And, lured by rare and marvellous splendor of the night, the legion of Hellenic legends gathers here. Round all the fires uncertain hover, or at ease sit near them, fabulous forms of ancient days. The moon, imperfect, truly, but of clearest beam, arises, scattering mellow radiance everywhere. Vanish the phantom tents, the fires are burning blue. But over my head what unexpected meteor! It shines, illuminates the sphere of earth below. I scent the living, therefore it becomes me not them to approach, I being harmful unto them. An evil name it brings me, and it profits not. Already now it sinks. Discreetly I withdraw.
Exit. The airy travellers above.
Once again the circle follow, o'er the flames and horrors hover, ghostly 'tis in vale and hollow, spectral all that we discover.
If as through my window nightly in the gruesome north I see spectres hideous and unsightly, here is home as there to me.
See, a tall one there is striding on before us in the shade.
Through the air she saw us gliding, and it seems she is afraid.
Let her stride, the night be taken now, and set upon the strand. Here to life again he'll waken, seeking it in fable land.
Faust, as he touches the earth.
Where is she?
It's more than we can tell, but to inquire would here be well. Thou art free to hasten ere the day, from flame to flame, and seek her so. Who to the mother's found his way, has nothing more to undergo.
I also claim my share in the excursion, yet know no better plan for our diversion than that each one amid these fires should seek such fortunes as he most desires. Then, as a sign to reunite us, let, little one, thy lantern sound and light us.
Thus shall it shine, and thus shall ring.
The glass shines and rings powerfully.
And now away to many a marvellous thing.
Faust, solus.
Where is she? But no further question make. If this were not the soil that bore her feet, if not the wave that to her coming beat, yet 'tis the air that knows the tongue she spake. Here, by a marvel, here on Grecian land, I felt at once the earth whereon I stand. Through me, the sleeper, fresher spirit stealing, I rise refreshed, and Taeus in my feeling. Together here I find the strangest store. Let me this labyrinth of flames explore.
Goes away. Mephistopheles prying around.
And as among these fires I wander, aimless, I find myself so strange, so disconcerted, Quite naked most, a few are only shirted, The griffins insolent, the sphinxes shameless, And what not all, with pinions and with tresses, Before, behind, upon one's eyesight presses. Indecency, 'tis true, is our ideal, But the antique is too alive and real. One must with modern thought the thing bemaster, And in the fashion variously o'erplaster. Disgusting race! Yet I, perforce, must meet them, And, as new guests with due decorum, greet them. Hail then, fair ladies, greybeards wise, good cheer!
Griffin, snarling.
Not greybeards. Greybeards? No one likes to hear one call him grey, for in each word there rings a source, wherefrom its derivation springs. Grey, growling, gruesome, grinning graves, and grimly etymologically accord, nor dimly and make us grim.
And yet, why need you stiffen? You like the griff in your proud title, Griffin.
Griffin, as above, and continuously so.
Of course, for this relation we sound fit, though often censored, often appraised with it. Let one grip at maidens grow and gold. Fortune is gracious to the griper bold.
Aunts of the colossal kind.
You speak of gold, much had ourselves collected. In rocks and caverns secretly we trapped it. The Arimaspian race our store detected. They're laughing now, so far away they've snapped it.
We soon shall force them to confess.
The Arimaspians.
But not in this free night of jubilee. Before the morrow all will squandered be. This time our efforts will obtain success.
Mephistopheles, who has seated himself between the sphinxes.
How soon I feel familiar here among you! I understand you, one and all.
Sphinx. Our spirit tones, when we have sung you, become for you material. Now name thyself, till we shall know thee better.
With many names would men my nature fetter. Are Britons here? So round the world they wheel, to stare at battlefields, historic traces, cascades, old walls, and classic dreary places. And here was something worthy of their zeal. Their old plays also testify of me. Men saw me there as old iniquity.
How did they hit on that?
I know not, verily.
Perhaps. Hast thou in star lore any power? What sayest thou of the aspects of the hour?
Mephistopheles, looking up.
Star shoots on star, the cloven moon doth ride in brilliance. In this place I'm satisfied. I warm myself against thy lion's hide. It were a loss to rise from out these shades. Propose enigmas, or at least charades.
Express thyself, and 'twill a riddle be. Try once thine own analysis, it were merry. To both devout and wicked necessary, to those a breastplate for ascetic fighting, to these boon comrade in their pranks uniting, and both amusing Zeus the fun delighting.
First Griffin, snarling.
I like him not.
Second Griffin, snarling more gruffly.
What will a fellow hear? The nasty one is not of us, 'tis dear.
Mephistopheles, brutally.
Think'st thou, perhaps, thy guest has nails to scratch, that with thy sharper talons cannot match? Just try it once.
Sphinx, gently.
Stay shouldst thou find it well, but from our ranks thou wilt thyself expel. In thine own land thou art wont thyself to pamper, yet here, I think, thy spirits feel a damper.
Thine upper part entices, naught is fairer, but further down the beast excites my terror.
Bitter, false one, will be thy expiation, our claws are sound and worthy proof. But thou with withered horse's hoof art ill at ease in our association.
The Sirens prelude above.
On yonder poplars by the river, what are the birds that swing above?
Beware, the very best that ever existed, they have lured to love.
Sirens.
I'll vitiate your senses, where those uglinesses darken. We in crowds come hither hearken, how the accordant strain commences, meet for sirens' soft pretenses.
Sphinxes mocking them in the same melody.
Let them to descend be bidden, in the branches they have hidden. Hideous falcon claws they're wearing, and you'll feel their cruel tearing, once you lend them willing ear. Banish hate and envy rather, we the purest pleasures gather, under heaven's auspicious sphere. On the earth and on the ocean, we with cheerful beckoning motion bid the wanderer welcome here.
These are of novelties the neatest, where from the throat and harp-strings sweetest the tones around each other twine. They're lost on me, these tinkling trickles, the sound my eardrum pats and tickles, but cannot reach this heart of mine.
Speak not of heart, fool, so to call it. An old and wrinkled leathern wallet would better suit that face of thine.
Faust approaching.
How strange! I, satisfied, behold these creatures, in the repulsive, grand and solid features. A fate propitious I behold advance. Whither transports me now this solemn glance?
Pointing to the Sphinxes.
Once before these took Oedipus his stand.
Pointing to the Sirens.
These made Ulysses write in hempen band.
Pointing to the Ants.
By these the highest treasure was amassed.
Pointing to the Griffins.
By these 'twas held inviolate and fast. Fresh spirit fills me, face to face with these. Grand are the forms, and grand the memories.
Once had thou cursed such crude antiques, but now it seems they've comfort given. For when a man his sweetheart seeks, welcome to him are monsters even.
Faust to the Sphinxes.
Ye woman forms, give ear, and say, hath one of you seen Helena?
Before her day our line expired in Greece, our very last was slain by Hercules. Yet ask of Chiron, if thou please. He gallops round throughout this ghostly night, and if he halt for thee, thy chance is bright. Thou art not to failure fated, how Ulysses lingering learned us, nor regardless passing spurned us. Manifold hath he narrated, all to thee shall be confided. Seekest thou our means divided by the dark green arms of ocean?
Let not thyself thus cheated be. Not like Ulysses bound, but we will with good counsel thee environ. If thou canst find the noble Chiron, thou'lt learn what I have promised thee.
Faust goes away. Mephistopheles ill-temperedly.
What croaks and flaps of wings go past? One cannot see, they fly so fast, in single file from first to last. A hunter would grow tired of these.
The storm wind-like that winter harrows reached hardly by Alcides' arrows. They are the swift Stymphalides, and not ill meant their greetings creak with goose's foot and vulture's beak. They fain would join us in our places, and show themselves as kindred races.
Mephistopheles, as if intimidated.
Some other brute is hissing shrill.
Be not afraid, though harsh the paean. They are the Hydra heads, the old Lernaean, cut from the trunk, yet think they're something still. But say, what means your air distressed? Why show your gestures such unrest? Where will you go? Then take your leave. That chorus there, I now perceive, turns like a weathercock your neck. Advance. Greet as you will each lovely countenance. They are the Lamia wenches vile, with brazen brows and lips that smile, such as the satyr folk have found so fair. A cloven foot may venture all things there.
But stay you here that I again may find you?
Yes, join the airy rabble there behind you. From Egypt we, long since, with all our peers, accustomed were to reign 1,000 years. If for our place your reverence be won, we rule for you the days of moon and sun. We sit before the pyramids for the judgment of the races, inundation, war, and peace, with eternal changeless faces.
End of Act 2, Scene 3-1. Act 2, Scene 3-2 of Faust Part 2 by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, translated by Bayard Taylor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Act 2, Scene 3-2. Peneus, surrounded with nymphs and tributary streams.
Stir yourselves, ye whispering rushes, rustle slender willow bushes. Sister reeds, breathe softer, crisper. Trembling poplar branches, whisper to the interrupted dream. Fearful premonitions wake me, secret shudders thrill and shake me in my rippling, sleeping stream.
Faust, advancing to the river.
Here, behind the vines that dangle, o'er the thicket's bowery tangle, if I heard aright, were noises similar to human voices. Babbling seemed the wave to patter, and the breeze in sport to chatter.
Nymphs to Faust.
For thee were it better to lie here reviving, in coolness thy body, outwearied with striving. The rest that eludes thee to taste and be free, will rustle and murmur, and whisper to thee.
I am awake! Let them delay me, the incomparable forms, and sway me, as yonder to my sight confessed. How strangely am I moved, how nearly! Are they but dreams, or memories merely? Already once was I so blessed, beneath the swaying bushes hiding. The full, fresh waves are softly gliding. They scarcely rustle on their path. 100 founts from all sides hasten to fill a pure and sparkling basin. The hollowed level of a bath, the fair young limbs of woman trouble, the watery glass that makes them double, and doubles thus their eyes' delight, in joyous bath each other aiding, or boldly swimming, shyly wading. Then cry, and splash, and foamy fight. It were enough, the picture viewing, my healthy eyesight here renewing. Yet I desire the still unseen. My gaze would pierce through yonder cover, whose leafy wealth is folded over, the vision of the stately queen. Strange! Across the crystal skimming, from the coves the swans are swimming, moving in majestic state, floating calmly and united, but how proud and self-delighted. Head and neck they lift elate. One, his feathers proudly pluming, boldly on his grace presuming, leads the others in the race. With his whitest plumage showing, wave-like on the wave he's throwing, speeds he to the sacred place. The others back and forth together swim on with smoothly shining feather, and soon in mimic battle met shall chase aside the maids affrighted, till, for their own protection slighted, their bounden service they forget.
Sisters, bend and lay the ear on the turf beside the river. Sound of hooves, if right I hear, swift approaching, seems to shiver. Would I knew whose rapid flight brings a message to the night.
As I think, the earth is ringing, from a charger hither springing. See there! See there! A fortune comes most fair. Shall I attain its blessing? Oh, marvel past expressing! A rider trots towards us free. Spirit and strength in him I see. upon a snow-white steed careering. I know him now. I hail with awe the famous son of Philyra. Halt, Chiron, halt! I've something for thy hearing.
What then? What is it?
Thy course, delay.
I rest not.
Take me with thee then, I pray.
Mount, and I thus can ask at leisure whither thy way. Thou standest on the shore. I'll bear thee through the flood with pleasure.
Faust, mounting.
Whither thou wilt. I thank thee evermore, the mighty man, the pedagogue, whose place and fame it was to teach a hero race, the splendid circle of the Argonauts, and all whose deeds make quick the poet's thoughts.
We will not further speak of these. As mentor, even Pallas is not venerated. And, after all, they manage as they please, as if they'd not been educated.
The leech, who knoweth flower and fruit, whose lore can sound the deepest root, who heals the sick and soothes the wounded place, him, here, in mind and body I embrace.
When heroes, near me, felt the smart, my helpful knowledge failed them seldom, but, at the last, I left mine art to priest and simple gathering bedlam.
Thy speech the true great man betrays, who cannot hear a word of praise. His modesty would fain confound us, to think his equals still were round us.
Thou seemest skilled to feign such matter, people and prince alike to flatter.
But surely thou wilt grant me, that thou the greatest of thy time didst see, upon their paths of proud achievement trod, and lived thy days a serious demigod, among those grand, heroic forms of old, whom didst thou for the best and worthiest hold?
Of those beneath the Argonauts' bright banner, each worthy was in his particular manner, and by the virtue of his strength selective, sufficed therein where others were defective. Castor and Pollux were as victors hailed, where beauty and the grace of youth prevailed. Decision, the swift deed, for others' aid, gave the fair crown before the Boreads laid. Reflective, prudent, strong in counsel wise, so Jason ruled, delight of women's eyes. Then Orpheus, gentle, silent, brooding, lowering, but when he struck the lyre, all overpowering. Sharp-sighted Licinius, who by day and dark through shoreward breakers steered the sacred bark. Danger is best endured where men are brothers. When one achieves, then praise him all the others.
But Hercules, thy speech is wronging.
Ah me! Awaken not my longing. I had not seen, in fields Elysian, how Phoebus, Ares, Hermes shine, but there arose before my vision a form that all men call divine. A king by birth, as ne'er another, a youth magnificent to view, though subject to his elder brother, and to the loveliest women too. No second such has Gaia granted, nor he be led to heaven again. For him the songs are vainly chanted, the marble hewn for him in vain.
Though ever to his form addicted, his grace the sculptors could not wreck, the fairest man hast thou depicted. Now of the fairest woman speak.
What? Little worth is woman's beauty, so oft an image dumb we see. I only praise in loving duty a being bright and full of glee, for beauty in herself delighteth, and irresistibly she smiteth when sweetly she with grace uniteth, like Helena when I bore her.
Her didst thou bear?
This back she pressed.
Was I not wild enough before? And now such seat, to make me blessed.
Just so she grasped me by the hair, as thou dost.
Oh, I scarcely dare to trust my senses. Tell me more. She is my only aspiration. Whence didst thou bear her? To what shore?
Not difficult is the relation. 'Twas then, when came the Dioscuri bold, to free their sister from the robber's hold. But these, accustomed not to be subdued, regained their courage, and in rage pursued. The swamps below Elysius did impede the brothers and the sisters' flying speed. The brothers waded, splashing through the reed. I swam, and then off she sprang, and pressing me on the wet mane, caressing me, she thanked with sweetly wise and conscious tongue. How charming was she, dear to age, so young.
But 7 years old!
Philologists, I see, even as they cheat themselves, have cheated thee. 'Tis curious, with your mythologic dame, the poet takes her when he needs her name. She grows not old, stays ever young and warm, and of the most enticing form. Seduced in youth, in age enamouring still. Enough, no time can bind the poet's will.
Then let no bonds of time be thrown around her, even as on Pheres' isle Achilles found her, beyond the bounds of time. What blessing rare, in spite of fate, such love to win and wear! And shall not I, by mightiest desire, unto my life that sole fair form acquire, that shape eternal, peer of gods above, tender as grand, sublime as sweet with love? Thou saw'st her once, today I saw her beam, the dream of beauty, beautiful as dream. My soul, my being, now is bound and chained. I cannot live unless she be attained.
Thou, stranger, feel'st as man such ecstasy. Among us spirits, mad thou seem'st to be. Yet, as it haps, thy fortune now is omened, for every year, though only for a moment, it is my wont to call on Manto's dwelling. She, Asclepius' child, whose prayers are swelling unto her father, that his fame to brighten, the brains of doctors he at last enlighten, and them from rashly dealing death may frighten. I like her best of all the guild of Sibyls, helpful and kind, with no fantastic fribbles. She hath the art, if thou the time canst borrow, with roots of power to give thee healing thorough.
But I will not be healed, my aim is mighty. I will not be like others, meanly, flighty.
The noble fountain's cure neglect thou not. But quick dismount, we've reached the spot.
And whither, in this dreary night, hast thou to land through pebbly rivers brought me now?
Here Roman Greece in battle tried their powers. Here flows Peneus, there Olympus towers. The greatest realm that e'er was lost in sand. The monarch flies, the conquering burghers stand. Look up and see, in moonlight shining clear, the memorable eternal temple near.
Manto, dreaming within.
From horse hoofs tremble the sacred steps of the temple. The demigods draw near.
Quite right. Open your eyes and see who's here.
Manto, awakening.
Welcome! Thou dost not fail, I see.
And still thy temple stands for thee.
And speedest thou still unremitting.
And thou in peaceful calm art sitting, while I rejoice in restless heels?
I wait, and time around me wheels. And he?
The vortex of this night hath whirled him hither to thy sight. Helen, with mad distracted senses, Helen he'd win by all pretences, and knows not how or where the task commences, but he deserves the Aesculapian cure.
To whom the impossible slew, I love.
Chiron is already far away.
Rush on, advance, there's joy for thee. This dark way leads thee to Persephone. Under Olympus' hollow foot, secret she waits prohibited salute. I smuggled Orpheus into her, of old. Use thy chance better, on, be bold.
They descend. End of Act 2, Scene 3-2. Act 2, Scene 3-3 of Faust Part 2 by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, translated by Bayard Taylor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Act 2, Scene 3, 3. On the upper Peneus, as before.
Sirens.
Plunge in cool Peneus' wave. There 'tis well to sport in swimming, songs with chorded voices hymning, that the ill-starred folk we save. Health is none where water fails. Let our hosts with sounding paean hasten to the blue Aegean, where each joy shall swell our sails.
Earthquake.
Back the frothy wave is flowing, now no longer downward going. Shakes the bed, the waters roar, cracks and smokes the stony shore. Let us fly, come everyone, by this marvel profit none. Leave, ye guests, this wild commotion, for the cheerful sports of ocean, shining where the quivering reaches, lightly heaving, bathe the beaches. There, where Luna's double splendor freshens us with night dews tender, there the freest life delights us, here the threatening earthquake frights us. Who is prudent? Haste away, fearful is it here to stay.
Seismos growling and jolting in the depths.
Once again the force applying, bravely with the shoulders prying, we to get above are trying, where to us must all give way.
Sphinxes.
What a most repulsive shaking, terrible and hideous quaking, what a quivering and shocking, hither rolling, thither rocking, what vexation and dismay! But we shall not change our station, we're all hell in agitation. Now behold a dome upswelling, wonderful, 'tis he compelling, he the hoary antiquated, he who Delia's isle created, bidding it from ocean break, for the childed woman's sake. He with all his force expended, rigid arms and shoulders bended, like an Atlas in his gesture, pushes up the earth's green vesture, loam and grit and sand and shingle, where the shore and river mingle. Thus our valleys blossom quiet, crosswise tears he in his riot. In unwearied force defiant, he, a caryatid giant, bears a fearful weight of boulders, buried still below his shoulders. But no further shall be granted, for the Sphinx's hair are planted.
The work alone I've undertaken, the credit will be given to me. Had I not jolted, shoved, and shaken, how should this world so beauteous be? How stood aloft your mountains ever, in pure and splendid blue of air, had I not heaved with huge endeavour, till they like pictures charm you there? When, where ancestral memory brightens, old night and chaos saw me sore betrayed, and in the company of Titans, with Pelion and Ossa as with balls we played. None could in ardent sport of youth surpasses, until, outwearied at the last, even as a double cap upon Parnassus his summits wickedly we cast. Apollo now upon that mount of wonder finds with the Muses his retreat. For even Jove, and for his bolts of thunder, I heaved and held the lofty seat. Thus have I forced the fierce resistance, and struggled upward from the deep, and summon now to new existence the joyous dwellers of the steep.
'Tis true the hill would seem primeval, and warranted of old stand, had we not witnessed its upheaval, toiling and towering from the land. A bushy forest spreading clothes its face, and rooks on rocks are pressing to their place. A sphinx therefrom is by no fear o'ertaken, we shall not let our sacred seats be shaken.
Griffins.
Gold and spangled leaf and spark glimmers through the fishes dark. Quick, lest others should detect it, haste ye emmets and collect it.
Chorus of emmets.
Upward have thrown it, as they, the giant ones, quick-footed, pliant ones, climb it and own it, rapidly in and out. In each such fissure is every crumb about wealth for the wisher. Seek for them greedily, even the slightest. Everywhere speedily gather the brightest. Diligent be and bold, swarm to the fountain. Only bring in the gold. Heed not the mountain.
Come in, the treasure heap.
Our claws upon it we shall keep.
The most efficient bolts they are, the greatest wealth they safely bar.
Pygmies.
Verily here we sit securely. How it happened is not clear. Ask not whence we came, for surely 'tis enough that we are here. Unto life's delighted dwelling suitable is every land. Where a rifted rock is swelling, also is the dwarf at hand. Male and female, busy, steady, we as mortals would suffice. Who can tell if such already labored so in paradise? Here our lot as best we measure, and our star of fate is blessed. Mother Earth brings forth with pleasure, in the east as in the west.
Dactyls.
If she in a single night the pygmies brought to light, pygmies of all she'll create yet, and each find his mate yet.
Pygmy elders.
Be ye in haste conveniently placed. Labor and lead, strength unto speed. Peace is yet with ye. Build now the smithy. The host be arrayed with armor and blade. Emmets laborious, working victorious, scorning to settle, furnish us metal. Dactyls your host, smallest and most. Hear the requiring. Bring wood for the firing. Heap in the chambers, fuel untiring. Furnish us embers.
Generalissimo.
With arrow and bow encounter the foe. By yonder tanks the heron ranks, the countless nested, the haughty breasted, at one quick blow shoot and bring low, all together that we may feather our helmets so.
Emmets and dactyls.
Who now will save us?
We bring the iron and chains enslave us. To break our fetters, we're now defiant. We bide our season, meanwhile be pliant.
The cranes of Ibycus.
Murder cries and moans of dying. Startled wings that flap and flying. What lament, what pain and fright pierces to our airy height.
All have fallen in the slaughter, reddening with their blood the water. Pygmy lust, misformed and cruel, robs the heron of his jewel. On their helms the plumage waves, yonder fat-pouched bow-legged knaves. Comrades of our files of motion, serried wanderers of ocean, you we summon to requital, in a cause to you so vital. Strength and blood let no one spare, endless hate to them we swear.
They disperse, croaking in the air. Mephistopheles on the plain.
With ease the northern witches I controlled, but o'er these foreign sprites no power I hold. The Blocksberg is a most convenient place. Howe'er one strays, one can his path retrace. Dame Ilse watches for us from her stone, and Henry sits upon his mountain throne. The snorers snarl at Elend, snorting peers, and all is finished for 1,000 years. But here who knows if, even where he stand, beneath his feet may not puff up the land. I cheerily wander through a level glade, and all at once, behind me heaved, is made a mountain, scarcely to be called so, true. Yet high enough the sphinxes from my view to intercept. Still many a fire flares out adown the vale, the mad concern about. Still dance and hover, beckoning and retreating, the gay groups round me with their knavish greeting, but gently now, for spoiled by stealthy pleasure, one always seeks to snatch some dainty treasure.
Lamia, drawing Mephistopheles after them.
Quicker and quicker, and further take him, then hesitating, chattering and prating. 'Tis fun to make him, old sinful tricker, follow behind us. To penance comes he. With halt-foot clumsy, he marches hobbling, and forwards wobbling. His leg he trails. In haste to find us, we fly. He fails.
Mephistopheles standing still.
Accursed fate! deceived as oft, since Adam's time seduced and scoffed. Though old we grow, not wisely schooled, enough already I've been fooled. We know how wholly worthless is the race, with body corseted and painted face. Of health responsive own they not a tittle. Where'er one grasps them, every limb is brittle. The thing is known and patent to our glances, and yet, whene'er the trollops pipe, one dances.
Lamier, pausing.
Halt! He reflects, his steps delay. Turn back to meet him, lest he get away.
Mephistopheles, striding forwards.
Forwards! The doubt my strength benumbing, I won't encourage foolishly, for were the witches not forthcoming, why, who the devil would devil be?
Lamier, very graciously.
Round the hill lightly moving, let his heart the choice reproving, one of us select for loving.
True, in this uncertain lustre, see me fair maids in a cluster, fain would I to you be juster.
Empusa, pressing forwards.
Not me, too? I'm also fitted, in your train to be admitted.
She's one too many, for, in short, she always ruins all our sport.
Empusa to Mephistopheles.
Empusa, with the ass's foot, thy cousin dear gives thee salute. Only a horse's hoof is thine, and yet, sir cousin, greeting fine.
Strangers I hear anticipated, and find, alas, my near related. The old tale, instances by dozens, from Harz to Hellas, always cousins.
I act with promptness and decision, in many forms could meet thy vision, yet in thy honour now instead, have I put on the ass's head.
Great things I see are here portended, thus with the race as kinsmen blended. Let come what may, since I have known her, the ass's head I'd fain disown her.
Leave her, the ugly. She doth scare whatever lovely seems and fair. Whate'er was lovely, fair to see, when she comes, ceases so to be.
These cousins also, soft, delicious, are one and all to me suspicious. I fear, beneath their cheeks of roses, some metamorphosis reposes.
But try, take hold, for we are many, and if thou hast a lucky penny, secure thyself the highest prize. What means thy wanton organ grinding? A wretched wooer 'tis we're finding, yet swaggest thus, and seems so wise. Now one of us will he lay hand on, so by degrees your masks abandon, and show your natures to his eyes.
The fairest here have I selected.
Clasping her.
Oh, what a broomstick! Unexpected!
Grasping another.
And this one? Vilest countenance!
Think not thou'rt worth a better chance.
That little one, she warms my gizzard, but through my hand she slips, a lizard, her smooth braids snaky like entwine. I try the tall one, yet she worse is. I only grasp a Bacchic thyrsus, the head a scaly cone of pine. What follows next? Behold a fat one, perhaps I'll find delight in that one. So once for all the chance renew. The Turks, for one so puffy, flabby, would pay a price by no means shabby. But the puffball bursts in two.
Now scatter widely, hovering, feigning, in lightning like, dark flight enchaining the interloping witch's son. Uncertain circles, awful, poiseless, horrid bat-wings, flying noiseless, he escapes too cheaply when it's done.
Mephistopheles, shaking himself.
I've not become, it seems, a great deal shrewder. The North's absurd, 'tis here absurder, ruder. The spectres here preposterous as there, people and poets shallow wear. This masquerade resembles quite, as everywhere, a dance of appetite. I sought a lovely masked procession, and caught such things, I stood aghast. I'd give myself a false impression, if this would only longer last.
Losing himself among the rocks.
Where am I then, and whither sped? There was a path, 'tis now a dread. By level ways I've wandered hither, where rubble now is piled together. I clamber up and down in vain, where shall I find my Sphinx again? I had not dreamed so mad a sight. A mountain in a single night, a bold witch journey to my thought, their Blocksberg with them they have brought.
Or read from the Natural Rock.
Come up to me, my mountain old, in its primal force behold. Revere the steep and rocky stairs ascending, where Pindus offshoots with the plain are blending. Unshaken thus I heaved my head, when o'er my shoulders Pompey fled. Beside me this elusive rock will vanish at the crow of cock. I see such fables oft upthrown, and suddenly again go down.
Honour to thee, thou reverend head, with strength of oak engarlanded. The clearest moonlight never cleaves the darkness of your crowded leaves. I see between the bushes go a light, with unpretending glow. How all things fit and balance thus! 'Tis verily homunculus. Now whence thy way, thou little lover?
From place to place I flit and hover, and in the best sense I would fain exist, and most impatient am my glass to shatter. But what till now I've witnessed, is then strange if I mistrust the matter? Yet I'll be confidential if thou list. I follow two philosophers this way. 'Twas nature, nature all, I heard them say. I'll cling to them, and see what they are seeing, for they must understand this earthly being, and I'll doubtless learn in season where to betake me with the soundest reason.
Then do it of thy own accord, for here where spectres from their hell come is the philosopher also welcome, that so his art and favour delectate you, at once a dozen new ones hell create you. Unless thou errest, thou wilt ne'er have sense. Wouldst thou exist, thyself the work commence.
Good counsel also is not to reject.
Then go thy way, we further will inspect.
They separate. Anaxagoras to Thales.
Thy stubborn mind will not be rightened. What else is needful, that thou be enlightened?
To every wind the billows yielding are, yet from the cliff abrupt they keep themselves afar.
By fiery vapours rose this rock you're seeing.
In moisture came organic life to being.
Homunculus between the two.
To walk with you may I aspire? To come to being is my keen desire.
Hast thou, Talus, ever in a night brought forth from mud such mountain to the light?
Nature, the living current of her powers, was never bound to day and night and hours. She makes each form by rules that never fail, and it is not force, even on a mighty scale.
But here it was, plutonic fire, the shaper. Explosive force of huge aeolian vapor broke through the level earth's old crust primeval, and raised the new hill with a swift upheaval.
What further shall their form result? The hill is there, it is well, so let it stand there still. In such a strife one loses leisure precious, yet only leads the patient folk in leashes.
The mountain's rocky clefts at once are peopled thick with myrmidons, with pygmies, emmets, fingerlings, and other active little things.
To Homunculus.
To greatness hast thou ne'er aspired, but lived an eremite retired. Canst thou persuade thy mind to govern? I'll have thee chosen as their sovereign.
What says my Thales?
Will not recommend, for small means only unto small deeds tend, but great means make the small man great. See there, the cranes, with purpose heinous, the troubled populace they menace, and they would menace thus the king. With pointed beaks and talons ample, the little men they pierce and trample. Doom comes already thundering. It was a crime, the heron's slaughter, beset amid their peaceful water. But from that rain of arrows deadly, a fell revenge arises redly, and calls the kindred o'er the flood to spill the pygmy's guilty blood. What use for shield and helm and spear, or for the dwarfs the heron feather? Dactyl and emmet hide together, their cohorts scatter, seek the rear.
Anaxagoras, after a pause, solemnly.
Though I the subterranean powers approve, Yet help, in this case, must be sought above. Thou aloft, in grace and vigour vernal, Tri-named, tri-featured, and eternal, by all my people's woe I cry to thee, Diana, Luna, Hecate, thou breast-expanding one, thou deeply pondering, thou calmly shining one, majestic wandering. The fearful craters of thy shade unseal, and free from spells thine ancient might reveal.
Pause.
Am I too swiftly heard? Has then my cry to yonder sky the course of nature from its orbit stirred? And greater, ever greater, drawing near, behold the goddess' orbed throne appear, enormous, fearful in its grimness, with fires that redden through the dimness. No nearer, disk of dread tremendous, lest thou, with land and sea, to ruin send us. Then were it true, Thessalian Pythonesses, with guilty spells, as song confesses, once from thy path thy steps enchanted, till fatal gifts by thee were granted. The shield of splendour slowly darkles, then suddenly splits, and shines, and sparkles. What rattling and what hissing follow, with roar of winds and thunders hollow? Before thy throne I speak my error. O pardon! I invoked the terror.
Casts himself upon his fate.
How many things can this man see and hear? What happed is not to me entirely clear. I've not, like him, experienced it. The hours are crazy, we'll admit, for Luna calmly shines and free in her high place as formerly.
Look yonder where the pygmies fled, the round hill has a pointed head. I felt a huge rebound and shock, down from the moon had fallen a rock, and then, without the least ado, both foe and friend it smashed and slew. I praise such arts as these that show creation in a night fulfilled, that from above and from below at once this mountain pile could build.
Be still, 'twas but imagined so. Farewell then to the ugly brood. That thou wast not their king is good. Off to the cheerful festals of the sea. There, as a marvellous guest, they'll honour thee.
They depart. Mephistopheles climbing up the opposite side.
Here must I climb by steep and rocky stairways, and roots of ancient oaks, the vilest rare ways. Upon my hearts the resinous atmosphere gives hint of pitch, to me almost as dear as sulphur is. But here among these Greeks, for such a smell one long and vainly seeks. And curious am I, for 'tis worth the knowing, to find wherewith they keep their fires of hell a-going.
Dryad.
At home be wise as it befits thee there. Abroad thou hast no cleverness to spare. Thou shouldest not homeward turn thy mind, but here the honour of the ancient oaks revere.
One thinks on all relinquished there. Use made it paradise, and keeps it fair. But say, what is't, in yonder cave obscure, a crouching triple shape resembling?
The Phorkyads, go there if thou art brave. Address them, if thou canst, untrembling.
Why not? I something see, and am dumbfounded. Proud as I am, I must confess the truth. I've never seen their like, in sooth. Worse than our hags, an ugliness unbounded. How can the deadly sins then ever be found ugly in the least degree, when one this triple dread shall see? We would not suffer them to dwell even at the dreariest door of hell. But here in beauty's land, the Greek, they're famed, because they're called antique. They stir, they seem to scent my coming. Like vampire bats they're squeaking, twittering, humming.
The Phorkyads.
Give me the eye, my sisters, that it spy, who to our temple ventures now so nigh.
Most honoured dame, approaching, by your leave, grant that your triple blessing I receive. I come, though still unknown, yet, be it stated, if I mistake not, distantly related. Old reverend gods already did I see, to Ops and Rhea have I bowed the knee. The Parcae even, your sisters, yesterday, or day before, they came across my way. And yet the like of you ne'er met my sight. Silent am I, and ravished with delight.
This spirit seems to have intelligence.
I am amazed no poet has the sense to sing your praises. Say, how can it be that we no pictures of your beauty see? Should not, through you, the chisel strive to wean us from shapes like those of Juno, Pallas, Venus?
Sunken in solitude and stillest night, the mind of us ne'er took so far our flight.
How should it then, since here, concealed from view, none ever see you, none are seen by you? But choose those dwelling places, and be known, where art and splendor share an equal throne, where swift, with double tread, day after day, a marble block as hero walks away, where
Cease, and rouse in us no longer vision. What profit if we knew them with precision? We, born in night, akin to gloom alone, unto ourselves almost, to others quite unknown.
In such a case there's little more to say, but one's self to others can convey. One eye supplies you three, one tooth as well. So were it mythologically possible in two the being of the three to cover, and unto me the third fair form make over, a short time only.
Will it do, forsooth?
We'll try it, but without or eye or tooth.
Now just the best thing have you taken away. How shall I then the image stem display?
'Tis easily done. Just close one eye, and let thy one side tusk be seen thereby. In profile, thus, with not a trait diminished, thy sisterly resemblance will be finished.
So be it then.
So be it.
Mephistopheles as Phorkyiad in profile.
Me behold, the much beloved son of Chaos old.
Daughters of Chaos are we, by good right.
Disgrace, they'll call me now Hermaphrodite.
In our new sister Triad, what a beauty! 2 eyes have we, 2 teeth for further duty.
Now from all eyes I'll hide this visage fell, to fright the devils in the pool of hell.
Exit. End of Act 2, Scene 3-3. Act 2, Scene 3-4 of Faust Part 2 by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, translated by Bayard Taylor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Act 2, Scene 3 4. Rocky coves of the Aegean Sea. The moon delaying in the zenith. Sirens, couched upon the cliffs around, fluting and singing.
Though erewhile by spells nocturnal the Thessalian hags infernal downward drew, with guilt intended, look from where thine arch is bended on the multitudinous, splendid twinkles of the billowy ocean. Shine upon the throngs in motion, o'er the waters wild and free. To thy service vowed are we, fairest Luna, gracious be.
Nereids and Tritons as wonders of the sea.
Call with clearer, louder singing, through the sea's broad bosom ringing. Call the tenants of the deep, when the storm swept unimpeded. We to stillest depths receded, forth at sound of song we leap.
See, delighted and elated, we ourselves have decorated.
With our golden crowns have crowned us, with our spangled girdlets bound us. Chains and jewels hung around us. All our spoils which you purvey, treasures, here in shipwrecks swallowed. You have lured, and we have followed. You, the demons of our bay.
In the crystal pool delicious, smoothly sport the happy fishes. Pliant lives that nothing mar. Yet, ye festive crowds that gather, we today would witness rather that ye more than fishes are.
We, before we hither wandered, thoroughly the question pondered. Sisters, brothers, speed afar. Briefest travel, light endurance, yield the validest assurance that we more than fishes are.
They depart.
Off, they have left the place, steering away to Samothrace, vanished with favoring wind. What is their purpose there in the dreary domain of the lofty Kabiri? Gods are they, but the strangest crew, ever begetting themselves anew, and unto their own being blind. In thy meridian stay, Luna, graciously delay, that the night still embrace us, and the day not chase us.
Thales on the shore to Homunculus.
I fain would lead thee unto Nereus old, not distant are we from his cavern cold. But stubbornness is his delight, the peevish and repulsive wight. Howe'er the human race has tried, the grumblers never satisfied. Yet he the future hath unsealed, and men thereto their reverence yield, and give him honor in his station. Many his benefits have tasted.
Then let us try without more hesitation. My glass and flame will not at once be wasted.
Are human voices those that reach mine ear? At once my wrath is kindled, keen and clear. Aspiring forms that high as gods would ramble, yet ever damned their own selves to resemble. In ancient years could I divinely rest, yet was impelled to benefit the best. And when at last I saw my deeds completed, it fully seemed as were the work defeated.
And yet we trust thee, greybeard of the sea. Thou art the wise one, drive us not from thee. Behold this flame, in man's similitude. It yields itself unto thy counsel good.
What? Counsel? When did ever man esteem it? Wise words in hard ears are but lifeless lore, oft as the act may smite them when they scheme it. The people are as self-willed as before. How warned I Paris in paternal trust before a foreign woman woke his lust. Upon the Grecian strand he stood so bold, I saw in spirit, and to him foretold the smoky winds, the overwhelming woe, beams all ablaze, murder and death below. Troy's judgment day held fast in lofty rhyme, a terror through 1,000 years of time. My words seemed sport unto the reckless one, his lust he followed. Fallen was Ilion, a giant carcass stiff and hacked with steel. To Pindus's eagles 'twas a welcome meal. Ulysses too, did I not presage the wiles of Circe and the Cyclops' rage? His paltering mind, his crews in constant strain, and what not all, and did it bring him gain? Till him, though late, the favouring billow bore, a much-tossed wanderer, to the friendly shore.
Such conduct truly gives the wise man pain, and yet the good man once will try again, an ounce of gratitude his help repaying, tons of ingratitude he sees outweighing. And nothing trifling now we beg of thee. The boy here wishes to be born and be.
Let not my rarest mood be spoiled, I pray. Far other business waits for me today. I've hither bidden by the wave and breeze the graces of the sea, the Dorides. Olympus bears not, nor your lucent arch, such lovely forms in such a lightsome march. They fling themselves in wild and wanton dalliance from the sea-dragons upon Neptune's stallions, blent with the element so freely, brightly, that even the foam appears to lift them lightly. In Venus's chariot shell with hues of mom comes Galatea, now the fairest born, who, since that Cyprus turned from us her face, in Phasos reigns as goddess in her place. Thus she, our loveliest, long since come to her own, as heiress, templed town, and chariot throne. Away! The father's hour of rapture clips hate from the heart, and harshness from the lips. Away to Proteus! Ask that wondrous man of beings and of transformation's plan.
He retires towards the sea.
We, by this step, gain nothing. One may meet Proteus, and straight he melts, dissolving fleet. Though he remains, he only says that which confuses and astonishes. However, of such counsel thou hast need, so, at a venture, let us thither speed.
They depart. Sirens on the rocks above.
What is it that far advancing glides o'er the billows dancing, as when the winds are shifted, shine snowy sails uplifted, so shine they o'er the waters, transfigured ocean daughters, will clamber down, and near them behold their forms and hear them.
What in our hands we bear you, much comfort shall prepare you. Chilon's buckler giant shines with its forms defiant. They are gods that we are bringing, high songs must you be singing.
Small to the sight, great in their might, saviors of the stranded, ancient gods and banded.
We bring you the Kabiri, to festivals calm and cheery, for where their sway extendeth, Neptune the realm befriendeth, unchainable.
We yield to your claim. When a shipwreck came, irresistibly you protected the crew.
3 have we brought hither, the 4th refused us altogether. He was the right one, said he, their only thinker ready.
One god the other god smites with the scoffer's rod. Honor all grace they bring, fear all evil they fling.
7 are they, really?
Where then stay the other 3?
The truth we cannot gather, ask on Olympus rather. There pines the 8th forgotten, by no one ever thought on, in grace to us entreated, but not yet all completed. These incomparable, unchainable, are always further yearning, with desire and hunger burning for the unattainable.
These are our ways, the gods' ways, sun, moon, or other blaze, we worship, for it pays.
Highest glory for us behold, leading these festals cheery.
The heroes of the ancient time fail of their glory prime, where and howe'er it may unfold, though they have won the fleece of gold, ye the Kabiri.
Repeated as full chorus.
Though they have won the fleece of gold, ye the Kabiri.
The Nereids and Tritons move past.
These malformations every one had earthen pots for models. Against them now the wise men run and break their stubborn noddles.
That is the thing one wishes just. The coin takes value from its rust.
Proteus unperceived.
This pleases me, the old fable ranger. The more respectable, the stranger.
Where art thou, Proteus?
Proteus speaking ventriloquially, now near, now at a distance.
Here, and here.
I pardon thee thine ancient jeer. Cheat not a friend with vain oration. Thou speakest, I know, from a delusive station.
Proteus as if at a distance.
Farewell.
Thales softly to Homunculus.
He is quite near, shine brilliantly. For curious as a fish is he, and in whatever form he hide, a flame will make him hither glide.
At once a flood of light I'll fling, yet softly lest the glass should spring.
Proteus in the form of a giant tortoise.
What shines so fair, so graciously?
Thales covering Homunculus.
Good. If thou wishest, canst thou nearer see. Be not annoyed to take a little trouble, and show thyself on a man's foundation double. What we disclose to whomsoever would see it, with our will only, by our favour, be it.
Proteus in a noble form.
Still world-wise pranks thou failest to forget.
To change thy form remains thy pleasure yet.
He uncovers homunculus. Proteus, astonished.
A shining dwarf? The like I ne'er did see.
He asks thy counsel, he desires to be. He is, as I myself have heard him say, the thing's a marvel, only born halfway. He has no lack of qualities ideal, but far too much of palpable and real. Till now the glass alone has given him weight, and he would fain be soon incorporate.
Thou art a genuine virgin's son, finished ere thou shouldst be begun.
Thales whispering.
Viewed from another side, the thing seems critical. He is, methinks, hermaphroditical.
Then all the sooner 'twill succeed. Let him but start, 'twill be arranged with speed. No need to ponder here his origin. On the broad ocean's breast must thou begin. One starts there first within a narrow pale, and finds, destroying lower forms, enjoyment. Little by little then one climbs the scale, and fits himself for loftier employment.
Here breathes and blows a tender air, and I delight in the fragrance rare.
Yea, verily, my loveliest stripling, and farther on far more enjoyable. Around yon narrow spit the waves are rippling, the halo bright and undestroyable. There to the host we'll nearer be, now floating hither o'er the sea. Come with me there.
I'll go along.
A spirit purpose triply strong.
End of Act 2, Scene 3-4. Act 2, Scene 3-5 of Faust Part 2 by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, translated by Bayard Taylor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Act 2, Scene 3-5. Telchins of Rhodes, on sea-horses and sea-dragons, wielding Neptune's trident.
We forged for old Neptune the trident that urges to smoothness and peace the refractory surges. When Jove tears the clouds of the tempest asunder, it is Neptune encounters the roll of the thunder. The lightnings above may incessantly glow, but wave upon wave dashes up from below. And all that between them the terrors overpower, long tossed and tormented the deep shall devour. And thence he hath lent us his sceptre today, now float we contented in festal array.
Sirens.
You to Helios consecrated, to the bright day's blessing fated. Yon to this high hour we hail, Luna's worship shall prevail.
Telchinus.
O loveliest goddess, by night overfolded, thou hearest with rapture thy brother exalted. To listen to Rhodes thou wilt lean from the skies, to him there the paeans eternally rise. When the day he begins, when he ends its career, his beam is the brightest that falls on us here. The mountains, the cities, the sea and the shore are lovely and bright to the god they adore. No mist hovers over us, and should one appear, a beam and a breeze, and the island is clear. There Phoebus his form may by hundreds behold, colossal as youth, as the gentle, the bold. For we were the first whose devotion began to shape the high gods in the image of man.
Proteus.
But leave them to their boasting, singing. Beside the holy sunbeams bringing all life, their dead works are a jest. They melt and cast with zeal impassioned, and what they once in bronze have fashioned, they think it something of the best. These proud ones are at last made lowly. The forms of gods that stood and shone were by an earthquake overthrown, and long since have been melted wholly. This earthly toil, whatever it be, is never else than drudgery. A better life the waves declare thee, and now to endless seas shall bear thee Proteus dolphin.
He transforms himself.
'Tis done, behold, unto thy fairest fortune waken, upon my back shalt thou be taken, and wedded to the ocean old.
Thales.
Yield to the wish so wisely stated, and at the source be thou created. Be ready for the rapid plan, there by eternal canons wending, through thousand mirrored forms ascending, thou shalt attain, in time, to man.
Homunculus mounts the Proteus dolphin.
In spirit seek the watery distance, boundless shall there be thine existence, and where to move thy will be free. But struggle not to higher orders, once man, within the human borders, then all is at an end for thee.
That's as it haps, it is no ill fate, in one's own day to be true man and great.
Proteus to Thales.
Some one perchance of thine own kind, their lives continue long, I find, for with thy pallid phantom peers I've seen thee now for many 100 years.
Sirens on the rocks.
See what rings of cloudlets gliding round the moon in circles play. They are doves whom love is guiding, with their wings as white as day. Paphos hither sends them fleetly, all her ardent birds to us, and our festival completely crowns with purest rapture thus.
Nereus advancing to Thales.
Though some nightly wanderer's vision deem yon ring an airy spectre, we the spirits with decision entertain a view correcter. They are doves whose convoy gathers round my daughter's chariot shell, with a flight of wondrous spell learned in old days of the fathers.
That I also think is best, which the true man comfort gives, when in warm and peaceful nest something holy for him lives.
Scilly and Marcy on sea hulls, sea heifers, and sea rams.
In hollow caves on Cyprus' shore, by the sea gods still unbattered, not yet by seismos shattered, by eternal winds breathed o'er, and still as in days that are measured, contented and silently pleasured, the chariot of Cyprus we've treasured. By the murmurs, the nightly vibrations, o'er the waves and their sweetest pulsations, unseen to the new generations, the loveliest daughter we lead. We fear not, as lightly we high on, either eagle or wing-lifted lion, either crescent or cross, though the sky can emboss, though it changefully triumphs and flashes, in defeat to forgetfulness dashes, lays the fields and the cities in ashes. Straightway with speed, the loveliest of mistresses forth we lead.
Lightly moved with paces graver, circle round the car again. Line on line in woven waver, snake-like in a linking chain. Stalwart Nereids, come enring us, rudest women wild and free. Tender Dorides, ye bring us, her, the mother of the sea. Galatea, godlike woman, worthiest immortality, yet like those of lineage human, sweet with loving grace is she.
Dorides in chorus, mounted on dolphins, passing Nereus.
Lend us, Luna, light and shadow, show this youthful flower and fire, for we bring beloved spouses, praying for them to our sire.
To Nereus.
They are boys whom we have rescued from the breaker's teeth of dread. They on reeds and mosses bedded, back to light and life we led. Now must they, with glowing kisses, thank us for the granted blisses, on the youths thy favour shed.
Lo now, what double gains your deed requite! You show compassion, and you take delight.
If thou praisest our endeavour, Father, grant the fond request. Let us hold them fast forever on each young immortal breast.
Take joy in what you've finely captured, and shape to me the youthful crew. I cannot grant the boon enraptured which only Zeus can give to you. The billows, as they heave and rock you, allow to love no firmer stand. So when these fancies fade and mock you, send quietly the youths to land.
Fair boys, we must part, forsooth, yet we love you, we vow it. We have asked for eternal truth, but the gods will not allow it.
We sailor boys, if still you would give love as first you gave it. We've never had a life so good, and would not better have it.
Galatea approaches on her chariot of shell.
'Tis thou, my darling.
O sire, what delight! Linger, ye dolphins, I cling to the sight.
Already past, they swiftly wander on, in circling courses wheeling. What care they for the heart's profoundest feeling? Ah, would they took me with them yonder! Yet a single glance can cheer all the lifelong barren year.
Hail, all hail! With newer voices, how my spirit rejoices! By the true and the beautiful penetrated, from water was everything first created. Water doth everything still sustain. Ocean, grant us thine endless rain. If the clouds thou wert sending not, the swelling streams wert spending not, the winding rivers bending not, and all in thee were ending not, could mountains and plains and the world itself be, the freshest existence is nourished by thee.
Echo, chorus of the collective circles.
The freshest existence flows ever from thee.
They turn and wheel again afar. No longer face to face they are. In linking circles wide extending, in their festive dances blending, the countless cohorts now appear, but Galatea's chariot shell still I see, and see it well. It shines like a star through the crowds entwining. Love from the tumult still is shining. Though ne'er so far, it shimmers bright and clear, ever true and near.
This softly heaving brine on, whatever I may shine on, is all with beauty crowned.
Within this moisture living, thy lamp now first is giving a clear and splendid sound.
What mystery new mid the crowds that are wheeling is now to our vision its wonders revealing? What flames round the shell at the fleet of the Queen, now flaring in force, and now shining serene, as if by the pulses of love it were fed?
Homunculus is it, by Proteus misled, and these are the signs of imperious yearning, the presage of swelling, impatiently spurning. He'll shiver his glass on the glittering throne, he glows and he flashes, and now he hath flown.
What fiery marvel the billows enlightens, as one on the other is broken and brightens! It flashes and wavers and hitherward plays. On the path of the night are the bodies ablaze, and all things around are with flames overrun. Then Eros be ruler, who all things begun. Hail, ye waves! Hail, sea unbounded, by the holy fire surrounded! Water, hail! Hail, fire the splendid! Hail, adventure rarely ended!
Hail, ye airs that softly flow! Hail, ye caves of earth below! Honored now and evermore, be the elemental four!
End of Act 2, Scene 3-5.
Act 3, Part 1 of Faust Part II by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe.
Translated by Bayard Taylor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Act 3. Before the palace of Menelaus in Sparta. Helena enters with the chorus of captive Trojan women. Penthelis, leader of the chorus.
I, much admired and much reviled, I, Helena, come from the strand where we have disembarked but now, still giddy from the restless rocking of the waves of ocean, which from Phrygian uplands hitherwards on high, opposing backs, Poseidon's favour won, and Euro's strength, have borne us to our native bay. Below there, with the bravest of his warriors, now King Menelaus feels the joy of his return. But thou, bid me welcome back, thou lofty house, which tenderest my father on the gentle slope, returning from the hill of Pallas, builded up. And when I here with Clytemnestra sister-like, with Castor and with Pollux gaily sporting, grew, before all Sparta's houses nobly was adorned. Ye valves of yon dark iron portals, ye I hail! Once, through your festive and inviting opening, it happened that to me, from many singled out, the coming of the bridegroom Menelaus shone. Unfold again for me, that I the king's command fulfil with strictness, as unto a spouse is meet. Give entrance now, and let all things be left behind which hitherto have stormed upon me full of doom. For since this place all unsuspicious I forsook, for Cytherea's fane, as holy duty called, but there the robber seized me, he the Phrygian. Happened have many things, which people far and wide so fain relate, but which so fain hears not the one of whom the legend rose, and to a fable grew.
Disdain thou not, beautiful dame, possession proud of the highest estate, for the greatest fortune is thine alone, the fame of beauty that towers o'er all, the name of the hero heralds his path. Thence proudly he strides, yet bends at once the stubbornest man, and yields to all-conquering beauty's might.
Enough, with mine own spouse have I been hither shipped, and now by him beforehand to his city sent. Yet what his purposes may be I fail to guess. Do I come here as wife, or do I come as queen? Or come an offering for the prince's bitter pain, and for the long-endured misfortune of the Greeks? For they, the immortals, verily fixed my fame and fate ambiguously, attendants twain of doubtful worth to beauty, who upon this very threshold stand with gloomy and with threatening presence at my side. Then even in the hollow ship, but seldom looked my spouse on me, nor ever word of comfort spake. As if he brooded evil, fronting me he sat. But now, when speeding towards the strand of that deep cove Eurotas makes, scarce had the foremost vessel's prows the land saluted, than he spake, as urged the gods. Here in their ordered rank my warriors disembark. Them shall I muster, ranged along the ocean strand. But thou go ever onwards up the hallowed banks of fair Eurotas, dowered with gifts of plenteous fruit, guiding the stallions o'er the bloom of watery meads, till there on that most lovely plain thy journey ends, where Lacedaemon, once a fruitful spreading field, surrounded by austerest mountains, built its seat. Set thou thy foot within the high-towered princely house, and muster well the maids, whom there behind I left, together with the old and faithful stewardess. Let her display to thee the wealth of treasures stored, even as thy father them bequeathed, and I myself, in war and peace accumulating, have amassed. All things shalt thou in ancient order find, because it is the ruler's privilege that he all things in faithful keeping find, returning to his house. Where'er he may have left it, each thing in its place, for power to change in aught possesses not the slave.
Let now the splendid accumulate wealth, rejoice and cheer thee in eye and heart. For the gleam of chain and the glory of crown are lying idly in haughty repose. But enter thou in and challenge them all, and they will respond. I rejoice to witness beauty compete with gold and pearl and the jewel stone.
Thereafter further came my lord's imperious speech. Now, when all things in order thou inspectest hast, then take so many tripods as thou needful deem'st, and vessels manifold, such as desires at hand who offers to the gods, fulfilling holy use. The kettles also howls, the shallow basins disk, the purest water from the sacred fountain fill in lofty urns, and further also ready hold the well-dried wood that rapidly accepts the flame, and let the knife, well sharpened, fail not finely. Yet all besides will I relinquish to thy care. So spake he, urging my departure. But no thing of living breath did he, who ordered thus, appoint that shall, to honor the Olympian gods, be slain. 'Tis critical. And yet I banish further care. And let all things be now to the high gods referred, who that fulfill whereto their minds may be disposed, whether by men 'tis counted good, or whether bad. In either case we mortals we are doomed to bear. Already lifted oft the offerer the axe in consecration o'er the bowed neck of the beast, and could not consummate the act, for enemies approaching, or gods intervening, hindered him.
What shall happen, imaginest thou not? Queen, go forwards with courage. Blessing and evil come unexpected to men. Though announced, yet we do not believe. Burned not Ilion? Saw we not also death in the face, shamefullest death? And are we not here, with thee companioned, joyously serving, seeing the dazzling sun in the heavens, and fairest of earth too? Kindest one, thee, we the happy?
Let come what may. Whatever awaits me, it beseems that I without delay go up in the royal house, which long my need and yearning forfeited almost. Once more hath risen on my sight, I know not how. My feet no longer bear me with such fearlessness up the high steps, which as a child I sprang across.
Cast ye, O sisters, ye sorrowful captives, all your trouble far from ye. Your mistress's joy partake, Helena's joy partake, who the paternal hearth delightedly now is approaching. Truly with late returning, but with firmer and surer feet. Praise ye the sacredest, still re-establishing and home-bringing immortals. How the delivered one soars as on lifted wings over asperities, while in vain the prisoned one yearningly over the fortress parapet pineth with outspread arms. But a god took hold of her, the expatriate, and from Ilion's ruins hither hath borne her again, to the ancient, the newly embellished paternal house, from unspeakable raptures and torments, early youthful days, now refreshed to remember.
Penthelis, as leader of the chorus.
Forsake ye now the joy-encompassed path of song, and towards the portal's open valve your glances turn. What sisters do I see? Returneth not the Queen, with swift and agitated step, again to us? What is it now, great Queen? What could encounter thee to move and shake thee so, within thy house's halls, instead of greeting? Thou canst not conceal the thing, for strong repulsion written on thy brow I see, a noble indignation, struggling with amaze.
Helena, who has left the wings of the portal open, excitedly.
A common fear beseemeth not the child of Zeus. No lightly passing hand of terror touches her. But that fell horror, which the womb of ancient night, with first of things delivered, rolled through many forms, like glowing cloud that, from the mountain's fiery throat whirl up expanding, even heroes' breasts may shake. Thus terribly have here to-day the Stygian gods mine entrance in the house betokened, and I fain, even as a guest dismissed, would take myself away from this oft-trodden threshold I so long to tread, But no, hither have I retreated to the light, nor further shall ye force me. Powers, be who ye may, some consecration will I muse, then, purified, the hearth fire may the wife so welcome as the lord.
Discover, noble dame, unto thy servants here, who reverently assist thee, what hath come to pass.
What I beheld shall ye with your own eyes behold, if now that shape the ancient night hath not at once re-swallowed to the wonders of her deepest breast. But I with words will yet declare it, that ye know. When solemnly, my nearest duty borne in mind, the royal house's gloomy inner court I trod, amazed I saw the silent dreary corridors. No sound of diligent labour going forwards met the ear, no signs of prompt and busy haste the eye, and not a maid appeared to me, no stewardess such as wont to greet the stranger friendly wise. But when towards the ample hearthstone I advanced, I saw, beside glimmering ashes that remained, a veiled and giant woman seated on the ground, not like to one who sleeps, but one deep sunk in thought. With words of stern command I summoned her to work. The stewardess surmising, who meanwhile perchance my spouse with forethought there had stationed when he left, but she, still crouched together, sat immovable. Stirred by my threats at last, she lifted the right arm, as if from hearth and hall she beckoned me away. I turned indignantly from her, and swiftly sped unto the steps whereon aloft the thalamus adorned is set, and near thereto the treasure room. But suddenly from the floor the wondrous figure sprang, barring my way imperiously, and showed herself in haggard height, with hollow blood discoloured eyes, a shape so strange that eye and mind confounded are. But to the winds I speak, for all in vain doth speech fatigue itself, creatively to build up forms. There look yourselves, she even ventures forth to light. Here are we masters, till the lord and king shall come. The horrid births of night does Phoebus Beauty's friend drive out of sight to caverns, or he binds them fast.
Phorkys appears on the threshold, between the doorposts.
Much my experience, although the tresses, youthfully clustering, wave on my temples. Many the terrible things I have witnessed, warriors lamenting Ilion's night when it fell. Through the beclouded, dusty, and maddened throngs of the combatants, heard I the gods then, terribly calling, heard I the iron accents of discord clang through the field citywards. Ah, yet stood they, Ilion's ramparts, but ever the fiery glow ran from neighbor to neighbor walls, ever extending from here and there, with the roar of its own storm, over the darkening city. Flying saw I through smoke and flame, and the tongues of the blinding fire, fearful angering presence of gods, stalking marvelous figures, giant great through the gloomy fire illuminate vapors. Saw I, or was it but dread of the mind that fashioned forms so affrighting? Never can justly I say it, yet that I her, horrible, here with eyes behold, is to me known and certain. Even to my hand were palpable, did not the terror restrain me, holding me back from the danger. Which one of Phorkys' daughters then art thou, since I compare thee unto that family? Art thou perchance of the Graeae, one of the dreaded Grey-born, one eye and tooth only, owning alternately? Darest thou, monster, here beside beauty, unto high Phoebus' vision display thee? Step thou forth, notwithstanding, for the ugly beholds he not, even as his hallowed glances never beheld the shadow. Yet a sorrowful adverse fate us mortals compelleth, alas, to endure the unspeakable eye-pain which she, the accursed, reprehensible, provokes in the lovers of beauty. Yes, then hearken, if thou brazenly us shalt encounter, hear the curse, hear the threat of every abuse from the denouncing mouths of the fortunate, whom the gods themselves have fashioned.
Old is the saw, and yet its sense is high and true, that shame and beauty ne'er together, hand in hand,
pursued their way across the green domains of earth. Deep-rooted dwells in both such force of ancient hate, that wheresoever on their way one haps to meet the other, each upon her rival turns her back. Then forth again vehemently they hasten on. Shame deep depressed, but beauty insolent and bold. Till her at last the hollow night of Orcus takes, if age hath not beforehand fully tamed her pride. So now I find ye, shameless ones, come from abroad with arrogance overflowing, as a file of cranes that with their hoarse, far-sounding clangor, high in air, a cloudy line slow moving, send their creaking tones below, the lone, belated wanderer to allure that he look up. But notwithstanding go their way, and he goes his. And likewise will it be with us. Who then are you, that round the royal palace high, like Maenades wild, or like Bacchantes, dare to rave? Who then are you, that you the house's stewardess assail and howl at, as the breed of dogs the moon? Think ye from me 'tis hidden of what race ye are? Ye brood, in war begotten and in battle bred, lustful of man, seducing no less than seduced. Emasculating soldiers, burghers, strength alike. Methinks, to see your crowd, a thick cicada swarm hath settled on us, covering the green sown fields. Devourers ye of others' toil, ye snatch and taste, destroying in its bud the land's prosperity. Wares are ye, plundered, bartered, and in market sold.
Who rates the servant maids in presence of the dame, audaciously invades the mistress' household right. Her only it becometh to commend what is praiseworthy, as to punish what is blamable. Content, moreover, am I with the service which they gave me, when the lofty strength of Ilion beleaguered stood and fell in ruin. None the less when we the sorrowful and devious hardships bore of errant travel, where each thinks but of himself. Here too the like from this gay throng do I expect. Not what the slave is asks the lord, but how he serves. Therefore be silent. Cease to grin and jeer at them. If thou the palace hitherto hast guarded well in place of mistress, so much to thy credit stands. But now that she herself hath come, shouldst thou retire, lest punishment in place of pay deserved befall.
To threaten the domestics is a right assured, which she, the spouse august of the God Prospera king, by many years of wise discretion well hath earned. Since thou, now recognized, thine ancient station here again assum'st, as queen and mistress of the house, grasp thou the reins so long relaxed, be ruler now, take in thy keep the treasure, and ourselves thereto. But first of all protect me, who the eldest am, from this pert throng, who with thee, swan of beauty matched, are only stumpy winged and cackling, quacking geese.
How ugly, near to beauty, showeth ugliness.
How silly, near to understanding, want of sense.
Henceforth the quartets answer in turn, stepping singly forth from the chorus.
Of Father Erebus relate of Mother Night.
Speak thou of Scylla, sister children of one flesh.
Good store of hideous monsters, show thy family tree.
Go down to Orcus, there thy tribe and kindred seek.
Those who dwell there are all by far too young for thee.
And old Tiresias try thy lascivious arts.
Orion's nurse was great-great-grandchild unto thee.
The Harpies, I suspect, did nurse and feed on filth.
Wherewith dost thou such choice emaciation feed?
Not with the blood for which thou all too greedy art.
Thou, hungering for corpses, hideous corpse thyself.
The teeth of vampires in thy shameless muzzle shine.
Thine shall I stop, when I declare thee who thou art.
Then name thyself the first, the riddle thus is solved.
Not angered, but in sorrow do I intervene, prohibiting the storm of this alternate strife. For nothing more injurious meets the ruling lord than quarrels of his faithful servants underhand. The echo of his orders then returns no more accordantly to him in swiftly finished acts, but, roaring wilfully, encompasses with storm him, self-confused, and chiding to the empty air. Nor this alone. In most unmannered anger ye have conjured hither pictures of the shapes of dread which so surround me, that to Orcus now I feel my being whirled, despite those well-known native fields. Can it be memory? Was it fancy seizing me? Was all that I? And am I now? And shall I henceforth be the dream and terror of those town-destroying ones? I see the maidens shudder. But the eldest, thou composedly standest. Speak a word of sense to me.
Whoe'er the fortune manifold of years recalls, sees as a dream at last the favor of the gods. But thou, so highly dowered, so past all measure helped, saw'st in the ranks of life but love-desirous men. To every boldest hazard kindled soon and spurred. Thee early Theseus snatched, excited by desire, like Hercules in strength, a splendid form of man.
He bore me forth, a 10-year-old in slender roe, and shut me in Aphidnus' tower in Attica.
But then by Castor and by Pollux soon released, the choicest crowd of heroes wooing around thee pressed.
Yet my most secret favor, freely I confess, Patroclus won. The likeness of Pelides he.
Wed by thy father's will to Menelaus then, the bold sea-rover, the sustainer of his house.
My sire the daughter gave him, and the government. Then from our wedded nearness sprang Hermione.
Yet when he boldly claimed the heritage of Crete, to thee, the lonely one, too fair a guest appeared.
Why wilt thou thus recall that semi-widowhood, and all the hideous ruin it entailed on me?
To me, a free-born Cretan, did that journey bring imprisonment as well, protracted slavery.
At once he hither ordered thee as stewardess, giving in charge the fortress and the treasure stores.
Which thou forsookest, wending to the towered town of Ilion, and the unexhausted joys of love.
Name not those joys to me, for sorrow all too stern unendingly was poured upon my breast and brain.
Nathless, they say, dost thou appear in double form, beheld in Ilion, in Egypt too beheld.
Make wholly not confuse my clouded wandering sense. Even in this moment, who I am I cannot tell.
And then, they say, from out the hollow realm of shades Achilles yet was joined in passion unto thee, who earlier loved thee, 'gainst all ordinances of fate.
To him the vision, I, a vision, wed myself. It was a dream, even as the words themselves declare. I vanish hence, and to myself a vision grow.
She sinks into the arms of the semi-chorus.
Silence, silence, false seeing one, false speaking one. Out of the hideous, single-toothed mouth, what should be exhaled from such abominable horror throat? For the malevolent, seeming benevolent, wolf's wrath under the sheep's woolly fleece. Fearfuller far is unto me than throat of the three-headed dog. Anxiously listening stand we here. When, how, where shall break again forth further malice from the deeply ambushed monster? Now, stead of friendly words and consoling, let the bestowing gratefully mild, stirrest thou up from all the past, evilest more than good things, and darkenest all at once both the gleam of the present and also the future's sweetly glimmering dawn of hope. Silence, silence! That the Queen's high spirit, not to forsake her now, hold out and upbear yet the form of all form, which the sun shone on ever.
Helena has recovered and stands again in the center.
Forth from transient vapors comes the lofty sun of this bright day, that, obscured, could so delight us, but in splendor dazzles now. As the world to thee is lovely, thou art lovely unto us, though as ugly they revile me, well I know the beautiful.
Tottering step I from the void that, dizzy, fainting, round me closed, and again would fain be resting, for so weary are my limbs. Yet to queens beseemeth chiefly, as to all men it beseems, calm to be and pluck up courage, whatsoe'er may menace them.
Standing now in all thy greatness, and in all thy beauty here, says thine eye that thou commandest. What commandest thou? Speak it out.
Be prepared, for much neglected in your quarrel, to atone. Haste, a sacrifice to furnish, as the king hath ordered me.
All is ready in the palace, vessels, tripods, sharpened axe, for the sprinkling, fumigating. Show to me the victim now.
This the king not indicated.
Spake it not? Oh, word of woe!
What distress hath overcome thee?
Queen, the offering art thou.
I?
And these.
Ah, woe and sorrow!
Thou shalt fall beneath the axe.
Fearful, yet foreboded. I, alas!
There seemeth no escape.
Ah, and what
to us will happen? She will die a noble death. But upon the lofty beam, upholding rafter frame and roof, as in birding time the throstles, ye in turn shall struggling hang.
Helena and the chorus stand amazed and alarmed, in striking, well-arranged groups.
Ye phantoms, like to frozen images ye stand, in terror thus from day to part, which is not yours. Men, and the race of spectres like you, one and all, renounce not willingly the bright beams of the sun. But from the end may none implore or rescue them. All know it, yet 'tis pleasant unto very few. Enough, ye all are lost. Now speedily to work.
She clasps her hands. Thereupon appear in the doorway muffled dwarfish forms, which at once carry out with alacrity the commands expressed.
This way, ye gloomy sphery-bodied monster throng. Roll hitherwards. Ye here may damage as ye will. The altar portable, the golden horned set up. The axe let shimmering lie across the silver rim. The urns of water fill, for soon, to wash away, shall be the black blood's horrible and smutching stains. Here spread the costly carpets out upon the dust, that so the offering may kneel in queenly wise. And folded then, although with severed head, at once, with decent dignity be granted sepulture.
The queen is standing, sunk in thought, beside us here. The maids wither like the late mown meadow grass. Methinks that I, the eldest, in high duty bound, should words exchange with thee, primeval eldest thou. Thou art experienced, wise, and seemeth well disposed, although this brainless throng assailed thee in mistake. Declare then, if thou knowest, possible escape.
'Tis easy said. Upon the queen it rests alone, to save herself, and ye appendages with her. But resolution, and the swiftest, needful is.
Worthiest and most reverend of the Parcæ, wisest Sibyl thou, hold the golden shears yet open, then declare us day and help. We already feel discomfort of the soaring, swinging, struggling, and our limbs in dances first would rather move in joyous cadence, resting afterwards on lovers' breasts.
Let these be timid. Pain I feel, but terror none. Yet if thou knowest of rescue, grateful I accept. Unto the wise, wide-seeing mind is verily shown the impossible oft as possible. Then speak and say.
Speak and tell us quickly, how escape we now the fearful, fatal nooses that so menace, like the vilest form of necklace, wound about our tender throats. Already in anticipation, we can feel the choking, smothering. If thou, Rhea, lofty mother of the gods, to mercy be not moved.
Have you then patience, such long-winded course of speech to hear in silence? Manifold the stories are.
Patience enough. Meanwhile in hearing still we live.
Whoso, to guard his noble wealth, abides at home, and in his lofty dwelling well cements the chinks, and also from the pelting rain secures the roof, with him the long days of his life shall all be well. But whosoever his threshold's holy square-hewn stone lightly with flying foot and guile oversteps, finds, when he comes again, the ancient place indeed, but all things altered, if not utterly overthrown.
Wherefore declaim such well-known sayings here as these? Thou wouldst narrate, then stir not up annoying themes.
It is historic truth, and nowise a reproach. Sea-plundering, Menelaus steered from bay to bay. He skirted as a foe the islands and the shores, returning with the booty which in yonder rusts. Then 10 long years he passed in front of Ilion, but for the voyage home how many know I not. And now how is it, where we stand by Tyndarus' exalted house? How is it with the regions round?
Has then abuse become incarnated in thee, that canst not open once thy lips except to blame?
So many years deserted stood the valley hills, that in the rear of Sparta northwards rise aloft, behind Taygetus, whence, as yet a nimble brook, Eurotas downward rolls, and then along our vale, by reed beds broadly flowing, nourishes your swans. Behind there, in the mountain dells, a daring breed have settled, pressing forth from the Cimmerian night, and there have built a fortress inaccessible, whence land and people now they harry as they please.
Have they accomplished that? Impossible it seems.
They had the time, it may be 20 years in all.
Is one a chief? And are they robbers many-leagued?
Not robbers are they, yet of many one is chief. I blame him not, although on me he also fell. He might, indeed, have taken all, yet was content with some free gifts, he said. Tribute he called it not.
How looked the man?
By no means ill, he pleased me well. Cheerful and brave and bold, and nobly formed is he, a prudent man and wise, as few among the Greeks. They call the race barbarians, yet I question much if one so cruel be, as there by Ilion in man-devouring rage so many heroes were. His greatness I respected, did confide in him. And then his fortress! That should ye yourselves behold. 'Tis something other than unwieldy masonry, the which your fathers helter-skelter tumbling piled. Cyclopean like the Cyclops, stones undressed at once on stones undressed upheaving. There, however, there, all plumb and balanced is, conformed to square and rule. Behold it from without, it rises heavenward up so hard, so tight of joint, and mirrors smooth as steel. To climb up there, nay, even your thought itself slides off. And mighty courts of ample space within, enclosed around with structures of all character and use. There you see pillars, pillarets, arches great and small, balconies, galleries for looking out and in, and coats of arms.
What are they?
Ajax surely bore a twisted serpent on his shield, as ye have seen. The 7 also before Thebes had images, each one upon his shield, with many meanings rich. One saw there moon and star in the nocturnal sky, and goddesses, and heroes, ladders, torches, swords, and whatsoe'er afflicting threateneth good towns. Such symbols also bore our own heroic band, in shining tints, bequeathed from eldest ancestry. You see there lions, eagles, likewise claws and beaks. Then buffalo horns, with wings and roses, peacocks' tails, and also bars, gold, black and silver, blue and red. The like of these in halls are hanging, row on row, in halls unlimited and spacious as the world. There might ye dance.
But tell us, are there dancers there?
Aye, and the best, a blooming gold-haired throng of boys, breathing ambrosial youth. So only Paris breathed, when he approached too nearly to the Queen.
Thou fallest entirely from thy part. Speak now the final word.
'Tis thou shalt speak it. Say with grave distinctness, yes. Then straight will I surround thee with that fortress.
Speak, speak the one brief word, and save thyself and us.
What? Shall I fear King Menelaus may transgress so most inhumanly, as thus to smite myself?
Hast thou forgotten how he thy Deiphobus, brother of fallen Paris, who with stubborn claim took thee, the widow, as his fare, did visit with unheard of mutilation? Nose and ears he cropped, and otherwise disfigured. 'Twas a dread to see.
That did he unto him. He did it for my sake.
Because of him he now will do the like to thee. Beauty is indivisible. Who once possessed her wholly, rather slays than only share in part.
Trumpets in the distance. The chorus starts in terror.
Even as the trumpet's piercing clangor gripes and tears the ear and entrail nerves, thus jealousy her claws drives in the bosom of the man, who ne'er forgets what once was his, but now is lost, possessed no more.
Hearest thou not the trumpets pealing? Seest thou not the shine of swords?
King and lord, be welcome hither. Willing reckoning will I give.
What of us?
You know it clearly. See her death before your eyes. There within your own shall follow. Nay, there is no help for you.
Pause.
What I may venture first to do have I devised. A hostile Damon art thou, that I feel full well, and much I fear thou wilt convert the good to bad. But first to yonder fortress now I follow thee. What then shall come, I know. But what the Queen thereby as mystery in her deepest bosom may conceal, remain unguessed by all. Now, ancient, lead the way.
Oh, how gladly we go, hastening thither, chasing us death, and rising before us the towering castle's inaccessible ramparts. Guard us as well may they as Ilion's citadel fort, which at last alone fell through contemptible wiles.
Mists arise and spread, obscuring the background, also the nearer portion of the scene, at pleasure.
How is it? How? Sisters, look around. Was it not cheerful as day? Banded vapors are hovering up out of Eurota's holy stream. Vanished e'en now hath the lovely reed engarlanded shore from the sight. Likewise the free, gracefully proud, silently floating swans, mated in joy of their swimming, see I, alas, no more. Still, but still, crying I hear them, hoarsely crying afar. Ominous, death presaging. Ah, may to us the tones not also, stead of deliverance promised, ruin announce at last. Us, the swan-like and slender, long white-throated, and she, our fair swan begotten, woe to us, woe! All is covered and hid, round us with vapor and cloud. Each other behold we not. What happens? Do we advance? Hover we only with skipping footstep along the ground? Seest thou not? Soars not even perchance Hermes before us? Shines not the golden wand, bidding, commanding us back again to the cheerless, gray twilighted, full of impalpable phantoms, overfilled, eternally empty Hades? Yes, at once the air is gloomy, sunless vanish now the vapors, gray and darkly brown as buildings, walls present themselves before us, blank against our clearer vision. Is it a court, a moat, or pitfall? Fear-inspiring anyway. And sisters, ah, behold us prisoned, prisoned now as ne'er before.
In a courtyard of a castle, surrounded with rich, fantastic buildings of the Middle Ages.
Precipitate and foolish, type of women ye, dependent on moment, sport of every breeze that blows mischance or luck, and neither ye support calmly. One is sure to contradict the others fiercely, and crosswise the others her. Only in joy and pain ye howl and laugh alike. Be silent now, and hearken what the mistress here, high thought, may determine for herself and us.
Where art thou, Pythoness, whatever be thy name, Step forth from out these arches of the gloomy keep. If thou didst go unto the wondrous hero lord me to announce, preparing thus reception fit, then take my thanks, and lead me speedily to him. I wish the wandering closed, I wish for rest alone.
In vain thou lookest, Queen, all ways around thee here. That fatal shape hath vanished hence, perhaps remaining there in the midst, from out whose bosom hitherwards, I know not how, we came swiftly, without a step. Perhaps indeed she strays, lost in the labyrinth of many castles wondrously combined as one, seeking august and princely welcome from the Lord. But see I up yonder moves in readiness a crowd, in galleries, at windows, through the portals, come a multitude of servants, hastening here and there, and this proclaims distinguished welcome to the guests.
My heart is relieved. Oh, yonder behold, how so orderly downward with lingering step the crowd of the youths in dignity comes, in regular march. Who hath given command that they marshal in ranks, and so promptly disposed the youthfulest boys of the beautiful race? What shall most I admire? Is it the delicate gait, or the curls of the hair on the white of the brow, or the twin rounded cheeks blushing red like the peach, and also, like them, with silkiest down? Fain therein would I bite, yet I fear me to try.
For in similar case
Was the mouth thereupon filled, I shudder to tell it, with ashes. But they, the fairest, hither they come. What do they bear? Steps to the throne, carpet and seat, curtain and tent, or similar gear, waving around, and cloudy wreaths forming o'er the head of our Queen. For she already ascendeth, invited the sumptuous couch. Come forward now, step by step, solemnly ranged. Worthy, oh, threefold worthy her, may such a reception be blessed.
All that is described by the chorus takes place by degrees. After the boys and squires have descended in a long procession, Faust appears above, at the head of the staircase, in knightly court costume of the Middle Ages, and then comes down slowly and with dignity. Leader of the chorus, observing him attentively.
If now, indeed, the gods to this man have not lent, as oft they do to men, a brave transcendent form, a winning present, stately dignity of mine, for temporary service, all he undertakes will always bring him triumph, whether in fight with men, or in the minor wars with fairest ladies waged, him, verily, to host of others I prefer, whom highly flamed withal, I have myself beheld, with slow and solemn step, by reverence restrained, I see the prince approach. Turn thou thy head, O Queen.
Faust approaching, a man in fetters at his side.
Instead of solemn greeting as beseems, or reverential welcome bring I thee, fast bound in welded fetters, here, the knave, whose duty slighted cheated me of mine. Kneel down, thou culprit, that this lofty dame may hear the prompt confessions of thy guilt. This, sovereign mistress, is the man select for piercing vision, on the turret high stationed to look around the space of heaven and breadth of earth to read with sharpest glance. If here or there, perchance, come aught to view, between the stronghold and the circling hills, if aught may move, whether the billowy herds or waves of armed men, those we protect, encounter these. Today, what negligence! Thou comest, he proclaims it not. We fail in honourable reception, most deserved of such high guest. Now, forfeited, hath he his guilty life, and should have shed the blood of death deserved. But only thou shalt meet pardon or punishment at thy good will.
So high the power which thou hast granted me, as mistress and as judge, although it were, I may conjecture, meant but as a test. Yet now I use the judge's bounden right to give the accused a hearing. Speak then, thou.
Let me kneel, and let me view her. Let me live or let me die, for enslaved, devoted to her, this God-granted dame am I. Watching for the morn's advancing, where her pathways eastward run, All at once, a sight entrancing, in the south arose the sun. There to look, the wonder drew me, not the glens, the summits cold, space of sky, or landscape gloomy. Only her did I behold. Beam of sight to me was given, like the lynx on highest tree. But in vain I've urged and striven, 'twas a dream that fettered me. Could I know, or how be aided, think of tower or bolted gate? Vapors rose and vapors faded, and the goddess came in state. Eye and heart did I surrender to the softly shining spell. Blinding all with beauty's splendor, she hath blinded me as well. I forgot the warder's duty, and the trumpet's herald call. Threatened to destroy me. Beauty bindeth angers, frees her thrall.
The evil which I brought I dare no more chastise. Ah, woe to me! What fate severe pursues me, everywhere the breasts of men so to infatuate, that nor them, nor aught besides of worth they spare? Now plundering, seducing, fighting, hurried to and fro, heroes and demigods, gods, demons even, hither and thither led me, sore perplexed. Soul, I the world bewildered doubly more. Now threefold, fourfold, woe on woe I bring. Remove this guiltless man, let him go free. The god deluded merits no disgrace.
Amazed, O Queen, do I behold alike the unerring art and the stricken prey. I see the bow wherefrom the arrow sped that wounded him. Arrows on arrows fly and strike me. I suspect the feathered hum of bolts cross fire through all the courts and towers. What am I now? At once rebellious, thou makest my faithfulest, and insecure my wars. Thence do I fear that even my hosts obey the conquering and unconquered dame. What else remains, but that I give to thee myself, and all I vainly fancied mine? Let me before thy feet, in fealty true, thee now acknowledge, lady, whose approach won thee at once possession and the throne.
Lynceus, with a chest and men who follow, bearing others.
Thou seest me, queen, returned and free. The wealthy begs a glance from thee. Thee he beheld and feeleth since, as beggar poor, yet rich as prince. What was I erst? What now am I? What shall I will? What do or try? What boots the eyesight's sharpest ray? Back from thy throne it bounds away. Forth from the east we hither pressed, and all was over with the west. So long and broad the people massed, the foremost knew not of the last. The foremost fell, the second stood, the third one's lance was prompt and good. Each one 100 strength supplied, unnoted thousands fell and died. We onward pressed in stormy chase, the lords were we from place to place. And where today I ruled as chief, the morrow brought another thief. We viewed the ground, but viewed in haste. The fairest woman one embraced, one took the oxen from the stall. The horses followed, one and all. But my delight was to espy what rarest was to mind and eye. And all that others might amass to me was so much withered grass. I hunted on the treasure trail, where'er sharp sight could me avail. In every pocket did I see, and every chest was glass to me. And heaps of gold I came to own, with many a splendid jewel stone. The emeralds only worthy seem greenly upon thy breast to gleam. Twixt lip and ear let swaying sleep the pearly egg of ocean's deep. Such place the rubies dare not seek, they are blanched beside thy rosy cheek. And thus the treasure's offering I here before thy presence bring. Laid at thy feet be now revealed the spoils of many a bloody field. Though I have brought of chests a store, yet iron caskets I have more. Let me attend thee, do thy will, and I thy treasure vaults will fill. For scarcely didst thou mount the throne, than bowed to own and bent to own thy beauty's sway that very hour, wisdom and wealth and sovereign power. All such I held secure as mine, now freed therefrom, behold it thine. I deemed its worth and value plain, now see I it was null and vain. What I possessed from me doth pass, dispersed like mown and withered grass. One bright and beauteous glance afford, and all its worth is straight restored.
Remove with speed the burden boldly won, not blamed, indeed, but neither with reward. All is her own already, which the keep within holds, and special offer thus is useless. Go, and pile up wealth on wealth in order fit. Present the show august of splendours yet unseen. The vaulted halls make shine like clearest heaven. Let paradise from lifeless pomp of life created be, hastening, before her footsteps be unrolled the flower-embroidered carpets let her tread, fall on the softest footing, and her glance, God's only bear undazed on proudest pomp.
What the Lord commands is slight, for the servant's labour light. Over wealth and blood and breath, this proud beauty governeth. Lo, thy warrior thongs are tame, all the swords are blunt and lame. Near the bright form we behold, even the sun is pale and cold. Near the riches of her face, all things empty shorn of grace.
Helena to Faust.
Fain to discourse with thee, I bid thee come up hither to my side. The empty place invites its lord, and thus secures me mine.
First, kneeling, let the dedication be accepted, lofty lady. Let me kiss the gracious hand that lifts me to thy side. Confirm me as co-regent of thy realm, whose borders are unknown, and win for thee guard, slave, and worshipper, and all in one.
I hear and witness marvels manifold. Amazement takes me, much would I inquire. Yet now instruct me wherefore spake the man with strangely sounding speech, friendly and strange. Each sound appeared as yielding to the next, and when a word gave pleasure to the ear, another came, caressing then the first.
If thee our people's mode of speech delight, O thou shalt be enraptured with our song, which wholly satisfies both ear and mind. But it were best we exercise it now. Alternate speech entices. Cause it forth.
Canst thou to me that lovely speech impart?
'Tis easy. It must issue from the heart. And if the breast with yearning overflow, one looks around and asks,
Who shares the glow?
Nor past nor future shades an hour like this, but wholly in the present.
Is our bliss.
Gain, pledge, and fortune in the present stand. What confirmation does it ask?
My hand.
Who would take it amiss that our princess granteth now to the castle's lord friendliest demonstration? For indeed collectively are we captives as ofttimes already, since the infamous downfall of Ilion and the perilous, labyrinthine, sorrowful voyage. Women to the love of men accustomed, dainty choosers are they not, but proficients skilful, and unto golden-haired shepherds, perchance black bristly fawns too, even as comes opportunity, unto the limbs in their vigor fully award they an equal right. Near and nearer already sit they to each other drawn, shoulder to shoulder, knee to knee. Hand in hand they bend and sway over the throne's softly pillowed luxurious pomp. Majesty here not withholds its secretest raptures, wilfully, boldly revealed thus to the eyes of the people.
I feel so far away, and yet so near, and am so fain to say, Here I am, here.
I scarcely breathe. I tremble. Speech is dead. It is a dream, and day and place have fled.
I seem as life were done, and yet so new, blent thus with thee, to thee the unknown, true.
To probe this rarest fate, be not impelled. Being is duty, though a moment held.
Phorkys violently entering.
Spell in lovers' primers sweetly, probe and dally, cosset featly, test your wanton sport completely. But there is not time nor place. Feel ye not the gloomy presage? Hear ye not the trumpet's message? For the ruin comes apace. Menelaus with his legions storms across the hither regions. Call to battle all your race. By the victors execrated, like Deiphobus mutilated, thou shalt pay for woman's grace. First shall dangle every light one At the altar, then the bright one Find the keen axe in its place.
Disturbance! Rash! Repulsively she presses in. Not even in danger meet is senseless violence. Ill message makes the fairest herald ugly seem. Thou, ugliest, delightest but in evil news. Yet this time shalt thou not succeed. With empty breath stir, shatter thou the air. There is no danger here, and unto us were danger but an idle threat.
Signals, explosions from the towers, trumpets and cornets, martial music. A powerful armed force marches past.
No! Hero bands, none ever braver, at once shalt thou assembled see. He sole deserves the lady's favour, whose arm defends them gallantly.
To the leaders of the troops, who detach themselves from the columns and come forwards.
With rage restrained, in silence banded, and certain of the victory feast, ye northern blossoms half expanded, ye flowery furthers of the east, the light upon their armour breaking, they plundered realm on realm at will. They come, and lo, the earth is quaking. They march away, it thunders still. In Pylos we forsook the waters, the ancient Nestor is no more, and soon our lawless army scatters the troops of kings on Grecian's shore. Back from these wars no more delaying, drive Menelaus to the sea. There let him wander, robbing, slaying, as was his wish and destiny. I hail you, dukes, as forth ye sally, beneath the rule of Sparta's queen. Now lay before her mount and valley, and you shall share the kingdom green. Thine, German, be the hand that forges defence for Corinth and her bays. Achaia with its 100 gorges, I give thee, Goth, to hold and raise. Towards Elise, Franks, direct your motion. Messene be the Saxon state. The Norman claim and sweep the ocean, and Argolis again make great. Then each shall dwell in homes well dowered, and only outer foemen meet, yet still by Sparta overtowered, the queen's ancestral ancient seat. Each one shall she behold, abiding in lands that lack no liberal right, and at her feet ye'll seek, confiding, your confirmation, law and light.
Faust descends from the throne, the princes form a circle around him, in order to receive special commands and instructions.
Who for himself the fairest desires, first of all things let him bravely and wisely a weapon acquire. Flattering indeed he may conquer what on earth is the highest, but he quietly may not possess. Wily sneaks entice her away, robbers boldly abduct her from him. This to hinder be he prepared. Therefore now our prince I praise, holding him higher than others, since he wisdom and strength combines, so that the strong men obedient stand, waiting his every beckon. They his orders faithfully heed, each for the profiting of himself, as for the ruler's rewarding thanks, and for the highest renown of both. For who shall tear her away now from the mighty possessor? His is she, and to him be she granted, doubly granted by us, whom he, even as her, within by sure walls hath surrounded, and without by a powerful host.
The gifts they've won by our concession, in fee to each a wealthy land, are grand and fair, grant them possession, we in the midst will take our stand. and they in rivalry protect thee, half island, girdled by the sea, with whispering waves, whose soft hill chains connect thee with the last branch of Europe's mountain tree. This land, before all lands in splendour, on every race shall bliss confer, which to my queen in glad surrender yields as it first looked up to her. When, mid Eurota's whispering rushes, she burst from Leda's purple shell, so blinding in her beauty's flushes, that mother, brothers felt the spell. This land, which seeks thy sole direction, its brightest bloom hath now unfurled. Prefer thy fatherland's affection to what is wholly thine, the world. And though upon its ridgy backs of mountains the sun's cold arrow smites each cloven head, yet where the rock is green by falling fountains, the wild goat nibbles and is lightly fed. The springs leap forth, the streams united follow. Green are the gorges, slopes and meads below. On 100 hillsides, cleft with many a hollow, thou seest the woolly herds like scattered snow. Divided, cautious, graze with measured paces, the cattle onward to the dizzy edge. Yet for them all are furnished sheltered places, where countless caverns arch the rocky ledge. Pan guards them there, and nymphs of life are dwelling in bushy clefts that moist and freshest be, and yearningly to higher regions swelling, the branches crowd aloft of tree on tree. Primeval woods, the strong oak there is regnant, and bough crooks out from bough in stubborn state. The maple mild, with sweetest juices pregnant, shoots cleanly up, and dallies with its weight. And motherly, in that still realm of shadows, the warm milk flows, for child's and lambkin's lips. At hand is fruit, the food of fertile meadows, and from the hollow trunk the honey drips. Here comfort is in birth transmitted, to cheek and lip here joy is sent. Each is immortal in his stations fitted, and all are healthy and content. And thus the child in that bright season gaineth the father strength, as in a dream. We wander, yet the question still remaineth, if they are men, when gods they seem. So was Apollo shepherd-like in feature, that other shepherds were as fair and fleet. For where in such clear orbit moveth nature, all worlds in interaction meet.
Taking his seat beside her.
Thus hath success my fate and thine attended. Henceforth behind us let the past be furled. O feel thyself from highest God descended, for thou belongest to the primal world. Thy life shall circumscribe no fortress frowning, still in eternal youth stands as it stood, for us our stay with every rapture crowning, Arcadia in Sparta's neighbourhood. To tread this happy soil at last incited, thy flight was toward a joyous destiny. Now let our throne become a bower unblighted, our bliss become Arcadian and free.
End of Act 3, Part 1. Act 3, Part 2 of Faust Part 2 by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe.
Translated by Bayard Taylor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The scene of action is completely transformed. Against a range of rocky caverns, close bowers are constructed. A shadowy grove extends to the foot of the rocks, which rise on all sides. Faust and Helena are not seen, the chorus lies scattered about, sleeping.
How long these maidens have been sleeping know I not. If they allowed themselves to dream what now mine eyes so clearly saw, is equally unknown to me. Therefore I wake them. They, the young, shall be amazed. Ye also, bearded ones, who sit below and wait. Solution of these marvels finally to see. Awake, arise, and shake from off your locks the dew, the slumber from your eyes, listen and cease to blink.
Speak and tell us, quickly tell us, all the wonders that have happened. We shall hear with greater pleasure, if belief we cannot give it, for both eye and mind are weary to behold these rocks alone.
Children, you have hardly rubbed your eyes, and are you weary now? Hear me then. Within these caverns, in the grottos and the arbors, screen and shelter have been lent, as unto twain idyllic lovers, to our Lord and to our Lady.
How? Within there?
Separated from the world, me only did they summon to their quiet service. Honored thus, I stood beside them, but, as fit in one so trusted, looked around at something other, turning here and there at random, seeking roots and bark and mosses, being skilled in healing simples, and the twain were left alone.
Speakest thou as if within were spaces roomy as the world is, wood and meadow, lakes and rivers? What a fable dost thou spin?
Certainly, ye inexperienced, those are unexplored recesses, hall on hall and court on court succeeding, musingly I tracked. All at once a laughter echoes through the spaces of the caverns. As I look, a boy is leaping from the mother's lap to father's, from the father to the mother. The caressing and the dandling, teasing pranks of silly fondness, cry of sport and shout of rapture, they, alternate, deafen me. He, a genius, naked, wingless, like a fawn without the beasthood, leaps upon the solid pavement. Yet the pavement now reacting, sends him flying high in air, and at the second bound or third, he seems to graze the vaulted roof. Cries disquieted the mother. Leap repeatedly at pleasure, but beware of flying, for prohibited is flight to thee. And thus warns the faithful father. Dwells in earth the force elastic, which thee upwards thus impelleth. Touch but with thy toe the surface, like the son of earth, Antaeus, straightway art thou strong again. So he springs upon the rocky masses, from a dizzy cornice to another, and around, as springs a ball when sharply struck. Yet, a sudden, in a crevice of the hollow gulf he's vanished, and it seemeth we have lost him. Mother mourns and father comforts. Shoulder shrugging, anxiously I stand. But now, again what vision! Are there treasures yonder hidden? Garments stripped with broidered blossoms hath he worthily assumed. Tassels from his shoulders swaying, fillets flutter round his bosom, in his hand the golden lyre, completely like a little Phoebus, cheerily to the brink he steps, the jutting edge. We stand astounded. And the parents in their rapture clasp each other to the heart. What around his head is shining? What it is, were hard to warrant, whether golden gods or flame of all subduing strength of soul. So he moves with stately gesture, even as boy himself proclaiming future master of all beauty, all the melodies eternal throbbing in his flesh and blood. And you shall thus, delighted, hear him, thus shall you behold him, with a wonder never felt before.
Callest thou a marvel this, Creta's begotten? Poetic didactical word, hast thou listened to never? Never yet hearkened Ionia's? Never received also Hellas' godlike heroical treasure of ancient primitive legends? All that ever happens now in the present mocks like a mournful echo the grander days of the fathers. Not comparable is thy story unto that loveliest falsehood, than truth more credible, sung of the son of Maya. This strong and delicate yet scarcely delivered suckling, swathe ye in purest downy bands, bind ye in precious diapered stuffs, as is the gossiping nurse's unreasonable notion. Strongly and daintily draws no less, now the robe the flexible, firm yet elastic body, cunningly out, and leaveth the close, purple impeding shell, quietly there in its place, like the completed butterfly, which from the chilly chrysalid nimbly, pinion unfolding, slips, boldly and wilfully fluttering through sunshine-pervaded ether. So he, too, the sprightliest, that unto thieves and jugglers, all the seekers of profit as well, he the favorable daemon was. Did he speedily manifest by the skilfullest artifice, straight from the ruler of ocean stole he the trident from Ares himself, slyly the sword from the scabbard, arrows and bow from Phoebus, and then tongs that Hephaestus was using. Even from Zeus the father, bolts had he filched, had the fire not scared him. Eros also he overcame, in leg-tripping wrestling match. Then from Cyprus, as she caressed him, plundered the zone from her bosom.
An exquisite, purely melodious music of stringed instruments resounds from the cavern. All become attentive, and soon appear to be deeply moved. From this point to the pause designated, there is a full musical accompaniment.
Hark! the music, pure and golden, free from fables be at last! All your gods, the medley olden, let depart, their day is past. You no more are comprehended, we require a higher part. By the heart must be expended what shall work upon the heart.
She retires towards the rocks.
If the flattering music presses, fearful being, to thine ears, we, restored to health, confess us, softened to the joy of tears. Let the sun be mist from heaven, when the soul is bright with morn. What the world has never given, now within our hearts is born.
Helena, Faust, Euphorion in the costume already described.
Hear ye songs of childish pleasure, ye are moved to playful glee. See me thus dance in measure, leap your hearts parentally.
Love in human wise to bless us, in a noble pair must be. But divinely to possess us, it must form a precious three.
All we seek has therefore found us. I am thine, and thou art mine. So we stand, as love hath bound us. Other fortune we resign.
Many years shall they, delighted, gather from the shining boy, double bliss for hearts united. In their union what a joy!
Let me be skipping, let me be leaping, to soar and circle through ether sweeping, is now the passion that me hath won.
But gently, gently, not rashly faring, lest plunge and ruin repay thy daring, perchance destroy thee, our darling son.
I will no longer stagnate below here. Let go my tresses, my hands let go here. Let go my garments, they all are mine.
Oh, think! Bethink thee to whom thou belongest, how it would grieve us, and how thou wrongest the fortune fairest, mine, his, and thine.
Soon shall, I fear me, the sweet bond untwine.
Curb, thou unfortunate, for our desiring, thine over importunate, lofty aspiring, rurally quiet, brighten the plain.
Since you will that I try it, my flight I restrain.
Winding in dance through the chorus, and drawing them with him.
Round them I hover free, gay is the race. Is this the melody? Move I with grace?
Yes, that is featly done. Lead them through, every one, mazes of art.
Soon let it ended be. Sight of such jugglery troubles my heart.
Chorus with Euphorion, dancing nimbly and singing in interlinking ranks.
When thou thine arms so fair charmingly liftest, the curls of thy shining hair shakest and shiftest. When thou with foot so light brushest the earth in flight, hither and forth again, leading the linked chain, then is thy goal in sight, loveliest boy. All of our hearts in joy round thee unite.
Pause.
Not yet repose, you light-footed rose. Now to new play, forth and away. I am the hunter, you are the game.
Wouldst thou acquire us? Be not so fast. We are desirous, only at last, clasping thy beauty, kisses to claim.
Through groves and through hedges, o'er cliffs and o'er ledges, lightly what fell to me, that I detest, what I compel to me pleases me best.
How perverse, how wild he's growing, vain to hope for moderation. Now it sounds like bugles blowing, over vale and forest pealing. What disorder! What a brawl!
Chorus entering singly in haste.
Forth from us with swiftness ran he,
spurning us with scornful feeling.
Now he drags from out the many here the wildest one of all.
Euphorion, bearing a young maiden.
Here I drag the little racer, and by force will I embrace her. For my bliss and for my zest, press the fair resisting breast. Kiss the mouth repellent still, manifest my strength and will.
Let me go. This frame enfoldeth also courage, strength of soul. Strong as thine, our will upholdeth when another would control. I am in strait thou deemest? What force thine arm would claim? Hold me, fool, and ere thou dreamest, I will scorch thee in my game.
She turns to flame and flashes up in the air.
To the airy spaces follow me to the cavern's hollow, snatch and hold thy vanished aim.
Euphorion, shaking off the flames.
Rocks all around me here, over the forests hung, why should they bound me here? Still am I fresh and young, tempests are waking now, billows are breaking now, both far away I hear, fain would be near.
He leaps ever farther over the rocks.
Helena, Faust, and Chorus.
Chamois-like dost thou aspire?
Fearful
of the fall are we.
I must clamber even higher, even further I must see. Now where I am I spy, midst of the isle am I, midst of Pelops' land, kindred in soul I stand.
Bide thou by grove and hill, peacefully rather. We from the vineyards will grapes for thee gather, grapes from the ridges tanned, figs and the apples gold. Ah, yet the lovely land, loving behold.
Dream ye the peaceful day? Dream then, who may. War is the countersign, victory were divine.
Who peace and unity scorneth for war's array, with impunity slays his hope of a better day.
They who this land have led, through danger and dread, free, boundlessly brave, lavish of blood they gave. May they, with glorious, untamable might, make us victorious, now in the fight.
Look aloft, he seeks the farness, yet to us not small he seems.
As for battle, as in harness, he like steel and silver gleams.
Walls and towers no more immuring, each in vigor stands confessed. Fortress firm and most endearing is the soldier's iron breast. Would ye dwell in freemen's houses? Arm and forth in combat wild? See as Amazons your spouses, and a hero every child.
Hallowed Posy, heavenward mounting see, shining the fairest star, farther and still more far. Yet from the distance blown, hear we the lightest tone, and raptured are.
No, 'tis no child which thou beholdest, a youth in arms with haughty brow, and with the strongest, freest, boldest, his soul is pledged in manly vow. I go, for lo, the path to glory opens now.
Helena and Faust.
Thou thy being scarcely learnest, scarcely feel'st the day's glad beam, when from giddy steeps thou yearnest for the place of pain supreme. Are then we naught to thee? Is the gracious bond a dream?
And hear ye thunder on the oceans? From land the thunder echoes call? In dust and foam, with fierce commotion, the armies shock, the heroes fall. The command is sword in hand, to die, 'tis certain once for all.
Helena, Faust, and Chorus.
What a horror! We shall rue it. Ah, is death commanded thee?
Shall I from the distance view it? No, the fate be shared by me.
Helena, Faust, and Chorus.
Danger his arrogance brings, fatally bold.
Yes, and a pair of wings see me unfold. Thither I must, and thus grant me the flight.
He casts himself into the air, the garments bear him a moment, his head is illuminated, and a streak of light follows.
Chorus.
Icarus, Icarus, sorrowful sight!
A beautiful youth falls at the feet of the parents. We imagine that in the dead body we perceive a well-known form, yet the corporeal part vanishes at once, and the aureole rises like a comet towards heaven. The garment, mantle, and lyre remain upon the ground.
Helena and Faust.
Joy is followed, when scarce enjoyed, by bitterest moan.
Euphorion, from the depths.
Leave me here in the gloomy void. Mother, not thus alone.
Pause. Chorus, dirge.
Not alone, where'er thou bidest, for we know thee what thou art. Ah, if from the day thou hidest, still to thee will cling each heart. Scarce we venture to lament thee, singing envious of thy fate. For in storm and sun were lent thee song and courage fair and great. Ah, for earthly fortune fashioned, strength was thine and proud descent. Early erring or impassioned, youth, alas, from thee was rent. For the world thine eye was rarest, all the heart to thee was known. Thine were loves of women fairest, and a song thy very own. Yet thou rannest uncontrolledly, in the net the fancies draw. Thus thyself divorcing boldly, as from custom, so from law. Till the highest thought expended, set at last thy courage free. Thou wouldst win achievement splendid, but it was not given to thee. Unto whom then? Question dreary, Destiny will never heed, when in evil days and weary, silently the people bleed. But new song shall still elate them. Bow no longer and deplore, for the soil shall generate them, as it hath done heretofore.
Complete pause, the music ceases. Helena to Faust.
Also in me, alas, an old word proves its truth, that bliss and beauty ne'er enduringly unite. Torn is the link of life, no less than that of love. So, both lamenting, painfully I say, farewell, and cast myself again once only in thine arms. Receive, Persephone, receive the boy and me.
She embraces Faust, her corporeal part disappears, her garment and veil remain in his arms. Phorkys to Faust.
Hold fast what now alone remains to thee. The garment let not go. Already twitch the demons at its skirts, and they would fain to the nether regions drag it. Hold it fast. It is no more the goddess thou hast lost, but godlike is it. For thy use employ the grand and priceless gift, and soar aloft. 'Twill bear thee swift from all things mean and low to ether high, so long thou canst endure. We'll meet again, far, very far from here.
Helena's garments dissolve into clouds, surround Faust, lift him aloft in the air, and move away with him. Phorkys takes up Euphorion's tunic, mantle, and lyre from the earth, steps forward to the proscenium, holds aloft these remains, and speaks.
Good leavings have I still discovered. The flame has vanished where it hovered, yet for the world no tears I spend. Enough remains to start the poets living, and envy in their guilds to send. And, if their talents are beyond my giving, at least the costume I can lend.
She seats herself upon a column in the proscenium.
Panthalis.
Now hasten, maidens. We are from the magic freed, the old Thessalian trollop's mind compelling spell, freed from the jingling drone of much bewildered sound, the ear confusing, and still more the inner sense. Down, then, to Hades. Since beforehand went the queen, with solemn step descending, now upon the tracks, let's straightway follow her to the step of faithful maids. Her shall we find beside the unfathomed gloomy king.
Queens, of course, are satisfied everywhere. Even in Hades take they highest rank, proudly associate with their peers,
with Persephone closely allied.
We, however, in the background of the asphodel-besprinkled meadows, with the endless rows of poplars, and the fruitless willows ever mated. What amusement, then, have we? Bat-like to squeak and twitter, in whispers uncheery and ghostly.
Who hath not won a name, and seeks not noble works, belongs to the elements. Away then, ye! My own intense desire with my queen to be. Service and faith secure the individual life.
Exit.
Given again to the daylight are we, persons no more, 'tis true. We feel it and know it, but to Hades return we never.
Nature, the ever-living,
makes to us spirits validest claim, and we to her also.
Part of the chorus.
We, in trembling whispers, swaying rustle of 1,000 branches, sweetly rocked, will lightly lure the rills of life, the root-born, upwards to the twigs, and, or with foliage or exuberant gush of blossoms, will we freely deck their flying hair for prosperous airy growth. Then, when falls the fruit, we'll straightway gather gladdened herds and people, swiftly coming, briskly pressing, for the picking and the tasting. All, as if before the early gods, will then around us bend.
A second part.
We, beside these rocks, upon the far-off shining glassy mirror, coaxingly will bend and fluctuate, moving with the gentle waters. We to every sound will hearken, song of bird or reedy piping. Though the dreadful voice of Pan, a ready answer shall we give. Comes a murmur, we remurmur, thunder, we our thunders waken, in reverberating crashes, doubly, trebly, tenfold flung.
A third part.
Sisters, we, of nimbler fancy, hasten with the brooklets onward, for allure us yonder distant, richly mantled mountain ranges. Ever downwards, ever deeper, in meandering curves we water, first the meadow, then the pasture, then the garden round the house, marked by slender peaks of cypress, shooting clearly into ether, o'er the landscape and the waters, and the fading line of shore.
A fourth part.
Fare ye others at your pleasure, we will girdle and o'errustle the completely planted hillside where the sprouting vines are green. There at every hour the passion of the vintager is witnessed, and the loving diligence that hath so doubtful a result. Now with hoe and now with shovel, then with hilling, pruning, tying, unto all the gods be prayeth, chiefly to the sun's bright god. Small concern hath pampered Bacchus for his faithful servants' welfare, but in arbors rests and caverns, toying with the youngest fawn. For his semi-drunken visions, whatsoe'er he hath needed, it is furnished him in wineskins, and in amphorae and vessels. Right and left in cool recesses, cellared for eternal time. But if now the gods together, Helios before the others, have with breeze and dew and warmth and glow the berries filled with juice, where the vintager in silence labored, all is life and motion, every trellis stirs and rustles, and they go from stake to stake. Baskets creak and buckets rattle, groaning tubs are borne on back, all towards the vat enormous, and the treader's lusty dance. So is then the sacred bounty of the pure-born juicy berries, rudely trodden, foaming, spirting, they are mixed and grimly crushed. Now the ear is pierced with cymbals, and the dash of brazen bosses, for behold is Dionysus, from his mysteries revealed. Forth he comes with goat-foot satyrs, whirling goat-foot satyresses, while amid the rota Silenus' big-eared beast unruly brays. Naught is spared. The cloven hoofs tread down all decent custom, all the senses whirl bewildered, fearfully the ear is stunned. Drunkards fumble for the goblets, overfull are heads and paunches. Here and there hath one misgivings, yet increases thus the tumult, for the fresher must to gamer empty they the ancient skin.
The curtain falls. Phorkys in the proscenium rises to a giant height, steps down from the cothurni, removes her mask and veil, and reveals herself as Mephistopheles, in order, so far as it may be necessary, to comment upon the piece by way of epilogue.
End of Act 3, Part 2.
Act 4, Scene 1 of Faust Part 2 by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. Translated by Bayard Taylor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Act 4, Scene 1. High Mountains. Strong serrated rocky peaks. A cloud approaches, pauses, and settles down upon a projecting ledge. It then divides. Faust steps forth.
Down gazing on the deepest solitudes below, I tread deliberately this summit's lonely edge, relinquishing my cloudy car, which hither bore me softly through the shining day, o'er land and sea. Unscattered, slowly moved, it separates from me. Off eastward strives the mass with rounded rolling march, and strives the eye, amazed, admiring, after it. In motion it divides, in wave-like changeful guise, yet seems to shape a figure. Yes, my eyes not err! On sun-illumined pillows beauteously reclined, colossal, truly but a godlike woman form, I see, the like of Juno, Leda, Helena, majestically lovely, floats before my sight. Ah, now 'tis broken! Towering broad and formlessly, it rests along the east like distant icy hills, and shapes the grand significance of fleeting days. Yet still there clings a light and delicate band of mist around my breast and brow, caressing, cheering me. Now light, delayingly, it soars and higher soars, and folds together, cheats me an ecstatic form, as early, youthful, long foregone, and highest bliss. The first glad treasures of my deepest heart break forth. Aurora's love, so light of pinion, is its type. The swiftly felt, the first, scarce comprehended glance, outshining every treasure, when retained and held. Like spiritual beauty mounts the gracious form, dissolving not, but lifts itself through ether far, and from my inner being bears the best away.
A 7-league boot trips forward, another immediately follows. Mephistopheles steps out of them. The boots stride onward in haste.
I call that genuine forward striding. But what thou meanest, I'll have thee own, that in such horrors art abiding amid these yawning jags of stone. It was not here I learned to know them well, such was, indeed, the bottom ground of hell.
In foolish legends thou art never lacking. Again thy store thou set'st about unpacking.
Seriously.
When God the Lord, wherefore I also know, banned us from air to darkness deep and central, where round and round, in fierce, intensest glow, eternal fires were whirled in earth's hot entrail, we found ourselves too easily illuminated, yet crowded and uneasily situated. The devils all set up a coughing, sneezing, at every vent without cessation wheezing, with sulphur stench and acids hell dilated, and such enormous gas was thence created, that very soon earth's level, far extended, thick as it was heaved and split and rendered. The thing is plain, no theories overcome it. What formerly was bottom, now is summit. Hereon they base the law there's no disputing, to give the undermost the topmost footing. For we escaped from fiery dungeons there, to overplus of lordship of the air. A mystery manifest and well concealed, and to the people only late revealed.
To me are mountain masses grandly dumb? I ask not whence, and ask not why, they come. When nature in herself her being founded, complete and perfect then the globe she rounded, glad of the summits and the gorges deep, set rock to rock, and mountains steep to steep, the hills with easy outlines downward moulded, till gently from their feet the vales unfolded. They green and grow, with joy therein she ranges, requiring no insane, convulsive changes.
Yes, so yon talk. You think it clear as sun, but he knows otherwise who saw it done. For I was there, while still below was surging the red abyss, and streamed the flaming tide, when Moloch's hammer, welding rocks and forging, scattered the mountain ruins far and wide, o'er all the land the foreign blocks yon spy there. Who solves the force that hurled them to their place? The law of learned men is all awry there. There lies the rock, and we must let it lie there. We've thought already, to our own disgrace. Only the common faithful people know, and nothing shakes them in their firm believing, their wisdom ripened long ago. A marvel 'tis of Satan's own achieving. On crutch of faith my traveller climbs the ridges, past devils' rocks and over devils' bridges.
Well, 'tis remarkable and new, to note how devils nature view.
What's all to me? Her shape let nature wear. The point of honour is, the devil was there. We are the folk to compass grand designs, tumult and force and nonsense. See the signs! Yet now, with sober reason to address thee, did nothing on our outside shell impress thee? From this exceeding height thou saw'st unfurled the glory of the kingdoms of the world, yet, as thou art, unsatisfied, didst feel no lust of power and pride?
I did. A mighty plan my fancy won. Canst guess it?
That is quickly done. I'd take some town, a capital perchance, its core, the people's need of sustenance, with crooked alleys, pointed gables, beets, cabbage, onions on the market tables, with meat stands where the blue flies muster, and around fat joints like gourmands cluster. There shalt thou find, undoubtedly, stench always and activity. Then ample squares and streets whose measure assumes an air of lordly leisure. And last, without a gate to bar the boundless suburbs stretching far. 'Twere joy to see the coaches go, the noisy crowding to and fro, the endless running hither, thither, of scattered ants that stream together, and whether walking, driving, riding, ever their central point abiding. Honoured by thousands should be I.
Therewith I would not be contented. One likes to see the people multiply, and in their wise with comfort fed, developed even, taught, well bred. Yet one has only, when all's said, the stun of rebels thus augmented.
Then I should build, with conscious power and grace, a pleasure castle in a pleasant place, where hill and forest, level, meadow, field, grandly transformed should park and garden yield. Before green walls of foliage velvet meadows, with ordered paths and artful falling shadows. Plunge of cascades o'er rocks with skill combined, and fountain jets of every form and kind, there grandly shooting upwards from the middle, while round the sides 1,000 spurt and piddle. Then for the fairest women fresh and rosy I'd build a lodge, convenient and cosy. And so the bright and boundless time I should pass in the loveliest social solitude. Women, I say, and once for all I believe that in the plural I the sex conceive.
Sardanapalus! Modern! Poor!
Then might one guess whereunto thou hast striven. Boldly sublime it was, I'm sure, since nearer to the moon thy flight was driven, would now thy mania that realm secure.
Not so! This sphere of earthly soil still gives us room for lofty doing. Astounding plans e'en now are brewing. I feel new strength for bolder toil.
So thou wilt glory earn. 'Tis plain to see that heroines have been thy company.
Power and estate to win inspires my thought. The deed is everything, the glory naught.
Yet poets shall proclaim the matter, thy fame to future ages flatter, by folly further folly scatter.
All that is far beyond thy reach. How canst thou know what men beseech? Thy cross-grained self in malice band, how can it know what men demand?
According to thy will, so let it be. Confide the compass of thy whims to me.
Mine eye was drawn to view the open ocean. It swelled aloft, self-heaved and over-vaulting, and then withdrew, and shook its waves in motion, again the breadth of level strand assaulting. Then I was vexed, since arrogance can spite the spirit free, which values every right, and through excited passion of the blood, discomfort it, as did the haughty flood. I thought it chance, my vision did I strain. The billow paused, then thundered back again, retiring from the goal so proudly won. The hour returns, the sport's once more begun.
Ad spectatores.
'Tis nothing new whatever that one hears. I've known it many 100,000 years.
Continuing impassionately.
The sea sweeps on, in thousand quarters flowing, itself unfruitful, barrenness bestowing. It breaks and swells and rolls and overwhelms the desert stretch of desolated realms. There endless waves hold sway, in strength erected and then withdrawn, and nothing is affected. If aught could drive me to despair, 'twere truly the aimless force of elements unruly. Then dared my mind its dreams to oversoar, here would I fight, subdue this fierce uproar. And possible, 'tis I, howe'er the tides may fill, they gently fawn around the steadfast hill. A moderate height resists and drives asunder, a moderate depth allures and leads them on. So, swiftly, plans within my mind were drawn. Let that high joy be mine for evermore, to shut the lordly ocean from the shore, the watery waste to limit and to bar, and push it back upon itself afar. From step to step I settled how to fight it. Such is my wish. Dare thou to expedite it?
Drums and martial music in the rear of the spectators, from the distance on the right hand.
How easy that! Hear'st thou the drums afar?
Whose wise likes not to hear of coming war?
In war or peace 'tis wise to use the chance, and draw some profit from each circumstance. One watches, marks the moment, and is bold. Here's opportunity. Now, Faust, take hold.
Spare me the squandering of thy riddle pelf. What means it? Once for all, explain thyself.
Upon my way to me it was discovered that mighty troubles o'er the emperor hovered. Thou knowest him, the while we twain beside him with wealth elusive bounteously supplied him, then all the world was to be had for pay. For as a youth he held imperial sway, and he was pleased to try it, whether both interests would not smoothly pair, since 'twere desirable and fair to govern and enjoy together.
A mighty error! He who would command must in commanding find his highest blessing. Then let his breast with force of will expand, but what he wills be past another's guessing. What to his faithful he hath whispered, that is turned to act, and men amaze thereat. Thus will he ever be the highest placed and worthiest. Enjoyment makes debased.
Such is he not. He did enjoy, even he. Meanwhile the realm was torn by anarchy, where great and small were warring with each other, and brother drove and slaughtered brother, castle to castle, town 'gainst town arrayed, the nobles and guilds of trade, the bishop with his chapter and congregation, all meeting eyes but looked retaliation. In churches death and murder, past the gates the merchants travelled under evil fates, and all grew bolder, since no rule was drawn for life but self-defence. So things went on.
They went, they limped, they fell, arose again, then tumbled headlong, and in heaps remain.
Such a condition no man dared abuse. Each would be something, each set forth his dues. The smallest even as full measured passed. Yet for the best it grew too bad at last. The capable, they then arose with energy and said, "Who gives us peace shall ruler be. The emperor can and will not. Be elected an emperor new, and you the realm directed, each one secure and sheltered stand, and in a fresh constructed land justice and peace be baited and perfected.
Priest-like, that sounds.
Priests were they, to be sure. They meant their well-fed bellies to secure. They more than all therein were implicated. The riot rose, the riot was consecrated. And now our emperor, whom we gave delight, comes hitherward, perchance, for one last fight.
I pity him. He was so frank, forgiving.
Come, well, look on. There's hope while one is living. Let us release him from this narrow valley. He's saved 1,000 times, if once he rally. Who knows how yet the dice may fall? If he has fortune, vassals come withal.
They cross over the middle range of mountains and view the arrangement of the army in the valley. Drums and military music resound from below.
A good position is, I see, secured them. Well join, then victory will be assured them.
What further? I should like to know. Cheat! Blind delusion! Hollow show!
No, stratagems for battle winning. Be steadfast for the grand beginning, and think upon thy lofty aim. If we secure the realm its rightful claimant, then shalt thou boldly kneel and claim the boundless strand in feoff as payment.
In many arts didst thou excel. Come, win a battle now as well.
No, thou shalt win it. Here, in brief, shalt thou be general in chief.
A high distinction thou wouldst lend, there to command, where naught I comprehend.
Leave to the staff the work and blame, then the field marshal's sure of fame. Of war uncounsels I have had enough, and my war counsel fashion of the stuff of primal mountains' primal human might. He's blessed for whom its elements unite.
What do I see, with arms, in yonder place? Hast thou aroused the mountain race?
No, but I've brought, like Peter Squence, from all the raft the quintessence.
The 3 mighty men appear.
My fellows draw already near. Thou seest, of very different ages, of different garb, of armour they appear. They will not serve thee ill when battle rages.
Ad spectatores.
Now every child delights to see the harness and the helm of knightly action, and allegoric as the blackguards be, they'll only all the more give satisfaction.
Bully, young, lightly armed, clad in motley.
When one shall meet me face to face, my fisticuffs shall on his chops be showered, and midway in his headlong race, fast by his flying hair, I'll catch the coward.
Half-quick, manly, well-armed, richly clad.
Such empty brawls are only folly. They spoil whate'er occasion brings. In taking, be unwearied wholly, and after, look to other things.
Holdfast, well in years, strongly armed, without raiment.
Yet little gain thereafter lingers. Soon slips great wealth between your fingers. Borne by the tides of life as down they run, 'tis well to take, indeed, but better still to hold. Be by the grey old churl controlled, and thou shalt plundered be by none.
They descend the mountain together. End of Act 4, Scene 1. Act 4, Scene 2 of Faust Part 2 by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. Translated by Bayard Taylor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Act 4, Scene 2. On the headland. Drums and military music from below. The Emperor's tent is pitched.
General-in-Chief.
It still appears the prudentest of courses, that here, in this appropriate vale, we have withdrawn, and strongly massed our forces. I firmly trust we shall not fail.
Emperor.
What comes of it will soon be brought to light, yet I dislike this yielding semi-flight.
Look down, my prince, where our right flank is plated. The field which war desires hath here been granted. Not steep the hills, yet access not preparing, 'twas advantage, to the foe ensnaring. Their cavalry will hardly dare surround our strength half hid on undulating ground.
My commendation only need I speak. Now arm and courage have the test they seek.
Here on the middle meadows' level spaces thou seest the phalanx, eager in their places. In air the lances gleam and sparkle, kissed by sunshine through the filmy morning mist. How darkling sways the grand and powerful square! The thousands hum for great achievements there. Therein canst thou perceive the strength of masks? And thine, be sure, the foeman's strength surpasses.
Now first do I enjoy the stirring sight. An army thus appears of double might.
But of our left I've no report to make. Brave heroes garrison the rooky brake. The stony cliffs by gleams of weapons specked the entrance to the close defile protect. Here, as I guess, the foeman's force will shatter, forced unawares upon the bloody matter.
And there they march, false kin, one like the other, even as they styled me uncle, cousin, brother, assuming more and ever more defying the scepter's power, the throne's respect denying. Then, in their feuds, the realm they devastated, and now as rebels march, against me mated. Awhile with halting minds the masses go, then ride the stream wherever it may flow.
A faithful man, sent out some news to win, comes down the rocks. May he have lucky been.
First Spy.
Luckily we have succeeded, helped by bold and cunning art. Here and there have pressed and heeded, but 'tis ill news we impart. Many purest homage pledging, like the faithful fealty swore, for inertness now alleging people's danger, strife in store.
They learn from selfishness self-preservation, not duty, honor, grateful inclination. You do not think that, when your reckoning is shown, the neighbor's burning house shall fire your own?
The second comes, descending slowly hither, a weary man, whose strength appears to wither.
Second Spy.
First, with comfort, we detected what their plan confused was word. Then, at once and unexpected, came another emperor forth. As he bids in ordered manner, march the cattering hosts away. His unfolded lying banner all have followed. Sheep are they.
Now by a rival emperor shall I gain. That I am emperor, thus to me is plain. But as the soldier, I the mail put on. Now for a higher aim the sword be drawn. At all my shows, however grand to see, did nothing lack, but danger lacked to me. Though you but tilting at the ring suggested, my heart beat high to be in tourney tested. And had you not from war my mind dissuaded, for glorious deeds my name were now paraded. But independence then did I acquire, when I stood mirrored in the realm of fire. In the dread element I dared to stand. 'Twas but a show, and yet the show was grand. Of fame and victory I've dreamed alone, but for the base neglect I now atone.
The heralds are dispatched to challenge the rival emperor to single combat.
Faust enters in armor with half-closed visor. The three mighty men, armed and clothed as already described.
We come, and hope our coining is not chidden. Prudence may help, though by the need unbidden. The mountain race, they knowest, think and explore. Of nature and the rocks they read the lore. The spirits, forced from the level land to sever, are of the rocky hills more fain than ever. Silent, they work through labyrinthine passes, in rich metallic fumes of noble gases. On solving, testing, blending, most intent, their only passion, something to invent. With gentle touch of spiritual power, they build transparent fabrics hour by hour. For they, in crystals and their silence furled, behold events that rule the upper world.
I understand it, and can well agree. But say, thou gallant man, what's that to me?
The Sabine old, the Norsean necromancer, thy true and worthy servant sends thee answer. What fearful fate it was that overhung him? The faggots crackled, fire already stung him. The billets dry were closely round him fixed, with pitch and rolls of brimstone intermixed. Not man, nor God, nor devil him could save. The emperor plucked him from his fiery grave. It was in Rome, still is he bound unto thee. Upon my path his anxious thoughts pursue thee. Himself since that dread hour forgotten, he questions the stars, the depths alone for thee. Us he commissioned, by the swiftest courses, thee to assist. Great are the mountains' forces, their nature works ale pointantly and free. Those stupid priests therein but magic see.
On days of joy, when we the guests are greeting, who for their gay delight are gaily meeting, each gives us pleasure, as they push and pull, and crowd, man after man, the chambers full. Yet chiefly welcome is the brave man thus, when as a bold ally he brings to us, now in the fateful morning hour, his talents, while destiny uplifts her trembling balance. Yet while the fates of this high hour unfold, thy strong hand from the willing sword withhold. Honour the moment when the hosts are striding, for or against me, to the field deciding. Self is the man, who crown and throne would claim, must personally be worthy of the same. And may the phantom, which against us stands, the self-styled emperor, lord of all our lands, the army's duke, our prince's feudal head, with mine own hand be hurled among the dead.
Howe'er the need that thy great work be finished, risked were thy head, the chances were diminished. Is not the helm adorned with plume and crest? The head it shields that steels our courage best. Without a head, what should the members bridle? Let it but sleep, they sink supine and idle. If it be injured, all the hurt confess int, and all revive when it is convalescent. Then soon the arm its right shall reassert, and lift the shield to save the skull from hurt. The sword perceives at once its honoured trust, parries with vigour, and repeats the thrust. The gallant foot its share of luck will gain, and plants itself upon the necks of slain.
Such is my wrath. I'd meet him thus, undaunted, and see his proud head as my footstool planted.
Heralds, returning.
Little honour was accorded. We have met with scorn undoubted. Our defiance nobly worded. As an empty farce they flouted. Lo, your lord is but a vision, echo of a vanished prime. When we name him, says tradition, he was once upon a time.
It's happened as the best would fain have planned, who, firm and faithful, still beside thee stand. There comes the foe, thy army waits and wishes. Order! Attack! The moment is auspicious.
Yet I decline to exercise command.
To the General-in-Chief.
Thy duty, Prince, be trusted to thy hand.
Then let the right wing now advance apace. The enemy's left, who just begin ascending, shall, ere the movement close, give up their place, before the youthful force our field defending.
Permit me, then, that this gay hero may be stationed in thy ranks, without delay, that with thy men most fully he consort, and thus incorporate, ply his vigorous sport.
He points to the mighty man on the right. Bully coming forward.
Who shows his face to me, before he turn, shall find his cheekbones and his chops are shattered. Who shows his back, one sudden blow shall earn, then head and pigtail dangling hang and battered. And if thy men like me will lunge, with mace and sword beside each other, man over man the foe shall plunge, and in their own deep blood shall smother.
Exit.
Then let our centre phalanx follow slow, engage with caution, yet with might, the foe, there to the right already o'ertaken. Our furious force their plan has rudely shaken.
Faust pointing to the middle one.
Let also this one now obey thy word.
Half-Quick comes forward.
Unto the host's heroic duty shall now be joined the thirst for booty, and be the goal where all are sent the rival emperor's sumptuous tent. He shall not long upon his seat be lorded, to lead the phalanx be to me accorded.
Speed Booty, sutleress, fawning upon him.
Though never tied to him by priest, he is my sweetheart dear, at least. Our autumn 'tis of ripest gold. Woman is fierce when she takes hold, and when she robs is merciless. All is allowed, so forth to victory press.
Exeunt both.
Upon our left, as was to be foreseen, their right is strongly hurled. Yon rocks between ours will resist their furious beginning, and hinder them the narrow pass from winning.
Faust beckons to the mighty man on the left.
I beg you, sire, let this one also aid. 'Tis well when even the strong are stronger made.
Holdfast coming forward.
Now let the left wing have no fear. The ground is surely held where I appear. I am the ancient you were told of. No lightning splits what I keep hold of.
Exit. Mephistopheles descending from above.
And now behold, how, more remote, from every jagged rocky throat comes forth an armoured host, increasing, down every narrow pathway squeezing, with helm and harness, sword and spear, a living rampart in our rear, and wait the sign to charge the foeman.
Aside to the knowing ones.
Yon must not ask whence comes the omen. I have not been a careless scout, but cleared the halls of armour round about. They stood afoot, they sat on horses, like lords of earth and real forces. Once emperors, kings, and knights were they, now empty shells, the snails have crawled away. Full many ghosts, arrayed so, have for us revamped the Middle Ages thus. Whatever devils now the shells select, this once 'twill still create effect.
Aloud.
Hark! In advance they stir their anger, each jostling each with brassy clangour. The banner rags of standards flutter flowing, that restless waited for the breezes blowing. Here standeth ready, now, an ancient race, in the new conflict it would fain have place.
Tremendous peal of trumpets from above, a perceptible wavering in the hostile army.
The near horizon dims and darkles, yet here and there with meaning sparkles, a ruddy and presaging glow. The blades are red where strife is sorest, the atmosphere, the rocks, the forest, the very heavens the combat show.
The right flank holds its ground with vigour. There, towering over all, defiant, Jack Bully works, the nimble giant, and drives them with his wonted rigour.
I first beheld one arm uplifted, but now a dozen tossed and shifted. Unnatural such things appear.
Hast thou not heard of vapours banded, o'er the Sicilian coasts expanded? There, hovering in daylight clear, when mid-air gleams in rarer phases, and mirrored in especial hazes, a vision wonderful awakes. There back and forth are cities bending, with gardens rising and descending, as form on form the ether breaks.
Yet how suspicious! I behold the tall spears tipped with gleams of gold. Upon our phalanxes shining lances, a nimble host of flamelets dances. Too spectral it appears to me.
Pardon me, Lord, those are the traces of spirits of the vanished races, the fires of Pollux and of Castor, whom seamen call on in disaster. They here collect their final strength for thee.
But say, to whom are we indebted, that nature hath our plans abetted, with shows of rarest potency?
To whom indeed, but that old Roman whose care for thee at last is proved? By the strong menace of thy foeman his deepest nature has been moved. His gratitude would see thee now delivered, though his own being for thy sake be shivered.
They cheered my march, with every pomp invested. I felt my power, I meant to see it tested. So carelessly I found it well, as ruler, to send the Whitebeard where the air was cooler. I robbed the clergy of a pleasant savour, and truly have not thus acquired their favour. Shall I at last, since many years are over, the payment for that merry deed recover?
Free-hearted help heaps interest. Look up, and cease to watch the foeman. Methinks that he will send an omen. Attend! The sign is now expressed.
An eagle hovers in the heavenly vault. A griffin follows, menacing assault.
Give heed! It seems most favourable. The griffin is a beast of fable. How dare he claim a rival regal, and meet in fight a genuine eagle?
And now in circles wide extended, they wheel involved, then like a flash, upon each other swiftly dash, that necks be cleft and bodies rended.
Mark now the evil griffin quail. Rumpled and torn, the foe he feareth, and with his drooping lion's tail, plunged in the tree-tops, disappeareth.
Even as presaged, so may it be. I take the sign admiringly.
Mephistopheles towards the right.
From the force of blows repeated have our enemies retreated, and in fight uncertain, shifting, towards their right they now are drifting, thus confusing by their courses all the left flank of their forces. See! Our phalanx, firmly driven, moves to right, and, like the levin, strikes them in a weak position, now, like waves in wild collision, equal powers with rage opposing, in the double fight are closing, gloriously the weapons rattle. We at last have won the battle.
Emperor on the left, to Faust.
Look, it yonder seems suspicious, for our post the luck's capricious. Not a stone I see them throw there, mounted are rocks below there, and the upper ones deserted. Now, to one huge mass converted, nearer moves the foe unshaken, and perchance the pass hath taken. Such the unholy plan's conclusion, all your arts are but delusion.
Pause.
There come my ravens, croaking presage. What nature, then, may be their message? I fear we stand in evil plight.
What mean these fatal birds enchanted? Their inky sails are hither slanted, hot from the rocky field of fight.
Mephistopheles to the ravens.
Sit at mine ears, your flight retarded. He is not lost whom you have guarded, your counsels logical and right.
Faust to the Emperor.
Thou hast, of course, been told of pigeons, taught to return from distant regions, to nests upon their native coast. Here, differently, the plan succeeded. The pigeon post for peace is needed, but war requires the raven post.
The birds announce us sore mischances. See, yonder, how the foe advances against our hero's rocky wall, the nearest heights even now attaining. Should they succeed the pass in gaining, our fortunes then were critical.
Defeat and cheat at last are on me. Into your meshes you have drawn me. I shudder, since they bind me fast.
Courage! Not yet the die is cast. Patience and knack for not untying. The close will be the fiercest stand. Sure messages for me are flying. Command that I may give command.
General-in-Chief, who has meanwhile arrived.
To follow these hast thou consented. Thence all the time I was tormented. No fortune comes of jugglery. The battle's lost. I cannot mend it. 'Twas they began, and they may end it. My baton I return to thee.
Retain it for the better season, which fortune still to us may send. I dread the customers with reason, the ravens and their ugly friend.
To Mephistopheles.
As for the baton, thou must leave it. Thou art not, methinks, the proper man. Command the fight, canst thou retrieve it. Let happen all that happen can.
Exit into the tent with the General-in-Chief.
The blunt stick still be his protection. 'Twould naught avail in our direction. There was a sort of cross thereon.
What's to be done?
The thing is done. Now, my black cousins, speed upon your duties To the mountain lake. The Undines, watery beauties, Entreat, the appearance of their floods to spare. By female arts, beyond our sharpest seeing, They can divide the appearance from the being, And all will swear the being's there.
Pause.
Our ravens must, with flattery beladen, have sweetly coaxed each winsome water maiden. The trickling streams at once descend, the bold and rocky shoulders of the mountains give birth to full and swiftly flowing fountains. Their victory is at an end.
To such reception they're not used, the boldest climbers grow confused.
Now rook roars down to brook with mighty bubble, then from the mouths of the glens they issue double, and fling themselves in arches o'er the pale, then suddenly spread along the rocky level, and to and fro foam onward in their revel, as down a stairway hurled into the vale. What boots their gallant, hero-like resistance? The billow bursts and bears them down the distance. Before such wild uproar, even I must quail.
Nothing I see of all this moist illusion. To human eyes alone it brings confusion, and in the wondrous chance I take delight. They fly in headlong hurried masses, that they are drowning, think the asses, though on the solid land they see an ocean, and run absurdly with a swimming motion. It is a most bewildering plight.
The ravens return.
To the High Master will I praise you duly, but would you test yourselves as masters fully, then hasten to that smithy eyrie, where the dwarf people, never weary, hammer the sparks from ore and stone, demand, while there you prate and flatter, a fire to shine and shoot and scatter, as in the highest sense 'tis known. 'Tis true that distant lightning quivering far lights, and falling, quick as wink of highest starlights, may happen any summer night, but lightning loose among the tangled bushes, and stars that hiss and fizzle in the rushes, are shows that seldom meet the sight. Take no great pains, you understand, but first entreat, and then command.
Exeunt the ravens. All takes place as prescribed.
Upon the foe falls night's thick curtain, and step and march become uncertain. In every quarter wandering blazes, and sudden glare that blinds and dazes. All that seems fine, yet we should hear their wild commingled cries of fear.
The hollow armour from the vaulted chambers, in the free air its ancient strength remembers. It rattles there and clatters all around, a wonderful, a cheating sound.
Quite right. The forms there's no restraining, already nightly wax arraigning, as in the splendid times of old. The brassarts there, as well as cuisses, are Guelphs and Ghibellines, and this is renewal of the feud they hold. Firm in transmitted hate they anchor, and show implacably their rancour. Now far and wide the noise hath rolled. At last the devils find a hearty advantage in the hate of party, till dread and ruin end the tale. Repulsive sounds of rage and panic, with others piercing and satanic, resound along the frightened vale.
Warlike tumult in the orchestra, finally passing into lively martial measures. End of Act 4, Scene 2. Act 4, Scene 3 of Faust Part II by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. Translated by Bayard Taylor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Act 4, Scene 3. The Rival Emperor's Tent. Throne. Rich surroundings.
Speed booty.
So we're here the first, I see.
Have quick.
No raven flies so swift as we.
Oh, how the treasure piles extend! Where shall I once begin? Where end?
But all the space is full, and now I know not what to take, I vow.
This carpet is the thing I need. My couch is often hard indeed.
There hangs a morning star so strong, the like of which I've wanted long.
This crimson mantle, bound with gold, is like the one my dreams foretold.
Have quick, taking the weapon.
With this a man is quickly sped, one strikes him dead and goes ahead. Thou art already laden so, and nothing right thy sack can show. This rubbish rather here forsake, and one of yonder caskets take. The army's modest pay they hold, their bellies full of purest gold.
Oh, what a murderous weight is there! I cannot lift it, cannot bear.
Quick, bend and squat to take the pack. I'll heave it on thy sturdy back.
Oh me, alack! The burden slips. The weight has crushed my back and hips.
The chest falls and bursts open.
There lies the red gold in a heap. Quick, rake and take what thou canst keep.
Speed Booty, crouching down.
Quick, let the booty fill my lap. 'Twill still be quite enough, mayhap.
So, there's enough. Now haste and go.
She rises.
The apron has a hole. Ah, woe! Where'er thou dost walk or stand, thou sowest treasure on the land.
Guardsman of our Emperor.
What seek ye here with wanton eyes? Ye rummage the imperial prize.
We hazarded our limbs for pay, and now we take our share of prey. In hostile tents 'tis always so, and we are soldiers too, you know.
Among our troops he comes to grief who's both a soldier and a thief. Who serves our emperor fair and free, let him an honest soldier be.
Ah, yes, such honesty we know. 'Tis contribution, call it so. In the same mould you are all made. Give is the password of your trade.
To Speed Booty.
With what thou hast, the coast will clear. As guests we are not welcome here.
First Guardsman.
Why didst thou not at once bestow on the scamp's face a smashing blow?
I know not. I had not strength to strike. They seemed to me so phantom-like.
Something there was disturbed my sight. A flash. I could not see aright.
I also can declare it not. The whole day long it was so hot, so sultry, close, and terrible. One man stood firm, another fell. We groped and fought with valour rash. The foeman fell at every slash. Before one's eyes there was a mist, and something roared, and hummed, and hissed. So to the end, and here are we. And how it happened, cannot see.
The Emperor enters, accompanied by 4 princes. The guardsmen retire.
Now fare he as he may, for us is won the battle, and o'er the plain the foe have fled like frightened cattle. The traitorous treasure here, the empty throne we found, that hung with tapestry contracts the space around. Enthroned in honour we, true guardsmen, us protecting, the people's envoys are imperially expecting. The messengers of joy arrive from every side, and loyal now to us the realm is pacified. Though in our fight perchance some jugglery was woven, yet at last our own unaided strength we've proven. True, accidents sometimes for combatants are good. A stone may fall from heaven, on foes a shower of blood. From rocky caves may ring tremendous strains of wonder, that lift our hearts with faith, and drive the foe asunder. The conquered yielded, scourged by scorn's immortal rod. The victor, as he boasts, exalts the favouring God. And all the responsive shout, unordered, unentreated, we praise thee, God our Lord, from a million throats repeated. Yet as the highest praise, so rarely else expressed, I turn my pious glance on mine own grateful breast. A young and lively prince may give his days to pleasure, him teach the years at last the moment's use to measure. Therefore without delay I call ye for support, beside me worthy for, in realm and house and court.
To the first.
Thine was, Prince, the host's arrangement, wise inspection. Then in the nick of time, heroic, bold direction. Act now in peace, as time thine offices may show. Arch-marshal thou shalt be, the sword I here bestow.
Thy faithful host, till now employed for civil order, thee and thy throne secured, shall strengthen next thy border. Then let us be allowed, when festal throngs are poured, through thine ancestral halls to dress for thee the board. Before thee brightly born and brightly held beside thee, thy majesty's support, the sword shall guard and guide thee.
Emperor to the second.
He who as gallant man can also gracious be, thou, be arch-chamberlain, not light the place for thee. Thou art the highest now of all the house retainers, whose strife makes service bad, the threateners and complainers. Let thy example be an honoured sign to these, how they, the prince and court, and all, should seek to please.
To speed thy high design, thy grace is fair precursor, the better to assist, and injure not the worser. Be frank, yet cunning not, and calm without deceit. If thou but read my heart, I'm honoured as is meet. But let my fancy now to festal service hasten. Thou goest to the board, I bear the golden basin, and hold thy rings for thee, that on such blissful days thy hands may be refreshed, as I beneath thy gaze.
Too serious I am still to plan such celebration. Yet be it so, we need a glad inauguration.
To the third.
I choose thee, arch high steward. Therefore henceforth be chase, poultry yard, and manor subject unto thee. Give me at all times choice of dishes I delight in, as with the month they come, and cooked with appetite in.
A rigid fast shall be the penalty I wish, until before thee stands a goodly savoured dish. The kitchen folk shall join, and gladly heed my reasons, to bring the distant near, and expedite the seasons. Yet rare and early things shall not delight thee long. Thy taste desires instead the simple and the strong.
Emperor to the fourth.
Since here perforce we plan but feasts, and each is sharer, be thou for me transformed young hero to cupbearer. Arch cupbearer, take heed that all those vaults of mine richly replenished be with noblest taps of wine. Be temperate thyself, howe'er temptation presses, nor let occasion's lure mislead thee to excesses.
My prince, the young themselves, if trust in them be shown, are, ere one looks around, already men full grown. I at the lordly feast shall also take my station, and give thy sideboard's pomp the noblest decoration of gorgeous vessels, golden, silver, grand to see. Yet first the fairest cup will I select for thee, a clear Venetian glass, good cheer within it waiting, helping the taste of wine, yet ne'er intoxicating. One oft confides too much on such a treasured store. Thy moderation, though, high lord, protects thee more.
What in this earnest hour for you I have intended, from valid mouth confidingly you've comprehended. The emperor's word is great, his gift is therefore sure, but needs for proper force is written signature. The high sign manual fails. Here for commission needful, I see the right man come, of the right moment heedful.
The Archbishop, Arch-Chancellor enters.
If in the keystone of the arch the vault confide, 'tis then securely built for endless time and tide. Thou seest 4 princes here, I to them have just expounded how next our house and court shall be more stably founded. Now all the realms contains, within its bounds enclosed, shall be with weight and power upon ye 5 imposed. Your landed wealth shall be before all others splendid. Therefore at once I have your properties extended from their inheritance, who raised against us the hand. You I award, ye faithful, many a lovely land, together with the right, as you may have occasion, to spread them by exchange, purchase, or invasion. Then be it clearly fixed, that you unhindered use whatever prerogatives have been the landlord's dues. When ye as judges have the final sentence spoken, by no appeal from your high court shall it be broken. Then levies, tax, and rent, pass money, tolls, and fees, are yours, of mines and salt, and coins the royalties. That thus my gratitude may validly be stated, you next to majesty hereby I've elevated.
In deepest thanks to thee we humbly all unite. Thou makest us strong and sure, and strengthenest thy might.
Yet higher dignities I give for your fulfilling. Still for my realm I live, and still to live I am willing. Yet old ancestral lines compel the prudent mind to look from present deeds to that which looms behind. I also in my time must meet the sure redresser. Your duty be it, then, to choose me a successor. Crowned at the altar, raise his consecrated form, that so may end in peace what here began in storm.
With pride profound, yet humbly, as our guise evinces, behold, before thee bowed, the first of earthly princes. So long the faithful blood our living veins shall fill, we are the body which obeys thy lightest will.
Now, to conclude, let all that we have here asserted be, for the future time, to document converted. 'Tis true that ye as lords have your possession free, with this condition, though, that if unparcelled be, and what you have from us, howe'er ye swell the treasure, shall to the eldest son descend in equal measure.
On parchment I at once shall gladly tabulate, to bless the realm and us, the statute of such weight. The copy and the seals the chancery shall procure us. Thy sacred hand shall then validly assure us.
Dismissal now I grant, that you assembled may deliberate upon the great important day.
The secular princes retire. Archbishop remains and speaks pathetically.
The chancellor withdrew, the bishop stands before thee. A warning spirit bids that straightway he implores thee. His heart paternal quakes with anxious fear for thee.
In this glad hour, what may thy dread misgiving be?
Alas, in such an hour, how much my pain must greaten, to find thy hallowed head in covenant with Satan. True to the throne, it seems, hast thou secured thy right, but woe in God the Lord's, the holy pontiff's spite. Swift shall he punish when he learns the truth, the latter, thy sinful realm at once with holy ban hell shatter. He still remembers how, amid thy highest state, when newly crowned thou didst the wizard liberate, thy diadem but made thy heart for Christians harden, for on that head accursed fell its first beam of pardon. Now beat thy breast, and from thy guilty stores this unto the sanctuary a moderate mite repay. The spacious sweep of hills, where stood thy tent erected, where evil spirits then united thee protected, where late the liar prince thy hearing did secure, devote thou meekly taught to pious use and pure. With hill and forest dense, far as they stretch extended, and slopes that greenly swell for pastures never ended, then crystal lakes of fish, unnumbered brooks that flow in foamy windings down and braid the vale below. The broad vale then itself, with mead and lawn and hollow, thus penitence is shown, and pardon soon shall follow.
For this, my heavy sin, my terror is profound. By thine own measure shalt thou draw the borders round.
First be the spot profane, where sin was perpetrated, to God's high service soon, and wholly dedicated. With speed the walls arise to meet the mind's desire. The rising morning sun already lights the choir. The growing structure spreads, the transept stands exalted. Joy of believers, then, the nave is lifted, vaulted, and while they press with zeal within the portals grand, the first clear call of bells is swept across the land. Pealed from the lofty towers that heavenwards have striven, the penitent draws near, new life to him is given. The consecration day, O may it soon be sent. Thy presence then shall be the highest ornament.
So great a work shall be my pious proclamation, to praise the Lord our God and work mine expiation. Enough, I feel e'en now how high my thoughts aspire.
As chancellory next, the formal treaty I require.
A formal document. The church needs full requital. Bring it to me, and I with joy will sign her title.
Archbishop has taken leave, but turns back again at the door.
At once unto the work devote, that it may stand. Tithes, levies, tax, the total income of the land forever. Much it needs to be supported fairly, and careful maintenance will also cost us rarely. And that it soon be built on such a lonesome wold, thou it from thy booty spare to us some little gold. Moreover, we shall want, here most we claim assistance, lumber and lime and slate and such like from a distance. The people these shall haul, thus from the pulpit taught. The church shall bless the man whose team for her has wrought.
Exit.
The sin is very sore wherewith my soul is weighted. Much damage unto me the sorcerers have created.
Archbishop, returning once again with profoundest genuflections.
Pardon, prince, to him, that vile notorious man, the empire's coast was given, but him shall smite the ban, unless thy penitence the church's wrath relaxes. Thereto with tithes and gifts and revenues and taxes.
Emperor, ill-humouredly.
The land doth not exist. Far in the sea it lies.
Who patient is and right, his day shall yet arise. Your word for us remains, and makes secure our trover.
Exit. Emperor, solus.
I might as well at last make all the empire over.
End of Act 4, Scene 3. Act 5, Scene 1 of Faust Part 2 by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. Translated by Bayard Taylor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Act 5, Scene 1. Open Country.
Wanderer.
Yes, 'tis they, the dusky lindens. There they stand in sturdy age. And again shall I behold them, after such a pilgrimage? 'Tis the ancient place, the drifted downs, the hut that sheltered me, when the billow, storm uplifted, hurled me shoreward from the sea. Here with blessing would I greet them, they, my hosts, the helpful pair. Old, indeed, if now I meet them, since they then had a hoary hair. Pious folk, from whom I parted, be my greeting here renewed. If ye still, as open-hearted, taste the bliss of doing good.
Baucis, a little woman, very old.
Gently, stranger, lest thou cumber, best whereof my spouse hath need. He but gains from longest slumber strength for briefest waking deed.
Tell me, mother, art thou even she to whom my thanks I bear? I, the youth whose life was given by your kind united care? Art thou Baucis, who the coldly fading mouth refreshment gave?
The husband appears.
Thou, Philemon, who so boldly drew my treasure from the wave? From your fire, so quickly burning, from your silver sounding bell, changed my doom to fortune turning, when the dread adventure fell. Forth upon the sandhill stealing, let me view the boundless sea, let me pray, devoutly kneeling, till my burdened heart be free.
He walks forward upon the downs. Philemon to Baucis.
Haste, and let the meal be dighted, 'neath the garden blooming trees. Let him go and be affrighted, he'll believe not what he sees.
Follows and stands beside the wanderer.
Where the savage waves maltreated you on shores of breaking foam, see, a garden lies completed, like an Eden dream of home. Old was I, no longer eager, helpful as the younger are, and when I had lost my vigour, also was the wave afar. Wise lords set their serfs in motion, dikes upraised and ditches led, minishing the rise of ocean, lords to be in ocean's stead. See the green of many a meadow, field and garden, wood and town. Come, our table waits in shadow, for the sun is going down. Sails afar are gliding yonder, nightly to the port they fare. To their nest the sea-birds wander, for a harbour waits them there. Distant now, thou hardly seest, where the sea's blue arc is spanned. Right and left the broadest freest stretch on thickly peopled land.
Scene 2. In the little garden. The three at the table. Baucis to the stranger.
Art thou dumb? Of all we've brought here, in thy mouth shall nothing fall?
He would know the marvel wrought here. Fain thou speakest, tell him all.
'Twas a marvel if there's any, and the thought disturbs me still. In a business so uncanny, surely helped the powers of ill.
Can the emperor's soul be perilled, who on him the strand bestowed? Gave the mandate, not the herald, trumpeting as on he rode? Near our downs, all unexpected, was the work's beginning seen. Tents and huts, but soon erected, rose a palace over the green.
Knaves in vain by day were storming, plying pick and spade alike. Where the fires at night were swarming, stood the following day a dyke. Nightly rose the sounds of sorrow, human victims there must bleed. Lines of torches on the morrow were canals that seaward lead. He would seize our field of labour, hut and garden godlessly. Since he lords it as our neighbour, we to him must subject be.
Yet he bids in compensation fair estate of newer land.
Trust not watery foundation, keep upon the hill thy stand.
Let us to the chapel straying, ere the sunset glow has died, chime the vespers, kneel and praying, still in our old God confide.
End of Act 5, Scene 2. Act 5, Scene 3 of Faust Part 2 by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. Translated by Bayard Taylor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Act 5, Scene 3. Palace. Spacious pleasure garden, broad, straightly cut canal. Faust in extreme old age, walking about, meditative. Lynceus, the warden, through the speaking trumpet.
The sun goes down, the ships are veering to reach the port with song and cheer. A heavy galley now appearing on the canal will soon be here. The gaudy pennants merrily flutter, the masts and rigging upward climb. Blessings on thee the seamen utter, and fortune greets thee at thy prime.
The little bell rings on the downs. Faust, starting.
A cursed chime, as in derision it wounds me, like a spiteful shot. My realm is boundless to my vision, tet at my back this vexing blot. The bell proclaims with envious bluster, my grand estate lacks full design. The brown old hut, the linden duster, the crumbling chapel are not mine. If there I wished for recreation, another's shade would give no cheer. A thorn it is, a sharp vexation. Would I were far away from here.
Warden from above.
With evening wind and favouring tide, see the gay galley hither glide. How richly on its rapid track tower chest and casket, bale and sack.
A splendid galley, richly and brilliantly laden with the productions of foreign countries. Mephistopheles, the Three Mighty Men.
Here we have landed. Furl the sail. Hail to the master, patron, hail!
They disembark. The goods are brought ashore.
We've proved our worth in many ways, delighted if the patron praise. We sailed away with vessels twain, and 20 come to port again. Of great successes to relate, we only need to show our freight. Free as the mind on ocean free, who there can ponder sluggishly? You only need a rapid grip, you catch a fish, you seize a ship. And when you once are lord of 3, the 4th is grappled easily, the 5th is then in evil plight. You have the power, and thus the might. You count the what and not the how. If I have ever navigated, war, trade, and piracy I vow are 3 in 1, and can't be separated.
No thank and hail, no hail and thank, as if our freight to him were rank. He makes a face of great disgust, the royal wealth displease him must.
Expect no further any pay, your own good share ye took away.
We only took it for pastime fair, we all demand an equal share.
First arrange them in hall on hall, the precious treasures together all. If such a splendour meets his ken, and he regards it more closely then, a niggard he won't be, at least, he'll give our squadron feast on feast. To-morrow the gay birds hither wend, and I can best to them attend.
The cargo is removed. Mephistopheles to Faust.
With gloomy gaze, with serious brow, of this great fortune hearest thou. Crowned in thy wisest industry, and reconciled as shore and sea. And from the shore to swifter wakes the willing sea the vessel takes. Speak then, that here from thy proud seat thine arm may clasp the world complete. Here on this spot the work was planned, here did the first rough cabin stand. A little ditch was traced, a groove, where now the feathered oar blades move. Thy high intent, thy servants' toil, from land and sea have won the spoil. From here
Still that accursed here, to me a burden most severe. To thee so clever I declare it, it gives my very heart a sting. It is impossible to bear it, yet shamed am I to say the thing. The old ones there should make concession. A shady seat would I create, the lindens not my own possession, disturb my joy in mine estate. There would I, for a view unbaffled, from bough to bough erect a scaffold, till for my gaze a look be won o'er everything that I have done, to see before me, unconfined, the masterpiece of human mind, wisely asserting to my sense the people's gain of residence. No sorer plague can us attack than rich to be and something lack. The chiming bell, the linden's breath, oppress like air in vaults of death. My force of will, my potence grand, is shattered here upon the sand. How shall I ban it from my feeling? I rave whene'er the bell is pealing.
'Tis natural that so great a spite thy life should thus embitter quite. Who doubts it? Every noble ear disgusted must the jangle hear, and that accursed bim-bam booming, through the clear sky of evening glooming, is mixed with each event that passes, from baby's bath to burial masses, as if, between its bam and bim, life were a dream in memory dim.
Their obstinate opposing strain darkens the brightest solid gain, till one, in plague and worry thrust, grows tired, at last, of being just.
Why be annoyed when thou canst well despise them? Wouldst thou not long since colonize them?
Then go, and clear them out with speed. Thou knowest the fair estate indeed I chose for the old people's need.
We'll set them down on other land, ere you can look, again they'll stand. When they've the violence outgrown, their pleasant dwelling shall atone.
He whistles shrilly. The three enter.
Come, as the master bids, and let the fleet a feast tomorrow get.
Reception bad the old master gave, a jolly feast is what we crave.
Mephistopheles, ad spectatores.
It happens as it happened of old, still Naboth's vineyard we behold.
End of Act 5, Scene 3. Act 5, Scene 4 of Faust Part 2 by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. Translated by Bayard Taylor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Act 5, Scene 4. Dead of Night. Lynceus, the warden, singing on the watchtower of the palace.
Foreseeing intended, employed for my side, the tower's my dwelling, the world my delight. I gaze on the distant, I look on the near, the moon and the planets, the forest and deer. So see I in all things the grace without end, and even as they please me, myself I commend. Thou fortunate vision, of all thou wast ware, whatever it might be, yet still it was fair.
Pause.
Not alone that I delight me, have I here been stationed so. What a horror comes to fright me from the darksome world below! Sparks of fire I see out gushing through the night of linden trees. Stronger yet the glow is flushing, fanned to fury by the breeze. Ah, the cabin burns unheeded, damp and mossy though it stand. Quick assistance here is needed, and no rescue is at hand. Ah, the good old father, mother, else so careful of the fire, doomed amid the smoke to smother. The catastrophe how dire! Now the blackening pile stands lonely in the flames that redly swell. If the good old folk be only rescued from the burning hell! Dazzling tongues the crater launches, through the leaves and through the branches. Withered boughs at last ignited, break in burning from the tree. Why must I be thus far-sighted, witness such calamity? Now the little chapel crashes, 'neath a branch's falling blow. Soon the climbing spiry flashes set the tree-tops in a glow. Down to where the trunks are planted, burn they like a crimson dawn.
Long pause. Chant.
What erewhile the eye enchanted with the centuries is gone.
Faust on the balcony towards the downs.
Above, what whining lamentation! The word, the tone, too late I heed. My warder wails, I feel vexation at heart for this impatient deed. Yet be the lindens extirpated, till half-charred trunks the spot deface. A look in the land is soon created, whence I can view the boundless space. Thence shall I see the newer dwelling, which for the ancient pair I raise, who my benign forbearance feeling, shall there enjoy their latter days.
Mephistopheles and the three, below.
We hither come upon the run. Forgive, not happily 'twas done. We knocked and beat, but none replied, and entrance ever was denied. Of jolts and blows we gave good store, and broken lay the rotten door.
We called aloud with direst threat, but still no hearing could we get. And as haps with such a deed, they would not hear, they would not heed. But we began without delay to drive the stubborn folks away.
The pair had then an easy lot. They fell and died upon the spot.
A stranger who was there concealed and fought was left upon the field. But in the combat fierce and fast, from coals that round about were cast, the straw took fire. Now merrily one funeral pile consumes the three.
Deaf unto my commands were ye. Exchange I meant, not robbery. The inconsiderate, savage blow I curse. Bear ye the guilt, and go.
The proverb old still runs its course. Bend willingly to greater force. If you are bold and face the strife, stake house and home, and then your life.
Exeunt. Faust on the balcony.
The stars conceal their glance and glow. The fire sinks down and flickers low. A damp wind fans it with its wings, and smoke and vapour hither brings. Quick bidden, and too quick obeyed, what hovers hither like a shade?
End of Act 5, Scene 4. Act 5, Scene 5 of Faust Part 2 by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, translated by Bayard Taylor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Act 5, Scene 5. Midnight. 4 grey women enter.
My name, it is Want.
And mine, it is Guilt.
And mine, it is Care.
Necessity mine. The portal is bolted, we cannot get in. The owner is rich, we've no business within.
I shrink to a shadow.
I shrink unto naught.
The pampered from me turn the face and the thought.
Ye sisters, ye neither can enter nor dare, but the keyhole is free to the entrance of Care.
Care disappears.
Ye, grisly old sisters, be banished from here.
Beside thee, and bound to thee, I shall appear.
At your heels goes Necessity, blight in her breath. The clouds are in motion, and cover each star. Behind there, behind, from afar, he cometh, our brother. He comes, he is Death.
Faust in the palace.
4 saw I come, but those that went were 3. The sense of what they said was hid from me, but something like necessity I heard. Thereafter death, a gloomy, threatening word. It sounded hollow, spectrally subdued. Not yet have I my liberty made good. If I could banish magic's fell creations, and totally unlearn the incantations, stood I, O nature, man lone in thee, then were it worth one's while a man to be. Ere in the obscure I sought it, such was I, ere I had cursed the world so wickedly. Now fills the air so many a haunting shape, that no one knows how best he may escape. What though one day with rational brightness beams, the night entangles us in webs of dreams. From our young fields of life we come, elate. There croaks a bird. What croaks he? Evil fate. By superstition constantly ensnared, it grows to us, and warns, and is declared. Intimidated thus, we stand alone. The portal jars, yet entrance is there none?
Agitated.
Is any one here?
Yes, must be my reply.
And thou, who art thou then?
Well, here am I.
Avaunt!
I am where I should be.
Faust, first angry, then composed, addressing himself.
Take care! And speak no word of sorcery.
Though no ear should choose to hear me, yet the shrinking heart must fear me. Though transformed to mortal eyes, grimmest power I exercise. On the land or ocean yonder, I, a dread companion, wander. Always found, yet never sought, praised or cursed, as I have wrought. Hast thou not care already known?
I only through the world have flown. Each appetite I seized as by the hair. What not sufficed me, forth I let it fare, and what escaped me I let go. I've only craved, accomplished my delight, then wished a second time, thus with might stormed through my life. At first 'twas grand completely, but now it moves most wisely and discreetly. The sphere of earth is known enough to me, the view beyond is barred immutably. A fool who there his blinking eyes directeth, and o'er his clouds of peers a place expecteth. Firm let him stand, and look around him well. This world means something to the capable. Why needs he through eternity to wend? He here acquires what he can apprehend. Thus let him wander down his earthly day. When spirits haunt, go quietly his way. In marching onwards, bliss and torment find, though every moment with unsated mind.
Whom I once possess shall never find the world worth his endeavor. Endless gloom around him folding, rise nor set of sun beholding. Perfect in external senses, inwardly his darkness dense is, and he knows not how to measure true possession of his treasure. Luck and I'll become caprices, still he strives in all increases. Be it happiness or sorrow, he postpones it till the morrow. To the future only cleaveth, nothing, therefore, he achieveth.
Desist, so shalt thou not get hold of me. I have no mind to hear such drivel. Depart, thy gloomy litany might even befall the wisest man to evil.
Shall he go, or come? How guide him? Prompt decision is denied him. Midway on the trodden highway halting, he attempts a byway. Evermore astray, bemisted, everything beholding twisted. Burdening himself and others, take breath, he chokes and smothers. Though not choked, in life not sharing, not resigned and not despairing. Such incessant rolling, spinning, painful quitting, hard beginning, now constraint, now liberation, semi-sleep, poor recreation, firmly in his place ensnare him, and at last for hell prepare him.
Ill-omened spectres, by your treatment strays 1,000 times the human race to error. Ye even transform the dull indifferent days to vile confusion of entangling terror. 'Tis hard, I know, from demons to escape. The spirit's bond breaks not, however one tries it. And yet, O care, thy power, thy creeping shape, think not that I shall recognize it.
So feel it now. My curse thou'lt find, when forth from thee I've swiftly passed. Throughout their whole existence men are blind. So, Faust, be like them at last.
She breathes in his face. Faust, blinded.
The night seems deeper now to press around me, but in my inmost spirit all is light. I rest not till the finished work hath crowned me. The master's word alone bestows the might. Up from your couches, vassals, man by man, make grandly visible my daring plan. Seize now your tools, with spade and shovel press. The work traced out must be a swift success. Quick diligence, severest ordering, the most superb reward shall bring. And, that the mighty work completed stands, one mind suffices for 1,000 hands.
End of Act 5, Scene 5. Act 5, Scene 6 of Faust Part 2 by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. Translated by Bayard Taylor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Act 5, Scene 6. Great outer court of the palace. Torches. Mephistopheles in advance as overseer.
Come here, come here. Come on, ye lemures, loose-hung creatures, of sinew, ligament, and bone, your knitted semi-natures.
Lemures in chorus.
Without delay are we at hand, and half 'tis our impression that this concerns a spacious land whereof we'll have possession. The pointed stakes we bring them all, the measuring chain for distance, but we've forgotten why the call was made for our assistance.
Here is no need of your artistic zeal. Proceed as you may think it best. Your tallest lay full length from head to heel, and lift the turf around him, all the rest. As for our fathers made, prepare to excavate a lengthened square, from palace to the narrow house transferred, such is at last the issue most absurd.
Lemures digging with mocking gestures.
In youth when I did love, methought it was very sweet, when 'twas jolly and merry every way, and I blithely moved my feet. But now old age with his stealing steps hath clawed me with his crutch. I stumbled over the door of a grave, why leave they open such?
Faust comes forth from the palace, groping his way along the doorposts.
How I rejoice to hear the clattering spade! It is the crowd, for me in service moiling, till earth be reconciled to toiling, till the proud waves be stayed, and the sea girded with a rigid zone.
Mephistopheles aside.
And yet thou'rt labouring for us alone, with all thy dykes and bulwarks daring, since thou for Neptune art preparing, the ocean devil, carousal great. In every way shall ye be stranded, the elements with us are banded, and ruin is the certain fate.
Overseer!
Here!
However possible, collect a crowd of men with vigour, spur by indulgence, praise, or rigour, reward, allure, conscript, compel, each day report to me, and correctly note how grows in length the undertaken moat.
Mephistopheles half aloud.
When they to me the information gave, they spoke not of a moat, but of a grave.
Below the hills a marshy plain infects what I so long have been retrieving. This stagnant pool likewise to drain were now my latest and my best achieving. To many millions let me furnish soil, though not secure, yet free to active toil. Green, fertile fields, where men and herds go forth, at once with comfort, on the newest earth. And swiftly settled on the hill's firm base, created by the bold, industrious race. A land like paradise here, round about, up to the brink the tide may roar without. And though it gnaw to burst with force the limit, by common impulse all unite to hem it. Yes, to this thought I hold with firm persistence. The last result of wisdom stamps it true. He only earns his freedom and existence, who daily conquers them anew. Thus here, by dangers girt, shall glide away of childhood, manhood, age, the vigorous day, and such a throng I fain would see, stand on free soil among a people free. Then dared I hail the moment fleeing, Ah, still delay, thou art so fair! The traces cannot of mine earthly being in aeons perish, they are there. In proud forefeeling of such lofty bliss, I now enjoy the highest moment, this.
Faust sinks back, the lemures take him and lay him upon the ground.
No joy could sate him and suffice, no bliss. To catch but shifting shapes was his endeavour. The latest, poorest, emptiest moment, this. He wished to hold it fast for ever. Me he resisted in such vigorous wise. But time is lord, on earth the old man lies. The clock stands still.
Stands still. Silent as midnight now. The index falls.
It falls, and it is finished. Here.
'Tis past.
Past? A stupid word. If past, then why? Past and pure naught, complete monotony. What good for us, this endlessly creating? What is created then annihilating? And now it's past. Why read a page so twisted? 'Tis just the same as if it ne'er existed. It goes in circles round as if it had, however. I'd rather choose, instead, the void for ever.
Sepulture. Lemur, solo.
Who then hath built the house so ill, with shovel and with spade?
Lemures, chorus.
For thee, dull guest, in hempen vest, it all too well was made. Who then so ill hath decked the hall? No chairs nor table any. 'Twas borrowed to return at call. The creditors are so many.
The body lies, and if the spirit flee, I'll show it speedily my blood-signed title. But they've found such methods of requital, his souls the devils must oft abstracted see. One now offends the ancient way, upon the new we're not yet recommended. Once I alone secured my prey, but now by helpers need to be befriended. In all things we must feel the spite, transmitted custom, ancient right. Nothing indeed can longer one confide in, once with the last breath left the soul her house. I kept good watch, and like the nimblest mouse, whack was she caught, and fast my claws her hide in. Now she delays, and is not fain to quit the dismal place, the corpse's hideous mansion. The elements, in hostile fierce expansion, drive her at last disgracefully from it. And though I fret and worry till I'm weary, when, how, and where, remains the fatal query. Old Death is now no longer swift and strong, even the weather has been doubtful long. Oft I beheld with lust the rigid members, 'twas only sham, life kindled from its embers.
Fantastic, whirling gestures of conjuration.
Come on, strike up the double quick anew, with straight or crooked horns, ye gentlemen infernal, of the old devil grit and kernel, and bring at once the jaws of hell with you. Hell hath a multitude of jaws, in short, to use as suiteth place and dignity. But we, however, in this final sport, will henceforth less considerate be.
The fearful jaws of hell open on the left.
The side tusks yawn, then from the throat abysmal the raging fiery torrents flow, and in the vapours of the background dismal I see the city flame in endless glow. Up to the teeth the breakers lash the red arena, the damned, in hope of help, are swimming through, but caught and mangled by the fell hyena, their path of fiery torment they renew. In every nook new horrors flash and brighten, in narrow space so much of dread supreme. Well have you done, the sinners thus to frighten, but still they'll think it lie and cheat and dream.
To the stout devils with short straight horns.
Now, paunchy scamps, with cheeks so redly burning, ye glow, so fat with hellish sulphur fed, with necks thick set and stumpy, never turning. Watch here below, if phosphor light be shed. It is the soul, the winged Psyche is it. Pluck off the wings, 'tis but a hideous worm. First with my stamp and seal the thing I'll visit, then fling it to the whirly fiery storm. The lower parts be well inspected, ye bloats, perform ye duty well. If there the soul her seat selected, we cannot yet exactly tell. Oft in the navel doth she stay, look out for that, she thence may slip away.
To the lean devils with long crooked horns.
Ye lean buffoons, file leaders strange and giant, grasp in the air, yourselves no respite give. Strong in the arms, with talons sharp and pliant, that ye may seize the fluttering fugitive, In her old home discomforted she lies, And genius, surely, seeks at once to rise.
Glory from above on the right.
The heavenly host.
Envoys unhindered, heavenly kindred, follow us here. Sinners forgiving, dust to make living, lovingest features unto all creatures, show in your swaying, delaying career.
Discords I hear, a harsh, disgusting strumming, flung from above with the unwelcome day. 'Tis that emasculate and bungled humming which pious cant delights in every way. You know how we, atrociously contented, destruction for the human race have planned, but the most infamous that we've invented is just the thing their prayers demand. The fops, they come as hypocrites to fool us. Thus many have they snatched before our eyes, with our own weapons they would overrule us. They're also devils in disguise. To lose this case would be your lasting shame. On to the grave and fortify your claim.
Chorus of Angels scattering roses.
Roses, ye glowing ones, balsam bestowing ones, fluttering, quivering, sweetness delivering, branching unblightedly, budding delightedly, bloom and be seen. Springtime declare him in purple and green, paradise bear him, the sleeper serene.
Mephistopheles to the Satans.
Why do ye jerk and squat? Is this hell's rule? Stand to your ground and let them sprinkle back to his place each gawky fool. They think, perhaps, with such a flowery creakle, as if 'twere snow the devil's heat to cool. Your breath shall make it melt and shrink and wrinkle. Now blow, ye blowers! 'Tis enough, enough, before your breath fades all the floating stuff. Not so much violence, shut jaws and noses. Forsooth, ye blow too strongly at the roses. The proper measure can you never learn. They sting not only, but they wither, burn. They hover on with flames of deadly lustre. Resist them ye, and close together cluster. Your force gives out. Oh, courage fails you so. The devil sent the strange, alluring glow.
Blossoms of gratitude, flames of beatitude, love they are bearing now, rapture preparing now, as the heart may. Truth in its nearness, ether in clearness, give the eternal hosts everywhere day.
Oh, curse and shame upon such dolts be sped! Each Satan stands upon his head. In somersaults the stout ones whirl and swerve, and into hell plunge bottom uppermost. Now may your bath be hot as you deserve, but I remain unflinching at my post.
Beating off the hovering roses.
Off, will-o'-the-wisps, bright as ye seem to be, when caught the vilest clinging filth are ye. Why flutter thus? Off with you, quick! Like pitch and sulphur on my neck they stick.
What not appertaineth to you, cease to share it. What inwardly paineth, refuse ye to bear it. If it press in with might, use we our stronger right. Love but the loving leads to the light.
My head, heart, liver by the flames are rent, an over-devilish element, sharper than hell's red conflagration. Thence so enormous is your lamentation. Unfortunate enamoured, who, so spurned, your heads towards the sweetheart's side have turned. Mine too! What twists my head in like position? With them am I not sworn to competition? The sight of them once made my hatred worse. Hath then an alien force transpierced my nature? I like to see them, youths of loveliest stature. What now restrains me that I dare not curse? And if I take their cozening bait so, who else henceforth the veriest fool will be? The stunning fellows whom I hate so. How very charming they appear to me! Tell me, sweet children, ere I miss you, are ye not of the race of Lucifer? You are so fair, forsooth, I'd like to kiss you. It seems to me as if ye welcome were. I feel as comfortable and as trustful, as though 1,000 times ere this we'd met. so surreptitiously cat-like lustful, with every glance ye're fairer, fairer yet. Oh, nearer come! Oh, grant me one sweet look!
We come, why shrink? Canst not our presence brook? Now we approach, so if thou canst, remain.
The angels coming forward occupy the whole space. Mephistopheles, who is crowded into the proscenium.
Us, spirits damned, you brand with censure, yet you are wizards by indenture. For man and woman, luring, you enchain. What chance the cursed adventure brings me? Is this love's chosen element? The fire o'er all my body stings me. My neck I hardly feel, so hotly sprint. Ye hover back and forth. Sink down and settle. Move your sweet limbs with more of worldly metal. The serious air befits you well, awhile. But I should like, just once, to see you smile. That were for me an everlasting rapture. I mean as lovers look, the heart to capture. About the mouth a simper there must be. Thee, tall one, as enticing I'll admit thee. The priestly mien does not at all befit thee. So look at me the least bit wantonly. You might be nakeder, and modest made so, your shirt's long drapery is over moral. They turn, and from the rear surveyed so, with their attraction there's no need to quarrel.
Love still revealing, flames become clearer. All cursed with error, truth be their healing. Glad self-retrieval, freedom from evil, in the all-folding breast, blessed to rest.
Mephistopheles collecting himself.
How is't with me? Like Job, the boils have cleft me from head to foot, so that myself I shun. Yet triumph also when my self-inspection's done, when self and tribe I have confided in. The noble devil parts at least are left me. This love attacks a rash upon the skin. Burned out already are the scurvy fires. And one and all, I damn you as the case requires.
Hallowed glories, round whom they brood, wakes unto being of bliss with the good. Join ye the glorified, rise to your goal. Airs are all purified, breathe now the soul.
They rise, bearing away the immortal part of Faust. Mephistopheles, looking around him.
But how? At once I find them failing. This race of miners takes me by surprise. They with their booty heavenwards are sailing. Thence on this grave they cast their greedy eyes. My rare, great treasure they have peculated. The lofty soul to me hypothecated. They've rapt away from me in cunning wise. But unto whom shall I appeal for justice? Who would secure to me my well-earned right? Tricked so in one's old days a great disgust is. And I deserve it, this infernal spite. I've managed in a most disgraceful fashion. A great investment has been thrown away. By lowest lusts seduced, and senseless passion, the old case-hardened devil went astray. And if, from all this childish silly stuff, his shrewd experience could not wrest him, so is, forsooth, the folly quite enough, which, in conclusion, hath possessed him.
End of Act 5, Scene 6. Act 5, Scene 7 of Faust Part 2 by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. Translated by Bayard Taylor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Act 5, Scene 7. Mountain gorges, forest, rock, desert. Holy anchorites divided in ascending plains posted among the ravines.
Forests are waving grand. Rocks, they are huge at hand. Clutching, the roots expand. Thickly the tree trunks stand. Foaming comes wave on wave. Shelter hath deepest cave. Lions are prowling dumb, friendly where'er we come. honoring the sacred place, refuge of love and grace.
Pater ecstaticus, hovering up and down.
Endless ecstatic fire, glow of the pure desire, pain of the pining breast, rapture of God possessed. Arrows transpierce ye me, lances coerce ye me, bludgeons so batter me, lightnings so shatter me, that all of mortality's vain unrealities die, and the star above beam but eternal love.
Pater profundus, lower region.
As at my feet abysses cloven rest on abysses deep below, as thousand severed streams are woven to foamy floods that plunging go, as up by self-implosion driven, the tree its weight sustains in air, to love, almighty love, 'tis given all things to form and all to bear. Around me sounds a savage roaring, as rocks and forests heaved and swayed, yet plunges bounteous in its pouring the wealth of waters down the glade. Appointed then the veils to brighten, the bolt that flaming struck and burst the atmosphere to cleanse and lighten, which pestilence in its bosom nursed. Love's herald both, the powers proclaiming, which I, creature, us enfold, may then, within my bosom flaming, inspire the mind, confused and cold, which frets itself, through blunted senses, as by the sharpest fetter smart. O God, soothe thou my thoughts bewildered, enlighten thou my needy heart.
Pater Seraphicus, middle region.
What a cloud of morning hovers o'er the pine tree's tossing hair! Can I guess what life it covers? They are spirits young and fair.
Chorus of blessed boys.
Tell us, Father, where we wander. Tell us, kind one, who are we? Happy are we, for so tender unto all it is to be.
Boys brought forth in midnights haunted, half unsealed the sense and brain, for the parents lost when granted, for the angel's sweetest gain. That a loving heart is nigh you, you can feel, then come to me. But of earthly ways that try you, blessed ones, not a trace have ye. Enter in mine eyes, enjoy them, organs for the earthly sphere. As your own ye may employ them, look upon the landscape here.
He takes them into himself.
Those are trees, there rocks defend us. Here a stream that leaps below, and with plunges wild tremendous, shorteneth its journey so.
Blessed boys from within him.
To a vision grand we waken, but the scenes too gloomy show. We with fear and dread are shaken. Kindest Father, let us go.
Upward rise to higher borders, ever grow insensibly, as by pure eternal orders, God's high presence strengthens ye. Such the Spirit's sustentation, with the freest ether blending, love's eternal revelation, to beatitude ascending.
Chorus of blessed boys circling around the highest summit.
Hands now enring ye, joyously wheeling, soar ye and sing ye with holiest feeling. The Teacher before ye, trust and be bold. Whom ye adore, ye him shall behold.
Angels soaring in the higher atmosphere, bearing the immortal part of Faust.
The noble spirit now is free and saved from evil scheming. Whoe'er aspires unweariedly is not beyond redeeming. And if he feels the grace of love that from on high is given, the blessed hosts that wait above shall welcome him to heaven.
The younger angels.
They, the roses freely spended, by the penitent, the glorious, help to make the fight victorious, and the lofty work is ended. We this precious soul have won us, evil ones be forced to shun us, devils fled us when we hit them. Stead of pangs of hell that beat them, love pangs felt they, sharper, vaster. Even he, old Satan, master, pierced with keenest pain, retreated. Now rejoice, the work's completed.
The more perfect angels.
Earth's residue to bear hath sorely pressed us. It were not pure and fair, though it were asbestos. When every element the mind's high forces have seized, subdued, and blent, no angel divorces twin natures single grown that inly made them. Eternal love alone can separate them.
The younger angels.
Mist-like on heights above, we now are seeing nearer and nearer move spiritual being. The clouds are growing clear, and moving throngs appear of blessed boys, free from earthly gloom, encircling poise, who taste the cheer of the new springtime bloom of the upper sphere. Let them inaugurate him to the perfect state, now as their pair.
Blessed boys.
Gladly receive we now him as a chrysalis, therefore achieve we now pledge of our bliss. The earth flakes dissipate that cling around him. See, he is fair and great, divine life hath crowned him.
Dr. Marianus, in the highest, purest cell.
Free is the view at last, the spirit lifted. There women, floating past, are upward drifted. The glorious one therein, with star-crown tender, the pure, the heavenly queen, I know her splendour.
Enraptured.
Highest mistress of the world, let me in the azure tent of heaven in light unfurled hear thy mystery measure. Justify sweet thoughts that move breast of man to meet thee, and with holy bliss of love bear him up to greet thee. With unconquered courage we do thy bidding highest, but at once shall gentle be when thou pacifiest. Virgin, pure in brightest sheen, mother sweet, supernal, unto us elected queen, peer of gods eternal. Light clouds are circling around her splendour, penitent woman of nature's tender, her knees embracing, ether aspiring, mercy requiring. Thou, in immaculate ray, mercy not leavest, and the lightly led astray, who trust thee receivest. In their weakness fallen at length, hard it is to save them. Who can crush by native strength vices that enslave them? Whose the foot that may not slip on the surface slanting? Whom befall not iron lip, breath and voice enchanting?
The Mater Gloriosa soars into the space.
Chorus of women penitents.
To heights thou art speeding, of endless Eden. Receive our pleading, transcendent maiden, with mercy laden.
Magna Peccatrix, St. Luke 7:36.
By the love before him kneeling, him thy son a godlike vision, by the tears like balsam stealing, spite of Pharisees' derision, by the box whose ointment precious shed its spice and odours cheery, by the locks whose softest meshes dry the holy feet and very.
Mulier Samaritana, St. John 4.
By that well the ancient station, whither Abram's flocks were driven, by the jar whose restoration to the Saviour's lips was given, by the fountain pure and vernal, thence its present bounty spending, overflowing bright eternal, watering the world's unending.
Maria Aegyptiaca, Acta Sanctorum.
By the place where the immortal body of the Lord hath lain, by the arm which from the portal, warning, thrust me back again, by the 40 years' repentance in the lonely desert land, by the blissful farewell sentence which I wrote upon the sand. Thou thy presence not deniest unto sinful women ever, liftest them to win the highest gain of penitent endeavor. So from this good soul withdraw not, who but once forgot transgressing, who her loving error saw not, pardon adequate and blessing.
Una Penitentium, formerly named Margaret, stealing closer.
Incline, maiden, with mercy laden.
In light unfading thy gracious countenance upon my bliss. My loved, my lover, his trials over, in yonder world returns to me in this.
Blessed boys approaching in hovering circles.
With mighty limbs he towers, already above us. He, for this love of ours, will richly love us. Early we were removed, ere life could reach us. Yet he hath learned and proved, and he will teach us.
The penitent, formerly named Margaret.
The spirit choir around him seeing, new to himself, he scarce divines his heritage of new-born being, when like the holy host he shines. Behold, how he each band hath cloven, the earthly life had round him thrown, and through his garb, of ether woven, the early force of youth is shown. Vouchsafe to me that I instruct him, still dazzles him the day's new glare.
Mater Gloriosa.
Rise thou to higher spheres, conduct him, who feeling thee shall follow there.
Dr. Marianus, prostrate, adoring.
Penitents, look up, elate, where she beams salvation. Gratefully to blessed fate grow in recreation. Be our souls, as they have been, dedicate to thee, Virgin holy, Mother, Queen, Goddess, gracious be.
Chorus Mysticus.
All things transitory, but as symbols are sent. Earth's insufficiency here grows to event. The indescribable, here it is done. The woman's soul leadeth us upward and on.
End of Act 5, Scene 7. End of Faust Part 2 by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, translated by Bayard Taylor.